No problem. Good. No problem. Hello? Hello. We should be live and running on Twitch and YouTube, I believe. Looks like everything's good. Tonight we're jumping into some Dune Awakening again, and we're going to be diving into the deep desert. I believe this is our last day before the Coriolis storm starts, and then it just got this process. The Landsrad's been completed. We lost a devastating defeat. Let's jump in and figure out what exactly Harkonnen's going to be able to vote on. Disgusting. Disgusting Harkonnen. Who would choose such a faction? Have you been to the Haruko? It's gross. It's just not a good place to be. Let me know if the mic's too loud or too quiet. Same with the game audio. Boost it up just a smidge. Forget exactly what I left off doing. We did some off-stream grinding after we ended last night. I haven't messed with my class yet, but that's all right, because we're not going to go dive into any of the PvE. We're just going to go jump in and do some deep desert deep desert sand farming, looking for bases as well. Ooh, yeah, this is what I did last night. Check it out. We reorganized the chest system. Beautiful. All right, cool. We're kind of like starting to organize the base as well. Jen, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. We've started to somewhat reorganize the base as well, and we've started to put down some of the advanced fabricators. Trying to oh my gosh, this is what I was doing last night right before I got off, and I was just like, I don't even know, man. Look how big this thing. This is absurdly big. What am I supposed to do with this thing, dude? And if I want to put multiple of them down, like, this is taking up a ridiculous amount of space. I'm gonna need to, like, expand almost. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to expand to make room for those things. I just don't know where I want to put them. What I was thinking last night is I might rework this roof here and make this almost like a two-story system, with maybe the top story being where the ore refineries and stuff are. So, yeah, we might have to come back in and do a bit of reworking to that, because I was like, maybe I'll put it down here. Dude, it doesn't even fit in this room anywhere. Like, ridiculous. Freaking ridiculous. I need to scale that down just like a little bit. All right. What else was I doing? Let's take a quick peek, cuz I don't want to go out with my gear that I'd be upset losing. Like these pincushion pants, and basically we reset our arms. So we got the pincushion gauntlets. Oh yeah. Let's take a look real quick. Industrial pumps. I want to upgrade. How much plastinium do I have? I have 250. I want to upgrade my engine. Check this out. Glide speed at 170. That's slow, isn't it? Oh, that's a glide speed of 160, so it's faster. It's got better turn and agility as well, so I want to slap those on there, and I don't need the MK6 assembly, I just need the engine and the generator, I think. It's power efficiency, so we do engine, generator, and then the tier 5 wings. But in order to even make the tier 6 engine and generator, I need the advanced vehicle crafter. Son of a gun. I can do the wings. But I need industrial pumps. Okay. We'll make it out to the deep desert, don't you worry, but we've got some things that we need to sort. I did not mean to leave this out all night, bro. Damn. Damn, that was a mistake. Bro, the scout wings you were looking at and compared to the assault wings? Did I really? I did. Yeah, it's 179.8. Oh my god, thank you. I knew that didn't make sense, bro. Clutch. 177.7. Turn rating and agility. Well, since we're crafting... I'm glad I didn't use the industrial pumps to make those things. Since we're crafting the advanced vehicle thing anyways, we're going to probably end up making the tier 6 wings. What sucks is I tried farming out the tier 6 version of the albatross wings a couple times, but I pulled like the I pulled the stupid pincushion gauntlets 3 times. 3 times in a row. Good looking out those shady tricks. Appreciate ya. We'd have been a little less agile out there. In reality, we might have to end up doing that anyways because of the amount of plastinium it's going to require. Yeah, let me know if that game audio is coming in too loud. Dude, it's this region of the map here on this server. They've got so many people building in the same spot, dude. It is causing the most brutal lag. Let me get on the map and show you. It's like all up in here, there's like a dozen bases, and then all down here, so many bases, and then right here, so many bases. So it's just like anywhere in this region, bro, big frame drops. My god, bro. It's like my dew gap. It's farming water at my dew gap base has gotten slightly better, but dude, that's like right on the edge, so it gets hit by the lag, but not as bad as right here. It's like right here and right here, and at the trading post, it's so bad, dude. Just relax, you guys. I'm just here for a couple of chests. I just need a few industrial pumps. I'll get out of your hair. Where's the big one? Four, five. How many times are you gonna swing, bud? Oh, you dodge, huh? Huh? Hey, 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 hey! Settle down, okay? The frames right now not on my side. Boom. No, that was a for sure block. Oh great. Now double melee. Fuck, dude. I don't have my melee combat abilities equipped. Every time I get 2 melee people on me, they just interrupt me every time I'm fighting one. So it's a shitty situation. Give me this. Listen, guys, I don't want to fight. We're gonna play the pacifist mode here. I'm not fighting you guys. Leave me alone. Quick, quick, quick. Hey, hey, hey! Hey, hey now. Thank you. Actually, I want to go down these stairs. Thank you. Man, we are just like magnificently maneuvering around this place, even though our frames are at like -3 right now. But damn, I must say, no hit challenge. Dune Awakening just absolutely nailed it. Flame guy can't even catch me, bro. Aw, damn, we took a hit there. Just gonna swoop on down here. Listen, you guys. Go back to your regular standing spots. You tried, you failed. I don't think I walked out of here with nearly as many industrial pumps as I needed. Excuse me, fellas, you got any industrial pumps down here? I don't think so. I think I've gone off and on offshoot here. Oh, dude, just like literally by a freaking inch. What's good, man? Hope your day was good. Yeah, we're doing good. Well, I mean, we're doing all right until these guys. These guys being a little rough with me right now. Take it easy, pal. I mean, oh, now you're gonna run? You son of a bitch. Get over here. Hope you're doing good, Doc. Good to see ya. $24 is not enough. Surely I missed some chests. Back into the low frames. Excuse me, fire guy. I mean, I don't have the melee people on me anymore, so realistically we could clear this. What's this idiot doing? Grenade! Wow, dude. They are accurate with their grenades. It's the one thing that the AI does not play around with, bro. Grenade placement. Nice try, pal. There's a guy, bro. Hey, man. Hey, dude. Hey, buddy. There's some stuff happening around here. Hey, pal. Hey, buddy. Hang on. Let me go get some salvage metal. I'll be right back. Surely there's some down here, yeah? I want to see what he's looking at.
Throwing grenade.
Okay, we're getting really dicked on our RNG, it feels like. Oh wow, we just unlocked a codex from Spice, but I'm pretty sure we've gotten Spice before. Did the sniper finally join in? This asshole finally decided to join in, huh? I can't tell. I don't think he is. Damn it, I literally turned right when he shot. I'm not even certain it was him that shot. Oh, it was. You crossed the line, pal. Poison will get him. could have been friends. We could have been friends. Well, maybe we did get them all. 29. My goodness, we only found 5 coming back through here. Oh, here we go. Come on, please. 2? We'll take it, dude. I mean, at this point, we'll freaking take it. Damn, maybe I should go back to the other side, too. Is there stuff on the other side that I miss? I swear I've looked around the other side like 4 times. I never see anything. Never see any chests. There's one of the bases. Let's go ahead and fly. Let's fly through some of this freaking madness so I can show you guys why this, like, side of the server is just, like, I don't even know how these guys are playing in these bases anymore, dude. It's freaking untenable over here. We've got this one. This is a nice base. Nice big base. And look at this shit, dude. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom. Oh, my God. Slap, whap, bop. Dude, bang. What is happening, bro? I'm out of sound effects for all the bases that are over here. I'm pretty sure if I keep flying this way, too, they're all scattered around here. Maybe not, but if we go down this way... It's right up on this side, yeah. We're about to run into, like, a dozen more. One, two. Oh, we'll go by this one, too. I actually really like what these guys are doing. I think this is a big problem. I think this is a big part of the problem over here. But 1, 2, 3, and then check out this Mondo base. 4 right here. This base started off, I like what they've done here, actually. It's been fun watching this whole process take place. It started off as this triangle right here. And then it morphed into this right here. And then you can see they got Atreides locked right here, so they built a bit. And I can't tell if this is the same person just extending his claim or if it's another person. Look what they did with his roof. I really like that. Oh, he did that with the inclines down and some railing, huh? That's what it's looking like. Oh, and it's railing on the roof, too. Shit, that looks really good, bro. It's actually the frames, like, they're obviously not great over here, but it's not as bad as it is over there. So maybe it's not these guys. They got these guys down here, this guy here. Bang right there, bang right there. Dude, this side of the server has gotten rough. And then my dude, I was here first, bro. So I had dibs. I was here before any of these people. We had dibs. Alright, I actually don't need to be over here. Alright, let's go see if we manage to pull enough industrial pumps here so we can craft the tier 6 pieces that we need. We need to craft the tier 6 vehicle fabricator first. We've done a bit of roof extending of our own. This was something else I did last night after we got off of the stream. Added that to the roof section here. We still obviously, like, I need to, like, add the bips and bops that make this look less just like a flat roof. We'll figure it out. I can't get in this way anymore. Okay, we dumped a lot of stuff I didn't want to dump. We took a big dump of our inventory here. Put a leader John in here with water, I'm pretty sure. There it is. Yes, that's right. Alright, cool. We did get enough to craft this at least. This is another... Oh my god, it's huge, bro. Why? Why, bro? I just didn't make enough room, man. Fuck, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna have to... we've got... Okay, we've got rooms upon rooms upon rooms in this place. So surely we can just find another room. We're gonna have to look for it in the dark, though, which is gonna be a bit hard. I haven't navigated these halls for long enough to know exactly where I'm at. Somewhere close to this place, hopefully. But enclosed still. Oh yeah, we did add roofing to everything. Okay, good. Oh no. That's not a door. I haven't built the up into here yet, have I? Shit. I couldn't figure out where I wanted to put the stairs. God, it's still... Come on. Surely there's a spot where it can squeeze in here. Oh, come on. There you go. I knew it, bro. I knew it. I knew we'd get you there. I knew we'd get you there, buddy. Alright, big. We need the engine. And the generator. It's gonna be 90 of the plastinium that we have. We might have to take the hit on the wings, to be honest. God, the glide speed. We need the wings, though. 180, 1010? Wings are almost, like, more important, huh? Whatever, let's run it. Let's get the wings going. We're out of melange. Dear God. It took all of our melange. Took my sanity as well. I don't know how to get back to my... There we go. Well, we might just have to, like, scrap this ornithopter and take it out there as, like, if it dies, it dies. If we lose, we lose. No big deal. It's not going to be one that gets us out of a situation, really, is it? That's fine. Let's go ahead and find... I've got, like, a still suit set in here that's not completely garbage, but... It's not great either, so I wouldn't care if I lost. I just don't know where it's at. It's not a still suit. Oh, here it is. Can I craft bullets out of the weapons fabricator yet? That's the repair station. I'm an idiot. Doesn't matter. I can craft them out of this. I need a couple of suspensor belts. I don't want to lose my tier 6 cutter ray, so we're going to put that away. Any of this is no big deal. And all of this we only lose if we get picked up by the worm. But now I need to find my cutter ray. It's in here somewhere. Oh, there it was. Oh dear. Man, I just wiggled that bottom cord around so much, dude. Are we getting the static feedback? I'm gonna unplug and plug it in just in case. Hello? Hello? How's it sounding? We got the feedback coming through? Or are we good? Okay, bear with me 1 second. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be doing a quick microphone check. I don't want this static coming through. Sounded fine. big. 833 heavy darts is not enough. Where are bandages, dude? Why can't I craft bandages on the survival fabricator? I couldn't see them. Oh, there they are. Suspensor belt big. That would have sucked. Your delay is crazy long tonight? Or maybe it's just you? Damn, bro. Sounds good. Oh man, that is a crazy delay. You can't wait until they add signs or sorting for inventory? It's probably not you. It could entirely be me. It could be me. I'm checking my settings on the stream to see if it possibly... Yeah, so none of my settings are different, but that doesn't mean that something could have happened, like a blip in the matrix or something, you know, where it like just caused the stream to be delayed by 30 or 60 seconds. That's brutal though. What sucks as well is the Botrix has a delay. The thing that connects the chats from YouTube and Twitch together is delayed in itself. So it's like the YouTube chat comes in and it's not for like another 10 seconds that I see it. So that's just gonna like exacerbate the feeling of the delay. All right, 1,500 darts should be enough. Yeah, Comcast. That's funny. I don't know anything about how Comcast functions nowadays, but when I was with my parents, they were running off a Comcast, and it was actually decent, to be honest, to be fair. To be fair, but that was back in the day when, like, any internet above dial-up was decent. Yeah, right? So... Oh, yeah, okay, we put this large wind trap down. I suppose we could have updated on this. Bada boom, bada bing. It doesn't do a whole lot for us, but it does kind of like help add to it. Doc Money coming in with the follow over on Twitch. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. I don't know what we're up to now. What is it? 43? Wow. Wow. I think that's the highest we've gotten it on any of the stints that we've put through on Twitch, so I do appreciate it. We'll see what ends up happening with Twitch. Fuel cells. Oh, I'm so glad I came in here. I can only craft one. This is an easy problem to solve. Not that way. This is an easy problem to solve, and, you know, I need some metal scraps as well, so... Let's go hit up a battery and some scraps, huh? Oh, yeah, man. You know what we should check? I don't want to see it. It's gross, dude. That's just disgusting. Harkonnen. Unbelievable. What are they gonna get? Fuck, dude. Damn it, bro. That's so shit, dude. They gave us 25% 2 weeks in a row, and I wanted the Landsrad weapons vendor. And that's so shit. Can't believe they gave us like the same roll 2 weeks in a row, and none of them were a trader. Atreides won 2 weeks in a row, and neither times could we choose the Landsrad trader. Now I'm just pissed off. To be fair, I didn't do anything to contribute to this Landsrad. What sucks too is this could have been a week that I actually put some contributions in, but I was gone for the first portion of it. I came back and we had lost practically already. It's a damn brutal game. There's gonna be a fuel cell block somewhere. I can feel it. Ooh, there it is, what'd I tell ya? Oh, you can't aim down. There's nothing worse. I've like not spent any time collecting fiber in this game, and there's nothing worse than not having fiber when you need it. And there's been a couple times I've had to like go hunt down some fiber. Irritating. What's also kind of shitty is like in most games you start off gathering fiber with your hands, but then you unlock a tool that lets you get more fiber per thing. But from what I understand, there's nothing that'll like harvest more than... I can't get extra fiber using any tool. You got an MK6 Buddy Cutter blueprint today. Just so much to go on for a solo to take out the stuff forward for a forward base in PvP, then assemble the buggy farm with the buggy and take trips back to the Thopters. Oh, right. Forward base in PvP. I missed that part. That adds a lot of context to that statement. Yeah. Yeah, you're a fucking madman, dude. You're a madman. We haven't pushed to that point yet, but maybe tonight we will I'll do a bit of a showcase of the unraidable base layout that I've set up for the deep desert. Unfortunately, we kind of like came up with the layout for this thing before they made the big nerf, so you don't really need to build a forward operating base out there that's hard to raid anymore. However, if you do, this one is really hard to raid. The one problem is you can't fit anything in it. Maybe we could do a bit of a rework to it where like the top had a ramp to it where it was just where you stored like your buggy. You could just drive your buggy up to the ramp. I don't know. We'll go over it tonight, and then maybe we'll make like a buggy base as well. A buggy forward operating base for next week in the deep desert. I'm gonna get lost so many times in this damn place when it's all roofed off and I can't just fly anymore, dude. I always think I'm on this level and I'm like 2 levels below it. You've seen 3 total bases in PvP this week. They basically killed Deep Desert. Yeah, they did. They killed a Deep Desert raiding because they killed the need to build a base in the PvP zone of the Deep Desert. There's no real need to build a forward operating base now. Personally, I never thought there was a need, right? Like, let's be real. You travel 15,000 meters out, you mine up a full inventory, and yeah, you could put a forward operating base out there where you store 7 full inventories worth of titanium, for example, but you're still then going to have to make 4 trips, 7 trips back and forth from that forward operating base to unload all of that. You know what I mean? And that's what I'm saying too. I just take it straight out. Even when the safe zone was all the way in the A zone, I just took it straight out because I don't want to make 7 trips back and forth to my forward operating base. Well, and that's an interesting thought process as well. Is now that they've cut it in half. Damn, I wish I was on the deep desert map. Now that they've cut it in half, you could potentially put up a base right in the A zone of the deep desert. No, sorry. A base right on the E zone, right on the edge of the safe zone in the deep desert, and then a base out in the deep desert. But you just use that base to like actually hit up an island, and that would make your trips back and forth to your safe base faster, right? Which kind of would be nice, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know. There's basically no need to build out there, so I don't anticipate it being much of a thing. How many of these do we think we realistically need? I mean, like, I have a refinery out there, so I'm only going to do 2. I have a medium refinery out there. Well, that's the thing, too, is if... So... God, well, the problem with that is you can't store the big transport ornithopter. So, God, what's it even take to make that thing? There's, like, no way that's even worth it. I'd imagine you can't drive a sand crawler very far on the desert without attracting the worm, or very fast either. So you need the transport ornithopter to pick that thing up. Sand crawlers for a solo, I think, is just not even feasible. Can't you assemble that out in the deep desert? Yeah, you could, and that's what I was trying to think of. Is if you put a big enough base out, say, right next to a large spice bloom, then you could potentially assemble the assault ornithopter in that base and the transport ornithopter in that base and the sand crawler, and then take it out. But what are you gonna park your transport ornithopter while you put your you can't somebody's got to be in the sand crawler, don't they? You can't just drag that thing along the ground with the transport, can you? Somebody's got to be in that thing. So I don't know. It's just not feasible as a solo, which sucks. And I personally think the deep desert should have more land. It's got way too much sand. Way too much sand, not enough land. Even if the land didn't have anything on it, it would give people the opportunity to possibly get, some distance. I'm not saying they should be able to drive across the entirety of the deep desert, but there shouldn't be tiles that are just fully sand. That's absurd, man. That's so crazy. That's insanity. Let's take a quick look at our resources here before we go out and see. So I could still... Oh, so this would make, like, all of it almost. So we can make some of that. Good. That would burn through all of my water. I don't want to do that quite yet. What I do with my... I'll put it all the way back there. Okay, we've only got 500 spice here, but I believe out in the deep desert we have a few thousand, and we gotta go mine some spice. Let's grab my booster. Let's grab the boost. Oh crap, dude, I'm not gonna know where these are. Red Dead agrees. What does he agree to? I have no idea. Probably the fact that the sand crawler is not feasible for solos. Yeah. Or, oh, that there should be more land. I say a lot of things sometimes, so it's like, and there's a delay, unfortunately, on the YouTube, Doc said, so I'm so sorry about that. I feel so terrible. I feel so bad. I wish I could do something, but I can't. But yeah, Red Dead, yeah, more land just makes sense. There's no reason for a whole tile to be sand. It's crazy. Just another one of the things where it's like, holy crap, did the devs even try this game at all? Did they spend any time actually playing? Or are they, the land, yeah. Okay, that's not that bad of a delay. Might have been on Doc's side, huh? Maybe. That's not too bad. Me personally, I've never enjoyed my experience as a viewer on Twitch, if I'm being honest. Granted, that was from, I want to say, like a year ago, and I know that they've made some changes to how ads work when you're swapping between streamer to streamer. Because that was my main gripe. It was like, dude, if I want to go and check somebody out, I can't because I'm going to get stuck with a 3-minute ad that's completely irrelevant to anything that I have going on. And that's not so much the case anymore. It's like every 4th streamer you swap to. Yeah, you're right. It would facilitate more ground PvP. It would facilitate... Let me pull out the map now that we're here. So, like, this whole tile, let's say this is tile D, because, well, actually, I could probably go out here. Bro, that's 2 tiles in a row. Where were we at? Let me find it. Hold on, let me get up in the air and start gliding here, because there's a portion of this map where we counted it while we were gliding and looking for bases the other day. It is like 6 tiles in a row that are all sand. Crazy, dude. Oh, we handcraft the deep desert map each week. Bro, you put 6 tiles of sand in a row and you call that fucking handcraft? Okay. Okay, bro. Okay, dude. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. God, I wish I could zoom out further. Oh, you know what? The Deep Desert Companion on method.gg, bro. So good. Oh, it doesn't show you land masses. Fuck. It should. Is it in the G section? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we finally hit some. And I think, oh, it's just crazy, dude. They say handcrafted labs and Rex, and then they let AI... Oh, okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. Well, the AI's doing a shit job at... The AI's gotten lazy, Doc. It's in love with sand, bro. Tell it to stop with the sand. Yeah, there's 6 areas in a row with no land out here, and it's like the G section. It's crazy, dude. Well, so the thing about the deep desert is the Sector 9 and Sector 1 every week have been completely empty. Nothing. Maybe 1 piece of land up and down the whole strip of Sector 1 and Sector 9. And then the same thing with Sector I. The very back of the deep desert, the furthest place to fly to. You would think the most appealing place to put some hard content is completely empty and has been every single week. Maybe like 1 island across the whole strip of I. It's sad, man. Where's my house? My base... Oh, there it is. Yeah, you're right, Doc. It's fully empty, and I don't mean to keep, like, talking a bunch of trash about this game, but they make it so easy, right? Because the PvE is so redundant, and then they open up the deep desert, which was supposed to be a PvP end game loop. And don't get me wrong, the PvP is wildly unbalanced. They have no idea what they're doing to balance the PvP, so they were never going to get that. But the point being, it was supposed to be a PvP endgame loop, and it's apparent that it was supposed to be a PvP endgame loop because there's no extra PvE for you to partake in out here. The extra PvE for you to partake in the deep desert is literally the same enemies you're fighting in the Haga Basin, except for more of them spawn, and they have bullet sponge levels of health. So the PvE players who, like, were begging to be able to come out to the deep desert, I think had no idea what they were actually signing up for. They had no clue what they were signing up for. And once they get out here and they see that there's no sort of PvE endgame loop that's worth grinding for, bro, they're going to leave in droves. The PvE players are going to leave in droves. The one thing that might hold them around is the fact that the Haga Basin is so good. They just absolutely dropped the ball on the deep desert. The Haga Basin is excellent, and Doc, like you're saying, some of the PvP is actually decent. Some of the 1v1 ground combat PvP, like Red was talking about, ground combat PvP is really fun. And honestly, even the Ornithopter PvP is fun, just the rockets are overtuned, and the Scout Ornithopters using rockets is super overtuned, so it's like gotten into a bit of a weird state. So, it's unfortunate, but I never grabbed my... Oh, I did. I was like, I never grabbed the bandages. Dude, I'm an idiot. Damn, I thought I had more spice out here than that. That's what we came out here to farm anyways, but I thought I had more. Dude, there's a large spice field smack dab in the center of the thing, and then there's one all the way up on the eye. I don't think I want to mess around with the large spice fields. That's when we get jumped on by an entire freaking group. Alright, let's ride. The PvE in this game is, ooh, man, I don't know what they could do to even make it better. It kind of seemed like they could maybe go down some routes, like when they had those ghouls that you fight in the Swordsmaster quest. I cannot believe there's not more of them in the game. Like, I'm honestly dumbfounded that they didn't add more of them. PvE sucks, just more aimbotting and damage scaling. Bullet sponges is mainly PvE. Guy was looking forward to some PvP, but he only had one instance of ground combat where the one dude rushed me in the room before. And I ran into some loot room hoping he hadn't gotten the band yet, and 3 buddies. Oh, man, that's so brutal. Brutal. Yeah. The reason that I decided to spend last night's stream unlocking the classes is because I was out here trying to do some of the PvE content in the deep desert, and first off, the AI was just absolutely destroying me, dude. Like, for real. It took me like an hour to get to the last round of what is the lab, and man, I was like, I don't want to go into the big spice field. That's I fly directly into the fucking giant spice field. That thing has been hit too, bro. That thing is like empty, bro. Cook off to the right over here. Where can you sell gear, armor, MK3, MK4, MK5? You need money. I don't know exactly if you can take that stuff to any of the trading posts and sell it off, and if that'd be worth it. I don't think they give you a whole lot for the gear. I don't, or if they even buy it at all. Honestly, I would say like save it to recycle. The best way that I've found to get money, depending on what level you are, is to just run labs. You just do like 2 or 3 labs and you got a decent amount of money. Or possibly quests. Some of the quest lines offer you a big fat chunk of money. Like when we did the Sword Master, we got 15,000. Some of the vendors buy some of the stuff. It's not a lot, way more. Some is way more than you thought it would be for. So it'd be worth checking some of the vendors to see. Quakes! Quakes was the one who answered that. Oh, Doc answered it too. You can sell at some traders, but you think the supply and demand based for pricing? Interesting. Yeah, I haven't tried to sell at vendors because, like I said, just do a couple labs, knock out some money through that. Um, Depending on how urgently you need the money, you could you could do what that one guy was doing last night and go to Arkeen and ask people for money. You might run into somebody like me who just has some money on them that they don't need. We've had some crazy experiences with people in the game in the past couple of days. Just unexpected. I've not been doing a very good job looking for spice fields. Brian was saying that he was looking for spice fields and only ran into 2 throughout the entire day that he was searching of the medium spice fields. We're working closer and closer towards the server reset, and it seems that when the server reset, all of the spice fields respawn. Boom. Good time to go farm. Didn't they say they would only be 5 per cycle? I don't know what per cycle means, though. Brian was saying there would only be 5. I think Brian said there was 5 per day. In real life day. Not per game day. So I was like, oh. Per reset. That's per real life day. That's stupid, bro. Brian was right. And it was only 8 before that? Why did it feel like they were so plentiful, dude? It felt like these things were everywhere. Yeah, definitely the best time to farm spice then is after the resets. And I mean, shit, if guilds are on top of their game, bro, if guilds are on top of their game, they could realistically knock out all of the spice fields not too long after reset. This week was thick with people. It's almost like nerve-wracking. I see, I'm used to being alone out here, okay? We run into PvPers when I shove my nose into PvP. But I think, was it you, Doc, who was telling me that you were just casually farming spice with some other people? I don't think I have it in me to just casually farm spice with other people inside of a PvP game. My dumbass would be causing trouble. I'd be the one causing trouble, and then they would all team up to cause trouble upon me. Yeah, it was you. It was you. Yeah. Just casually out there. There's zero chance I wouldn't take the opportunity to take a snipe at somebody, bro. No chance, dude. There's 3 different guilds and a bunch of... There's zero chance I wouldn't try and get a solo. Maybe even poke at a guild. Go stand by somebody else. Go stand by one of the solos and then shoot at the guild and then take off. I know. I would not be able to hold myself. There's no way I'd be able to contain myself. I would be thinking if I didn't do it, they're gonna. If I don't, somebody else will. Oh, is that one right there? What sucks is the shadows keep getting me in this game. I think that is one right there. No, it's a shadow. I've been bamboozled. Oh, I'm in Sector I. What am I doing in Sector I, bro? Ain't nothing out in Sector I. I'm wondering how these people are like, man, there's just no way I wouldn't have been trying to cause some trouble. But yeah, my trouble that I was trying to cause would have gotten snubbed out real quick, that's for sure. But it might have also caused a war between the 2 guilds in the process, which actually would have kind of been the goal. We should also be flying past. So this sucks, dude, since there's only X amount of smalls and bigs that spawn. It's like, dude, I don't know, man. I didn't think it was on a per day cycle. If that's a sandworm out there, it might be some people farming spice. Oh, I didn't know you could get tier 6 schematics off the ship crashes out here either. What the hell's up with that? Oh, see, Doc, I turned world chat off because there are some crazy people out here in the deep desert. Look at these people. Let me pull them up. The Deep Desert Police Department, dude, they're ruthless, I'm telling you. These guys basically control the deep desert in this server. I haven't seen Atreides stand up to him at all. As a matter of fact, I think I've seen Atreides bow down, and they all made their ornithopters Harkonnen style, so the Deep Desert Police Department might not target them. But I'm telling you, they don't care, bro. They target everybody. They target everybody. So the Deep Desert Companion, the thing that maps out the deep desert each week, shows the 2 large spice fields. I'm assuming those obviously spawn in the same spot each day. We're talking about some guild on this server. The Deep Desert Police Department. They're maniacs. They're absolute madmen. Oh, like I was saying, though, so the 2 large spice blooms spawn in the same spot each day, I'm assuming, but then the medium ones spawn in different spots. And only 5 per day. If you can get, let's say, 20,000 spice out of the medium field, it might be a little bit more, it might be a little bit less. That means there's only 100,000 spice for medium to pick up each day, and then the 2 large, bro. I don't have no idea how much you could pick up out of that. And then 20 small at 500 apiece is like, what, 10,000? Shit, dude. Oh, yeah. There's some spike. Oh, no, it ain't. That's just a rock. False alarm. We are going to start scanning for bases. Crawler can fit 50,000 each, and yeah, they had 3 on one spot, at least 150,000. Damn, bro. I know there's a small spice field that's been spawning in... Was it H6 where we took out that one raid? There's one over there. I'm saying if you're a guild and you can handle at least being able to pick up your crawlers 9 times out of 10 before they get chomped on, I think it'd be worth it. But as a solo, I'd say there's like no chance you get that thing dropped off. You get out of the transport, you get into the sand, and then you got to get out of the sand, get into the, you know, and pick it up and then get out. It's like, I don't know, bro. It's unrealistic. I'd imagine with even a team of like, even a team of 2 people, if they were good enough, could pull it off with the risk being very minimalized. Oh, is that a base, dude? Did we genuinely just find a base? Tell me it's not just sand. I keep getting miraged by sand. Yeah, it was a mirage. Sure. You're right. They'd be completely undefended. You're right. I hadn't even considered that. We're going off of the thought process that all you guys are holding hands and smacking each other's butts while you're farming spice. You know what? On this server, that wouldn't fly, bro. If I get too close to a spice dune while a guild's harvesting, just as a solo, they send 6 people after me, bro. Deep Desert Police Department don't play around. I love how you can just see the crack that is this tile. Brilliant. What server are we on? We're on the gap that is the Dew Gap server. Why did we choose the Dew Gap server? Well. So glad you asked. Because the obvious speedrun plan landed us day 1 in the Dew Gap. It only made sense, right? I don't think that would be... And if you have a duo out there running it, it's because they're a part of a guild. There's no way... There's no way... You're right, though. If, like, little Timmy and Johnny finally got their sand crawler built up, and they went and took it out to the big spice field and got chomped up by a worm right away, they probably would uninstall. Or if they got PvP'd on and they griefed them by calling in the worms with the thumpers, yeah. That'd probably do the trick, wouldn't it? You know, in the H1, in the 1 section, in the 9 section, there's never any frickin' land. But I have seen medium spice fields in this section, so let's ride this down for a little ways and see if we can't find one, huh? That would be great. If we don't find any spice while we circle back to our base here, we might just go out and do some titanium runs for real. Some titanium and some stravidium. Because we have just about cooked up all of our stravidium fibers and our titanium ingots, so the titanium ore. So that's on the docket of things that need to get done out here as well. Hey, appreciate you stopping by, Doc. You take it easy. You take it easy out there. Oh, dude, damn it. I used to get so excited about these things. I don't even have a base to go raid. Urgh. The next stream, that's such a good question. It's either going to be tomorrow or Wednesday for sure, because we have Once Human coming out July 2nd. We're going to be jumping into the new scenario. Checking that out. So I don't know. It's still a little bit scattered. Maybe we'll never end up being able to land an actual streaming schedule, and it'll just always be scattered as hell. Scattered day-wise, we've like managed to land like the same time typically, which is strange. But we appreciate you stopping by. Take it easy. Have a good night. Do I think the game will succeed in the future? I think the game is objectively a success currently. I think it's got some major failures. Sure, like some major failures, sure. Do I think it'll succeed in the future? That is such an interesting question. It depends on what they do, really. Do I think that they'll ever balance PvP in a way that makes this game's PvP feel good? Nope. No, I don't. Do I think they're going to do what they did with Conan Exiles and abandon trying to balance PvP? And I anticipate if they don't abandon PvP with the very next DLC that they drop, where they introduce a new planet or whatever they decide to do with these DLCs, if they don't completely abandon PvP, then it will be in the next DLC, because they're just not going to be able to balance it, dude. They can't balance the gun firing versus the melee. Melee's meta by a long shot. They can't balance the ornithopter combat. Assault ornithopters are slow. It's like driving a boat, and the scout ornithopters have rockets. It makes no sense. The rockets blast people when they're on the ground. So what's the it's like I don't think they're ever going to be able to balance PvP, which is unfortunate, because I'm all about the PvP, but I like the PvE as well. And that's the tricky part also in what is concerning me as to whether or not this game will succeed. That's why this is a loaded question, is because the PvE currently as it sits is redundant, bro. It is non-existent. I feel like this game's PvP was developed as an afterthought. No, sorry, the PvE was developed as an afterthought. Because literally you have the same enemies in the early game as you have in the mid game, as you have in the late game. The only difference is between early and mid game, you get a little bit of difference in varieties of weapons that they use. And then from mid to late game, there's basically no difference in variety of the weapons that they use. They just turn into bullet sponges. And then late game Deep Desert PvE is even worse, bro. And I think that facilitating to the PvE players so early and letting them get out and experience this PvE, this late game PvE, is just going to turn them off of the game, because there is no late game PvE. There's nothing to grind for PvE wise. The grind is meant to be to gear yourself up to partake in guild versus guild PvP. That's the only end game loop that they actually developed for. So throwing PvE players out here, that's going to make them quit the game. That all being said, there's hundreds of hours of is that a base? No. That being said, there's hundreds of hours of content inside of the Haga Basin, and even out in the deep desert, like truly grinding out all of the spice to get into tier 6 in all of the plastinium, it's hundreds and hundreds of hours of content. So all of that being said, the game has a solid foundation, which makes me think that if they get their shit together with the PvE, yes. Like with PvE, is that a spice field? With PvE variety or anything, like if they can get their, oh, it must have been, dude, it just disappeared. If they can get their stuff together at all, then yes, I think the game will continue to be a success. I don't have much faith that they can do that, and I definitely don't have any faith that they'll ever balance PvP to be proper. No, you're right, Red Dead, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you're 100% right. It's even, well, that's the thing with these massive multiplayer online survival games. These multiplayer survival games are all filled with, like, massive jank, bro, and that is a bit of the charm to playing these games. I think it's only up from here because of how low it is. Right? It's only up from here because of how piss poor some of these systems are. So. And if it's only up from here and the game is a success currently, I think it'll be fine. I think we'll be making Dune content for at least a couple of years, but I said the same thing with Once Human, and then Once Human stopped dropping any substantial content updates and started just pumping out microtransactions for cosmetics. It was so frustrating, bro. That game's left such a bad taste in my mouth. Speaking of which, we're jumping back into Once Human because they're finally dropping some substantial new content July 2nd. So here coming, is that Spice? Here coming up Wednesday. That's some spice, baby. We found some spice. It's being farmed. We've got some combat, ladies and gentlemen. We're out here to farm spice, but you know, get dirty. Come on now. Sandstorm's not gonna hit us, I don't think. He's not here. Chicken Little ran. He saw me coming and he bailed. I don't blame him. Can you believe how that thing just landed? What is it doing? Settle down now. Give me that sand. Boom, boom. Come on, quickly. Here's how you do it. You fill up one inventory, you fly in the air. Oh, fuck. Such an idiot. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Oh my goodness. You take some sand, fill up an inventory, you fly in the air. Resets the worm. Worm's no longer mad at me. Go back down here. I say, screw you, worm. Don't you even come out over here. Let anybody know I'm over here. This is my spice field. This is my spice field, worm. And he listens. He listens. So does compacting from the top of the... I have no idea. That was the very first time I did it, too. Don't look at that and think that was some sort of, like, master plan strategy that happened, bro. That was completely that was random. It kind of seemed like it did, but honestly, I don't know. I typically can shoot down enough times to fill up an entire inventory. And then I can fly up before the worm comes. What is this thing doing? You know, I don't like the ones that randomly. Let's test it. I mean, like, okay. How would we even test it? I sit here. Hey, 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 is that thing turning? Oh, it is, bro. You thought I didn't see you, dude. I saw you, stupid. Bro, do I look stupid to you, worm? He want... Oh, I thought he ate my spice. I was like, that son of a bitch ate the spice I laid down. Three, 4, 5, 8, 9, 12. So, I know one thing for sure. I'm not going to be able to shoot that many times off of my ornithopter without not running out of, like, area to shoot. So, honestly, I don't think... If it does make a difference, I don't think it's, like, substantial enough to make it, like, a strategy. Especially if you're using the compact compactor, which is why I can shoot the sand so many times. So, if I was using, like, the tier 6 compactor, it might actually be... more beneficial to shoot off of the top of your ornithopter. You know what I mean? Art. Sand art. What's crazy is this is a medium field, and if this spawned at the beginning of the day, or like, I don't know, is it 5 randomly throughout the day? How many are active at any given time? I hear a worm moving around again. So you fly around with the booster and then put the inventory on when needed? Yeah, we've just adopted that strategy. I forget. Somebody in our stream was like, you should be doing that. And I was like, I know, but I'm so lazy, bro. And my luck, I'm going to forget to disassemble it. Just like I did here, and I had to freaking assemble it post having a full inventory, bro. Just like opposite of efficient. So, but I'm not a huge fan of the booster, to be honest. I don't know if they've made the change to where it, like, properly affects glide speed yet. But I don't know. Like, the booster's weird, bro. I don't really like it. I prefer just with the regular being able to fly straight up to like 830 and then just glide from there. I find with the booster I end up like overheating myself a lot, or just like not even getting the proper amount of air or doing the infinite glide properly. It's like, the change is not in yet, so I might feel different about the boosters once they come in with that. That might make them feel actually good, because right now they don't feel great. So it, honestly, like, just riding the storage, if I didn't find this spice, I was heading back to my base, and what I would have done was I would have swapped out the thing with the storage and just went and hit titanium, because... Oh, come on, you son of a bitch, what are you doing? Be fucking around with me here. I didn't fly up, but we're just filling up this inventory. We might call the worm in on this, but that's fine. Okay, rat. Actually, the noises you just made, like, made my stomach curl up. I don't like that. Alright, 160 is fine. Let's get the hell out of here. I'm getting nervous. Where's me base? But yeah, spring, that's what we've been doing recently. It's decent, and maybe once the thruster is better, it'll be more worth it, but honestly, I think just flying up to 850 and then hitting the glide like this is way better. I'll get further without having to use as much gas or worry about boosting and boosting up and around, and I'm also not the best pilot. Let's get that clear as well. But yeah, we just hit it like this, catch it at 173, boom, pop it up, and we'll be at 780 plus the whole time. We might even be able to glide at 800. I forget who it was. Man, who was that? It's gonna kill me, dude. Somebody was in the chat one day explaining to me how to hit this 173, or how they do it, and how they glide at 750 plus because of it. And it works decent. It gets the job done. I think now that we have a... So tomorrow is when the Coriolis storm starts. And then it takes all day to, like, clear out. So next week will be the first full week with the new Deep Desert changes. So I think next week will be the best showcase of exactly how many guilds are going to end up building. Or how many people are going to end up building inside of the PvP zone still. Because honestly, even moving into next week, I'm fully considering just abandoning the Dew Gap base because the lag that happens over there. The only reason I don't want to do that is because if somebody builds there and blocks that off, I'm going to be pissed off because that's where I harvest my dew. But we're also at the point where we could slap down 4 of the advanced Fremen death stills and be cooking up like hundreds of thousands of water. Is there anything that people can do to protect against it? Not building the PvP zone of the Deep Desert is about the only thing that you can do to protect against the raiding. Because currently as it stands, it's so simple. Arda! How you doing? Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. Arda was definitely one of the ones helping us with the infinite glide. That is for sure. But the way base raiding currently works is it's so easy to do. It's shockingly easy to do. I wish I could demonstrate it by having a base to raid, but nobody's building in the PvP zone anymore. But basically what happens is as the storm enters your sector, the shield that is typically surrounding your base because of your generators disappears. This does 2 things. First off, it makes it to where the storm damages your base. So if you're built up in the PvP zone of the Deep Desert, and even if you don't get raided, you're going to have to repair your base every time you get on because the storms that hit it are damaging it. I made a video about this. It didn't do that well, but there's a lot of people who were building in the Deep Desert and not repairing their door or their walls, making it to where it was like 1 or 2 shots to even break into it. The second thing it does is it makes it to where any weapon that I have now damages your wall. And unfortunately, when I say any weapon, I literally mean like 90% of the weapons. So the Cope pistol that I have absolutely shreds walls. But I've seen people using the Vulcan, and there's even a bit, the las gun is what a lot of people are using, but the las gun is an item that's not working as intended, so that will eventually get nerfed. So I haven't been using the las gun, but that's another item that just absolutely brutalizes the doors. The walls. You could break any wall, anything. Even on the PvE server, power goes off for 5 minutes. What do you mean? Oh, in the PvE zone. Yes. The PvE zone, the power goes off too, but that's strictly cosmetic. You can't raid it. I've already tried, trust me. Trust me, we've tried. Trust me, Red Dead. We've tried. It's unfortunate. The PvE zone of the Deep Desert acts exactly like the Haga Basin, and there's like so many checks in place to prevent you from being able to actually grief or get into their items or anything like that. A cube of all pentashields is unraidable. No, it's not. The hell it isn't. Bro, you can break a pentashield by shooting this right here. Pentashield is fully raidable. Do not fool yourself. I've broken pentashield doors. Look, right here. That's what you shoot. Right there. If you're raiding a base, you'll get hit markers on it. Let me just make sure. Because if I can damage my wall here, I should be able to show you that I can damage that as well. No, it's not even damaging my wall. Let me look it up. Because that actually might make it, that might make it a problem. Let me look it up. Because if it's got like a crazy amount of health, it's entirely possible. Let me see here. Nah, bro, it's got 3,500 health. It's less than Harkonnen. I could break the pentashield. Technically, I should be able to break this in 10 shots. Or no, sorry, 12 or 14 shots with the Cope pistol. This corner piece right here is not the easiest piece to hit, which is probably why people think it is unraidable. You're not the first person I've heard say that. But I've broken these when raiding a base. It's entirely raidable. It's just a bit of a pain in the ass to actually get the hit marker to hit the thing. Per square? There's no way that's per square, dude. Because this would be how many squares? How many squares would this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're saying that this wall right here has 21,000 health? That would be a massive fucking problem. If this wall does have 21,000 health, so a 10 by 10 has like... Pentashield health is based on its size. No way, dude. 32,000 health is a problem, bro. I don't know if you have to shoot the red bit. You have to shoot this corner bit. You have to shoot that corner bit. And when the base shield is down and you're raiding, you should be getting like some sort of notification that you're hitting it. Yes. So if that is the case, Psych, that would it wouldn't make it unraidable. It would just make it a ridiculous amount of health. But at that point in time, you want to know what these need to be connected to? What do these need to be connected to? Right? You break the connection, you break the wall. No? Shoot a 2x1 penta with rockets and the walls beside break before the penta? Does that wall on the side end up breaking the penta shield, or does the penta shield stay afterwards? Even if that was the case, if you break the foundation, you should be able to get up under into it. Like if I broke this foundation here, I would technically be able to crawl in. Hotter space. You could build it off of phantom building blocks. You can build them from ghost walls too. It's not the walls that's the problem. Even if it wasn't on walls, it's the foundation, no? So like if this pentashield, if I broke this right here and the pentashield even stayed up, I could potentially crawl in, no? You can build them from ghost walls so they don't have to be connected to real walls. Right, I've seen the cubes. I've seen the full cubes. It's not walls. I wasn't talking about walls. Foundation. It has to be on a foundation. You can't have a bottom floor of it, no? Arda's got a bunker base. 20 people to raid with rockets in 6 minutes. I find that a little bit hard to believe. I feel like 20 people with rockets would absolutely demolish any sort of base, but yeah, so how do you rate a cube? Tim, I'm telling you. Look. Let's assume that this is one wall of the cube, and then let's assume there's a pentashield wall there, and on the top. I can't have a pentashield on the bottom, correct? So there's a foundation. Not if you don't build the foundations and use the ghost foundations and build it so low no one can crawl in. So by ghost foundations, are you guys talking? Is this how people are doing it? They're putting that down and that's a ghost foundation? So like potentially if somebody, because I've only just like bits and bobs looked at what's going on here. So that's the ghost foundation. Well, they might have used the ghost foundation, like Psych is saying. You can cheese it into the ground. Right. Yeah. So like, no, I get what you're saying. Lowering the foundation enough. That's fucking interesting, bro. You know what's crazy about these walls as well is the ingredients that you need to craft them doesn't raise. It doesn't go up if you have more of a wall, right? It's like the same amount to craft a 1x1 wall of this as like a giant one of this. Man, we'll have to check that out. Because I put together a bit of a unrateable solo base as well. That's more so meant to be just like a forward operating base. Somewhere you can dunk in and deposit your stuff. But there's really no reason to build that out in the PvP zone anymore. I made that before they made the big nerf. So there's really no reason to build even that type of base out in the PvP zone. But if we can, because you're crafting the projectors on the corners, they use more power. Yeah, but if they can't get in to break your power, it shouldn't even be a problem to cover the power. No, I get what you're saying, Otter. Yeah. It goes up one by one. Does it? Either I just had an excess of materials when I put the door together. Get this on something I can actually connect it to, huh? Oh, doesn't. It's still 1, 10, and 3. There's a 2. That should be 2, 20, and 6. It didn't go up at all. Unless it goes up as you're crafting it, which I'm not sure. Energy cost. Energy I'm not worried about. Like, energy is so easy to solve for if they can't get into your base to break your energy. Right? If I don't have to hide my generators because they literally can't get into my base to break my energy. Holy shit. Hold on. I'm going to jump on Discord real quick and double check the Coriolis timer. I believe it's hitting today. What time is this? 12:30. We've got like 2.5 or 3.5 hours until the shutdown. Coriolis starts in 17 hours and ends on July 1st. Ends on Tuesday. Yeah, so it starts tomorrow and ends Tuesday morning. Is there a downtime when the Coriolis ends, or are you able to just, like, boot right back up in? Because if you can build an unrateable base out in the PvP zone of the deep desert, bro, you're going to want to do that shit as fast as possible, bro. Like, pew, how fast did the Dune companion app get the Dune map mapped out? I'm hoping they're, like, dug into the code so they just already know what it is, you know what I mean? Hold on, a lot of freaking messages started coming in when we talked about these projector walls, bro. I'm just scrolling back up to make sure I didn't miss any. Bear with me a minute. Gotcha. That is one, I guess that's one way to do it. Easier than opening their Discord. So I think the consensus is that you can, in fact, make an unrateable base. Ah, yeah, just like 32,000 damage. Hold on, damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. 32,000 damage makes the base unrateable by me. Like, I can't solo raid 32,000 damage on one wall. But this is why I think Arda's maths be wrong. Let's check it out. Look, if you're a 20-man team and you're all using rocket launchers, bro, you're doing 827 damage per shot, and you're shooting 84 shots per minute. I'm almost positive that it translates over 1-to-1. This would make it to where if you have 20 people all shooting rockets at your base, they're literally doing 16,000 damage to your base per shot, and they're getting 84 of those shots off each per minute, bro, which to me is an entire base wiped in a minute. And the same logic goes if they're not even using the rocket launcher. Let's say, for example, they're all using the Cope pistol. You have 20 people shooting the Cope pistol at your pentashield wall. They're doing 300 damage a shot. They need to get to 32,000 damage. That's 106 shots. If you divide that by 20 people, that's 5 shots each, and the wall's going down. So, while it makes it unrateable from me, actually, I wonder if I could get 106 shots off in 6 minutes. Pfft, yeah, I could. Look at this. Look. I could get 32 damage done. And I'm almost positive that we discovered that it's a 1-to-1 because when we raided that Harkonnen base, remember, the Harkonnen walls had 8,000 damage each. And that calculated out to right around 26 or less shots. And it was right around 26, maybe even 30, so maybe a little less. Maybe it's not exactly 1-to-1, 85% or something like that, of like the damage that the pistol says it's doing getting translated to the wall that it's hitting. But it didn't take us much more than 26 shots, if it did even take us more than 26 shots, to break that Harkonnen wall. So the damage is 1-to-1, if not really close to 1-to-1, which means that if I wanted to break a 32,000 health wall at 300 damage per shot, I'm going to need to take 106 shots. And what did this thing said it was doing? 83 rounds per minute. I do that in a minute and a half. So in a minute and a half, I break a 32,000 health wall, and I still have 5 minutes to raid. So is it truly unrateable? I don't think so. I don't know, man. It's a lot of health. Well, here's hoping we can go find a cubed pentashield wall sometime soon. Maybe today. That would be freaking excellent, bro. So we could put all of the thoughts to the test. You know what I'm saying? But let's go look for some more spice, shall we? I don't know why this is pinged 10,000 meters that direction. I don't think that's where the spice was. Ooh. I mean, it's only 500 spice, but we'll take it. Completely free, bro. All day. We should be able to clear this whole thing, no problem. Is it 10 by 10? It would be 100 squares. Total health of 350. Okay, so we were doing our math wrong. How certain of we... Am I fucking hallucinating or something? Where's my spice, bro? What the hell's going on? Hey, buddy. Buddy. What are we, dicking around now? Give me some of this spice. Fucking scoop it out of the sand. Like an amateur. It's not even gonna give me any? Fucking showed up to the wrong spice field, you stupid rat. Alright, let's get out of here. I feel more scammed than I ever have. Are we 100% positive that it translates like that? And can I see the health of a wall via my tool? It doesn't show you the health of something via the tool, does it? Yeah, what's crazy is I shot the whole thing before I realized that it wasn't giving me any of the sand. It would be nice if I could use my building tool to actually see the health of a wall. Because to me, that math, almost, the way that works, Psych, seems like it's not proper. You know what I'm saying? Like a pentashield wall shouldn't pop off with 350,000 health because it's multiplying on itself. You know what I'm saying? I'm assuming that because you guys are saying that several people have been talking about this. I'm assuming that it is confirmed that it is stacking on top of itself. I just don't think that's working properly. Yeah, you get the bar, but it's like, man, and that's what I was saying, like, with the Cope pistol when we were shooting at that Harkonnen base, it should have taken... When does the big worm come and hit this? Is there an answer to that? Because, I mean, bro, this is so close to the base, we might as well just, like, cap the side of this. I just don't know when the big worm comes. I don't want to get ate up, bro. Oh, no, I entirely believe you, and I'm assuming the videos did some form of testing, right? I'm assuming the videos did some form of testing to show that being the case. I'm just curious if it's intentional, like if that's intentionally developed into the game to work that way, or if it just happens to be that way currently, kind of like with the las gun. How the las gun is doing ridiculous amounts of damage to the wall, especially if you pair it with that one ability that lets you basically run it constantly, right? They said that the las gun doing that much damage to the wall is not working as intended. So I anticipate that getting patched out of the game. Similar to, like, the pentashield stacking up on itself and getting to a point of having 350,000 health is a bit absurd, doesn't it? Does that sound a bit absurd? That doesn't sound like it's meant to be developed in there. Probably a bug. And see, that's, like, where we enter the zone of, like, when do you let a bug become gameplay? Because... a game mechanic, because there is a time and place where you leave a bug and that's a game mechanic, you know? That's not a bug anymore, that's a game mechanic. But if they left that in, bro, that's all you would see in the deep desert is unrateable pentashield bases. And I still put unrateable in quotes because Okay, my actual stomach just knotted up, for a lack of better terms, not wanting to talk about my derriere there, but something got puckered up real hard right there. And it was not my lips. It's definitely dumb, and if they don't get rid of it, what would end up happening is that's all you would see out here is the unrateable bug bases, which is unfortunate. But you're not going to see bases out here anyways. I'd imagine it's only a matter of time before the deep desert itself just gets completely reworked. Why is this sand brown, you know? It's like nasty brown sand. It's dirty, dirty sand. Spice needs to be refined twice. You're right. You're right. Well, I don't know if a big group saw a base like that, they might be like, look, dude, he thinks he's unraidable, so he probably has a ridiculous amount in there. So that in itself could be enough to be like, all right, we're raiding this guy. But yeah, you probably, you know, scratched the wrong fence post if you're getting targeted. Also, if I see a Pentashield base, I'm coming at that thing for days, bro. You better get on there and repair that shit, because it might be 350,000 health, but I'm going to use my 6 minutes 12 times in a row, and you better be ready, bud, because I'm going to get that base. Don't think I won't. Coming for that ass. Nice casual end-of-day sand trips, huh? Stupid rat! Lucky. Popping 2 of them up back to back. This is the spice field you guys were all holding hands in, isn't it? That's because realistically, we're like 1,000 meters away from the safe zone, dude. The safe zone. Oh shit, I have a drink in the freezer. Hold up. I don't even have to worry about it because we that close to the safe zone, just as long as I don't land on the sand. But yeah, that's probably why, dude, is because you're literally 1,000 meters away from the safe zone. I'm wondering if inside of the Haga Basin, can we build a 10 by 10 pentashield and then disable the shield on our base and then damage our own base? And do I even want to go through all that? Because I'm assuming if people are making videos about it, that they've in some way, shape, or form tested it out. Not only that, it's just the PvE in this game, I'm gonna keep saying it, dude, until it's better, is non-existent. The PvE in this game is not, and was not ever supposed to be what you were looking forward to in the end game. It's just non-existent, bro. It's the same in the end game as it is everywhere else. They're just bullet sponges, and it's not, they're not even like a fun form of bullet sponge. You can have an enemy become a bullet sponge and still have a bit of some fun with it. These are not even fun forms of bullet sponge. It's just annoying. So can't damage buildings in the Haga Basin? Nah, you cannot. Everywhere in the Haga... Oh, you know what? But can you damage your own building? And like I'm saying, I don't even think it's worth testing out, because I'm assuming if people are making videos about it, they've in some way, shape, or form tested it. So I'm just gonna go ahead and take it at face value and assume that they are stacking on top of each other. And if that's the case, we're going to do some dicking around inside of the Haga Basin with that whole concept and see if we can somehow work something or another in. 350,000 on a 10 by 10. 350. That's 1,166 shots that it would take to break the wall. And if we divide that by 20, that's 58 shots apiece. That's easily doable. If you have 20 people. Oh, hold on. Let's divide that by more of a realistic number. 5. 233 shots at 80 per minute. 8, 6, 24. It's 3 minutes. You'd have 3 more minutes. So a team of 5 could potentially break that base as well. Oh, shit! let's get a little cheeky. We got nothing on us. I don't know why I panicked. Oh, there he is! What the hell? He keeps disappearing and reappearing. Don't you come after me? He's got a booster on. Can you have boosters and rockets? What was that, dude? Was it just like render distance spawning him in and out? That was insane. I was gonna try and land down and snipe at him. Oh shit, this compactor's about to go down. Damn, bro. You could do a 1x2 pentashield in the PvP area and see if it stacks. If it stacks to 7,000. Yeah, but how would I can't tell the health. So if I do a 1x2 in the PvP area and then shoot it, or take the shield down and then shoot it? Is that what you're saying? Try and damage it out here? On the assault, you can have both. That was an assault. If it was an assault, bro, we were in no danger at all. Thing is slow as hell. Unless, of course, they're hacking, bro. I saw a clip of some hacker in assault ornithopter hauling ass, dude. I was like, oh, damn, bro. Damn. I think the assault ornithopter should be faster, but not that much faster. Oh, that's a good thought. That's a really good thought. I've got all 3 sub-fiefs frickin' taken up. So, like, that would be I mean, realistically, at the end of the night tonight, we're probably going to be moving our stuff out of the deep desert because I don't want it to be here just in case I end up missing the Coriolis. We shouldn't miss the Coriolis, but just in case, you know what I'm saying? So maybe we'll take everything out of here, abandon the sub-fief, and that'll be like one of the last things we test. This might just be me, but I kind of like hold people to like a little bit of a standard if they're making content out of it. And I typically give them the benefit of the doubt that they're not just completely falsifying it, you know what I mean? Like, if somebody's willing to make an entire video about it, I'm typically... What the hell was that? I'm typically on the side, or I err on the side of, they're probably not just making it up. That's a bit naive of me, though. Like, don't get it twisted. That is a bit naive of me to just flat out give them the benefit of the doubt. But you know how I feel. Is that one quote from the movie? The one movie I've never seen, but I've only seen clips of? Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's how I feel. Something like that. Yes, and see, that's the thing, too. It's not just a one-off from what you guys are making it sound like. There's multiple people who are talking about it. So I'm assuming it's true. We may try to put it to the test tonight, because that's actually a good point, is building up a 1x2, and then... Because I don't even need to technically make a full cube. I just need to make a 1x2 that should technically be at 7,500 health, and would then take me, like, 25 shots to break entirely, you know what I mean? If the damage transfers 1-to-1. So that could be, like, a couple of tests that we run in that. 90. I think that's good enough. I think that's good enough. It's a damn near full thing. A little bit not of a full inventory. We could always be walking out with more, but I don't know where that Assault Ornithopter's base is. Surely it's pretty close. Your server is nothing but those cubes in the PvP area. See, that's the problem, Psych, is, I wish I was on a fucking server with some bases in the PvP area. Even if they were cubes, bro, I'll hit them. I'll hit them all day. I'll hit them all day. You better be there paying attention to your base and repairing it, butter. It's going down. But realistically, I would just like to test it and see. See, and when people kept telling me that the pentashields were unrateable, I fully believed it was because you can't shoot the pentashield. I was like, no, you guys are so crazy. You shoot the corner. You shoot the corner of the shield. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. This is the piece you shoot. But if that just stacks and stacks and stacks, a 10 by 10 is huge, though, bro. You know, it's such an attention draw. What's wild is, like we were saying, the materials to make a base like that is practically non-existent. So for that base to be so high in the defense and cost so little to make, it's definitely a bug. That's totally true, Psych, too, because chances are it's a little solo out there who dumps his stuff off anyways. He's just got an unrateable base. You're gonna spend all that time and walk in and get nothing. Yeah, that'd be a mad disappointment. More disappointing than that Harkonnen base that we raided and it had nothing but the chests that I could break down. Why is my power down? What in the hell? I can afford to lose one more, I think, barely. So we'll have to hit up some fuel cells. Let's keep hitting this thing up, though. I mean, like, shit, bro. We're getting full inventories. We're getting full inventories just picking at the side of this thing. There's no reason to not. Is that a medium spice field right there? No, I'm seeing things, bro. These shadows make me hallucinate, bro, I swear. They tint them purple at specific times just to make you think. The Assault Ornithopter took off in this direction. Maybe we do a bit of a base swipe. Chances are he's, like, based somewhere right there in the safe zone, but it's possible, okay? I've still got high hopes that next week some bases end up getting put up into the deep desert. I've got high hopes that it ends up pulling through next week and some bases get plopped down. Are these pockets on the outside genuinely less filled with spice than the pockets on the inside, or do they just look like that? I'm still getting 78 spice per pile, so it's no more or no less than when I'm in the dead center. How far does it go? Does it go all the way up to this edge, too? Like, can I... Nope. No, no! Fuck, dude. I only got 38 spice right there. So it does go all the way up, but you do get less over here. 61 spice. Yeah, but so there's a specific point where it doesn't matter, because we were right there, and I was getting 68 sand per thing. No, sorry, 70-something sand per thing. Up here, I'm getting less per. So you're right. I do need to move over a little bit. But watch, we don't. I'll go dead center and show you. And then we'll move out to the side a little bit. So yeah, when you get off to this way far edge, I am getting less sand. Still getting sand though, and this whole edge is still filled up. It's crazy, bro. You're getting less, but you're still filling up. All right. Let me show you. Try and get it right in the middle there. Get a nice harvest in. 78 spice. That's like practically dead center. Now if I move to, say, right here, I'll still get 78 spice right here, bet. $78 spice. So on the far edge, you do get less spice, but there is a point in time where it's like whether you're in the middle or whether you're on the edge, you're getting the same amount of spice. This is all still just as high of quality sand. These numbers might change if you're using something like the tier 6 compactor. The numbers might be different, but for this compact compactor that we're using here, it's 78. Obviously, that's more or less depending on how much spice is around it, but a full suction is 78. Because when I put these so close together, we only got 43 out of that because it was so close to this one. That might happen less the further you are in the center, so that actually might play a part as well. But I bet I get 78 because this will be a full suction right here. Get 78 out of that one. If I pop one right here, I'll get 78 out of that one also. Arcadian, good morning. Good morning. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. 78 sand. Boom. You ready? 78 sand. Big. There's like less sand here seemingly. I bet that's still 78. Ooh, maybe a little less, huh? Maybe a little less. 78. Nope. A little less on the second one. Interesting. All those spice sands on the ground look brown. I hope you've been... That's what I said. I said that like 30 minutes ago. I said, why does this look brown, bro? Why is this place brown? It's dirty. It's dirty spice sand is, I think, what I've determined. We're going to have to put this through the refinery twice, unfortunately. It's dirty. It's dirty. See, I think that's too far off on the edge. But maybe not, though. Tap it, like, right here. We're about cooked on this thing, unfortunately. And this might be where I'm getting less than 78. It doesn't matter, though. We're still filling up. This is a big enough area to do my line, at least. $51, $40. Getting scammed over here. How are the deep desert changes? I think they were, not good. I think it was not good for so many different reasons. And it's not even because I'm a PvP enthusiast, because realistically I'm not. I love PvP, don't get me wrong, but the risk versus reward isn't there in this game's PvP, so this game's PvP is shit. And the PvE is also not great. So I feel like it's going to cause a big problem because the PvE players who thought that they were missing out on something in the deep desert are getting ready to find out that they are in fact not missing out on anything out here. You know what I mean? So I think that's going to drive the PvE players away, and it's also burning the bridge of the PvP players who I don't know why they're so excited about this game, and I think some of the big guilds who are highly dedicated to PvP have already backed off because of just how unbalanced the Ornithopter rocket combat is, and how ground combat is basically just nothing but melee. It's in a weird state right now. But I always have to like remind people after I say this that there's still like hundreds and hundreds of hours of content in the Haga Basin. And even out here in the deep desert, you do have dozens of hours of content. It's not fun content because the PvE doesn't change at all, and now it's just a giant bullet sponge. But, you know what I mean? So I feel like the PvE players are not going to enjoy what they get access to, and then the PvP players now just feel like the developers are going to abandon the PvP end game loop that they were going for, which I don't think they would have been able to properly manage anyways. So that's kind of where I sit. I anticipate the game following a very similar route to Conan Exiles and hopping off of the PvP board entirely, which is probably for their best interest because they have zero idea how to balance PvP. Assault Ornithopters are the weakest Ornithopter in the game, and it's called the Assault Ornithopter. That should be what you're using to attack people with, but it's slow, it's clunky, it's not worth it. You throw rockets on the Scout Ornithopter. Those rockets, if it ever devolves into ground combat, it's very one person on the ground and the other in the Ornithopter firing rockets down. And even if you're like in, like, say, a lab and you actually do get into some ground combat, it's so heavily melee focused that it's just not great. You know? I bet that guy's going out to the spice field. Ooh, we might have some action to get into. You think you got the tier 6 unique one does extremely high gather rate? Oh man, I bet the tier 6 compact compactor is huge, bro. I bet it's so good. I'm using the tier 4 compact compactor, I think, and it's lit. I should check. It might be tier 5. I don't think so though. It's like literally cooked though. This thing is dead. Nah, and it's just a tier 4. Do I even have the tier 5? I don't think so. I might have gotten it though. Let's check. Come on now, be there. Oh, it is, bro. We do. We have the compact compactor MK5. So let's deposit our spice. Let's go back and see if that guy went to the spice, because if he did, I want to fight him. Where's my back attack? Bro, am I blind? Is he not the one with the back attack? Is it a Mentat? I swear if it's Mentat, I'm gonna lose my shit. Oh, it was this one. I'm an idiot. Nope. Okay, whatever. We'll respec later, but that is at least something. Let's fly. Nice, I have nothing in my storage, so I can just pop this thing in the bank. To be frank, you do quite like the idea of a melee-focused combat because it does remind me of the movies, but it does suck how all of the PvP you see in this game is just Scout Thopters spamming rockets. That's a fair point, actually, and I'm just not... What kind of sucks for me is, like, the original build I was going for was heavily ranged focused, so just the fact that range is so weak in PvP kind of, like, just shunted me the wrong way. But you're entirely right. In the melee combat itself, once you start getting into two people who have the right abilities and are actually like in the combat, is actually very engaging. I will give you that. The melee combat between two people can be good, and one person being able to pull off like 2v1s with the melee combat, really good. You're right. But yeah, the ornithopters are a big problem, dude. Having the scout ornithopters being able to break you out of the sky, and then just they don't have to get out of their ornithopter, and they can just completely take you down with their rockets still, is very, very boring. And the easiest fix is to remove the rockets from the scout ornithopter. They should have never been on the scout ornithopter in the first place. If you're out here and you want to be engaging in PvP with people and shooting rockets at them from your ornithopter, you should literally have to be in the assault ornithopter. And that doesn't work in the current balance of these two ornithopters currently. That does not work with the current balance of these two ornithopters. Because the assault ornithopter is so slow. So realistically, they need to bump up the speed of the assault ornithopter slightly. I hate the render distance in this game. It helps me out being solo, but it's also so shit. I knew he was going to be down here, bro. Fucking knew it. Let's just pretend like we're farming too. Fuck. Come here, you! Give me that ass, boy! Hey, buddy. How you doing? Hey, man, relax, 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 relax. We're friends. Don't fucking shoot me, dickhead. He's bouncing up and down. We'll leave him alone. Or will we? They should be. They 100%. The name, it's in the name, bro. Come on. Oh, no, I don't want to land on you. Relax, bud, relax. I'm just playing, dude. I'm just playing, pal. Oh, he's farming, bro. He's farming, dude. This guy's farming hard. Oh, like some sort of minigun? See, that would have been good too and would have helped out. And you see, you just boost the speed just a little bit. We'll leave this guy alone. I don't feel like dicking with him. You boost the speed just a little bit of the assault ornithopter, and you, Did you guys hear that? Oh, it's just the ship. It's the flames of the ship. I didn't know you could get tier 6 schematics from this. Like, what? Fucking empty? Excuse me? That might mean that the rest of it's empty, yep. If the rest of it's empty, that means after I emptied it, a worm's probably coming. Nope, that came for him. Homeboy's being reckless over there. Where's the third chest on this thing? The middle one's empty, so I'm not going back down to that one, but there should be a third chest on that. I'm assuming this guy hit the middle one. And is it the middle one where you get the schematic? I'm just so confused. Crippling Strike in the Swordmaster is really good for PvP. Yeah, so you teleport behind them and then Crippling Strike them? They've just buffed Crippling Strike too. You can no longer jump if you get hit with the Crippling Strike. The small square, it has all the small square, the first one that I opened up. Or is there another small square? Because I'm pretty sure there's 3 spots on there that can be looted. I've only ever seen 2. I'm always so nervous around those things, though. I don't want to get eaten by the stupid worm. There's one on each side and one on the top. Gotcha. Yeah, the top one there was empty. So I'm assuming that guy hit it. You probably hit the side one as well. I'm not sure. Left one on the side. Because the worm itself comes up after the entirety of the ship has been looted, correct? So that you could kind of like troll somebody if you loot 2 out of 3 sides and then leave one. But I had to break that one open. Very confused why it was empty. Let's do a transport of some of the spice back so we can get some melange crafting. It's really close to the frame and you can open it from above. Oh, to the flame. Are the ones in the deep desert the same as the ones in the Haga Basin? Yeah, they are the same. Okay. It's like, what sucks about those, it's like if you get eaten by the worm, bro, you lose everything, dude. Like, dying to PvP, no problem. Dying to PvE, whatever. Getting eaten by the worm and losing everything on your body, dude, that is a setback, bro. That's why we pocketed all of our, all of the tier 6 gear that we've made, because we're just out here dicking around right before the reset, and, loot-wise, yeah, no, you don't get the same loot, but I'm just talking container-wise. Are the containers in the same spot so I could scout out? That way I'm not wasting time when I'm looting it, you know what I mean? Get in and out as quickly as possible. But yeah, you definitely don't get as good of loot as from the ones in the Haga Basin. I'm wondering if you even get schematics from them. You don't like hearing the thopter hum as we fly, Otter? It's not your favorite sound bug in the entire game? Letting everybody for miles around know that you're coming? They hear you glide over them? What's annoying about it is it's used to be something that I was only triggering every so often, but now I swear I'm triggering it all the time. The wreck despawn pattern is the same. If you get aggroed, the worm aggroes the ship and eats it on the coming out. The wreck despawn pattern is the same as if you get aggro. Oh, the worm aggroes the ship. Right. Yeah, but does it it aggroes the ship after the ship's been entirely looted, doesn't it? Or does it just randomly aggro the ship? Does it just be like, the ship's been here long enough, I'm gonna aggro it? Because I thought for certain I kept seeing a ship for like hours in the Haga Basin. I just passed by it and passed by it and passed by it. Finally, I looted it, and not too long after I looted it, a worm came and ate it. But that could just totally be like some confirmation bias of just like some random events coinciding, you know what I mean? Randomly, that's even worse, bro. That freaks me out even more. Oh, you never know when a worm's gonna come up and chomp this thing. Hopefully it gives you the warning, though, that it's getting ready to come. But that warning that it's coming, if it decided to target the ship, you're gonna have a hard time getting away from the ship fast enough. Honestly, you might be like, if a ship was like right there, you might be better off parking your ornithopter there. It gives you a warning. Yeah, but you know how when you're running from the worm and it gives you the warning, but it's not too long after the very first thing goes red that it's popping out of the ground? I'm wondering if it's that quick with the ship as well. Like, it goes red and then all of a sudden that thing's popping out of the ground. right on the ship. Because that'd be like an insta-death, bro. GG's, ya done. Look at this guy. Why would you build right there? Why would you build right here, too? I guess if this is like your last stop and then you also have a base out there. I guess they abandoned that as well. That's broken down. They said, why the hell did we build right here? They just expanded the deep desert. What are we doing at the edge of it? Go dump this off, get this melange cooking up, and craft that tier 5 compact compactor. We're still a few hours, couple hours out from the reset, from the daily reset. After which we may be able to head back out. I'm wondering if guilds have this on lock right after the reset, or if the sand resets immediately. You avoided a worm's lips once to save your life with an ornithopter. That is just crazy, bro. The worm deaths are ruthless, bro. It's like, that's the kind of PvP I want, though, is a bit of some full loot PvP. Or, like, some sort of variant of full loot PvP. I think the whole idea I came up with to facilitate PvE players into the deep desert PvP system, where if you want to PvP and you attack somebody in the deep desert, you become flagged and you now lose all but 3 of your weapons or 3 of your armor pieces that you decide to pick, right? You get to pick 3 items that you don't lose. But if you flag on somebody, you lose everything. So if they happen to turn it around on you, they get a big come up. But they're not flagged, or if they're not flagged, then all that they will lose is resources, the same way it is now. So it still gives PvPers that weird need to go and attack somebody who's farming resources, which I've never quite understood. But it also gives, like, the risk versus reward, because the type of PvP I like, bro, is taking people's gear, dude. I want to fight somebody in the wilderness of RuneScape and take their gear. That's what I'm there to do. My gear. Mine. If I smite you, bro, I'm taking your +1. My goodness. That doesn't reward PvP, though, so much to lose and nothing to gain if I can't take the... No, dude, if you want to go and mess with some person who's running PvE in the wild... So the way I love RuneScape's PvP, I think, is the system that these games should follow, bro. In RuneScape, if you go out into the wilderness where PvP can take place, you enter the wilderness unskulled or unflagged, let's say. When you're unflagged in the wilderness, you lose all of your items but 3. If you have the protect item prayer on, you can keep 4, but that's getting into the weeds of the details here of the specific game. We don't need to get into the weeds. So if you're unskulled, you protect 3 of your items, your most valuable items. That game has an in-game economy, so it's run off of like what the item goes on the Grand Exchange. Again, we're getting into the weeds here. So in Dune, for example, I would go out into the wilderness and I would want to keep my power gauntlets, and I would want to keep my triple shot rifle and my cope pistol, for example. Those would be the 3 items that I select to keep should I die. This is in RuneScape. So unskulled in RuneScape, I would lose the gear, I would lose this, I would lose all this, but I'd keep these 3 items. I don't think that's fair to transition the system 1-to-1 over into Dune, for example, because I don't like the whole idea of people who are not out there trying to partake in PvP losing their gear. I don't like that whole idea. With your argument, Psych, there's no reward for PvP currently, and I would agree with you, because currently what are you looking to gain? Some resources from people, right? Or a fuel cell from another PvPer, and that's the problem. Because if you as a PvPer encounter another PvPer and kill them, you get fuel cells from them, right? They don't risk anything. There is no risk. There is no risk, in the reward as it sits is very little. The system that I'm coming up with, where the PvE players, they're not going to lose any of their gear, but they'll lose their resources, still technically gives the PvPers the same incentive that they have right now. However, what it does is if the PvPer decides to flag, they now only keep 3 of the items that they selected, and they run the risk of losing the rest of their gear. So if I, as a PvEer who didn't come out to the wilderness or the deep desert in order to fight, get in a fight and happen to win that fight and turn it around on the PvPer, I walk off with a big come up. You know what I mean? There is full loot if people vote for it, and I've seen some of the clips of full loot, and it looks fun, bro, and it looks like those people are having a blast. I saw a clip where some guy is naked out there with a dagger, bro, and he ends up taking some guy down, and because it was full loot, when he looted his body, boom, all of the stuff instantly popped on his gear. I was like, that's PvP, bro. That is PvP. And that was 2 PvPers fighting against each other. Now, the PvPer going against a PvEer, I don't think it's fair to punish the PvE player. What's going to happen if you punish the PvE player is you're going to force them to come out with only 3 items, right? Only 3 items, so I don't lose any of my shit. And that's not fair to like chokehold the game like that. So I think the system where the person who's actively partaking in fighting ends up getting flagged and has the potential of losing their shit should the person, you know, flip the table on them. So you mean non-flagged players? No. I was explaining how it works in old school RuneScape, so you kind of understood where I'm coming from, because in old school RuneScape, the non-skulled players do lose some of their gear. But what ends up happening is the people who are going out to farm resources in the wilderness of RuneScape only bring 3 items. So now they don't lose anything. So they will combat whatever system is in place to make them lose items, to make it to where they don't lose items, aside from the resources. So whatever you do to the PvEers to make them, they'll just combat it by working against it. Does that make sense? Oh shit, we didn't craft the thing. So I don't think it's fair to punish the the PvEers by making it to where they lose all but 3 items. I think them losing their resources, that's already the PvP draw. That's the draw right now in the game. If you're looking forward to PvP, that's what you're going to do. You're going out there to take resources from players, and that's it. Unless you're on a full loot PvP server, which we've had the option to vote for full loot, and nobody voted for it. I was pissed. Yeah, and so Lewis just brought up an excellent point, and now you have raggers, bro. 3 items. Oh fuck, dude. Actually, Lewis brought up a point that counters my point. So I've created raggers. I've created a ragging system. Shit, bro. Well, then maybe they lose everything. Fuck them. If you go out there in PvP and you skull up, you lose everything. You know what I mean? Maybe you get to protect 1 item. Kind of like how RuneScape works. In RuneScape, if you go into the wilderness, unskulled, you protect 3 items. Skulled, You protect no items unless you have the protect item prayer. Again, we're getting into the fucking weeds on that. But I think it's an easy system that would incentivize PvE players to actually um, fight back. Because if they do fight back and lose, they lose their resources. Okay, it's what they were possibly there to lose anyways. But if they win, they get the big come up. And then what that does for the PvP player, because the PvP players are typically there for the thrill of the fight. They don't get the fight because they just are ganking people, right? Which is also what some people are there for, but also I think it's worth noting that we're talking about levels of balance that these devs cannot and will not ever pull off. So don't hold your breath. Otter Space farms naked with just his boots already, and I've seen a few people. Right, so the PvE players already are going already going out there with nothing, and he has no chance of losing anything unless he gets chomped up by the worm. Right? So if you implement it to where the PvE players lose items, gear in PvP, they will just not bring a gear out into the deep desert. They just won't do it. And it happens in RuneScape. What you need to do to facilitate healthy PvP is you need to incentivize PvE players to fight back. Because that's where PvP engagements happen. And then what will happen is PvE players fighting back against PvP players will be one form of PvP. But then now that there's that extra loot involved, another form of PvP will spawn off of that. And it's PvP versus PvP. So now you have a PKing system inside of Dune that is very similar to RuneScape, bro. It's the best example of a game actually facilitating real risk versus reward while also somewhat catering to the resource farmers. You come from Rust and you could live with full loot, but Ornithopter with rockets, that would. And Lewis makes an excellent point, and that's what I was pointing out. We're talking levels of balance that this development team cannot pull off. They don't know how. They don't know what they're doing over there when it comes to PvP balance. If they did, the Scout Ornithopter would have never had a rocket launcher. So they don't know. They will never balance it, and this will go down the Conan Exiles route and be a mainly PvE game in a year's time. Bookmark it, timestamp it. I will be correct. And that's fine, honestly, because the PvE side of this game is really, really good. It's really good PvE side of this game. Works very well. I dig it. And the loop here is great. Just the PvE needs to get worked on so it's not so redundant. They add in some like bosses, they add in some like raids, they add in some of this, some of that. I don't care if they have to expand out of the Dune lore and add in some of the like retcon and add in some of their own canon or whatever. Like, I don't give a shit, bro. The PvE's got to be more in depth, and I think that'll happen over time. And PvP will get abandoned because they have no idea what they're doing. I don't like the separate server choice, Otter. Oma Plata, Blade Kaiser. God, these names are all literally a shade of green, and it is so hard. Scouts having the options of rockets never even made lore sense for the game's. The biggest weapons on them was a heavy dart minigun. You're so right. The Scout Ornithopter, it's in the name, should be something that's used to scout with. The Assault Ornithopter, it's in the name. It should be the Ornithopter that you use to PK with. The Transport Ornithopter, should I say it? It's in the name. It should be what you fucking use to carry shit around with. Like, I don't understand how they messed it up so bad and who thought it was a good idea to make the Scout Ornithopter more powerful than the Assault Ornithopter, but they've lost their minds. And that's why I'm saying they'll never... What we're theory crafting and game planning out for like balance of PvP in this game is useless to even talk about because the devs will never even get to that point because they can't even balance the simplest of things like not putting rockets on the Scout Ornithopter. You don't want to lose gear. If you if you can't lose gear, for me that punishes PvP. You come from Rust as well, so losing gear is nothing, but I don't want to lose gear for a chance of resources. Then guess what, Psych? You're the second version of PvP that spawned off that I was talking about. And guess what PvP that you'll probably end up enjoy partaking in? Player versus player versus sorry. Two people who are PKers out there fighting each other. So now he's flagged and now you're flagged and you both risk whatever you're risking, and it's like you both have a come up chance. So you wouldn't be the person who's going out there ganking on the PvEers getting the resources, because right now, Psych, that is currently your reward for PKing. You go out in PvP, the most you're gonna get from another PvPer is some fuel cells for their ornithopter, and then you're gonna get resources from a PvEer. So like that's already your reward cycle. So the concept that I'm bringing up adds in a second layer of PvP where it's two PvPers fighting each other to get their gear. That's what sucks. Plata, oh my plata, oh my plata. That's what sucks, is because it seems so obvious, but it just they'll never get there because they can't even balance the small things. Well, they removed one of the Thopters from the beta. Also, there was a ritual of 4 of them: Scout, Assault, Transport, and Carrier. Also, Carrier would be like a big bus of an Ornithopter. You could bait someone into flag. Yes, Psych. Yes, 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 yes. Look, you just spawned a third. You spawned a third form of PvP with my one concept. We've now spawned 3 forms of PvP and given PvEers incentive to fight back. Holy shit. Holy shit. Send it to the devs. Tell them it's free. I won't even fucking charge them because I took it from old school RuneScape. Yes, Psych. That's called luring. Yes, bro. Yes, you're getting it now. You're getting it, bro. Look how wide the PvP has become. Oh, it's like getting excited. You're making me want to go jump into old school and PvP, but the PKing in the wilderness out there is just about as dead as the deep desert. So shit. They should make some of the tiles in the Landsrad be conquerable, and the owner gets some passive income to incentivize them to defend / keep it while enticing others to take it. That's not a bad idea, Hacks. Like, make it to where if you conquer tile H7 and you own this tile, as in, like, I don't know how you would technically own the tile. Maybe you have like a base there that's got the most shit in it. I don't know how you would own a tile. But then that could like facilitate like guild versus guild raiding or reasons to do that as well. It's not a bad idea. Tibia had the PK system figured out almost. I'm saying, Plata, and nobody else uses the old school PKing system. It drives me insane, dude. Yeah, so, oh, right, like a King of the Hill. So if they base up there, they basically conquer that hill, and the only way somebody else would be able to conquer it is if they came in and raided that compound. That's not a bad idea. Lineage 2, actually. Also, the fact that you can spam revive is dumb in this game. Yeah, the spam revive isn't good. Yeah, bro, and they actually did something to the spam revive. They were like, oh, we added a bit of a timer. I don't know if they've done it yet. Bro, it's 60 seconds. That ain't nothing. I think they were talking about making the first respawn 60 and the second like 2.5 and something like that, but I don't know if they did that. If they did that, we'll first need to fix the pentashield bases, because right now you can't even break them with 18 shoulder-mounted rockets shooting the same spot to break the 8x8 base wall, and that is small. Where's the clip of 18 shoulder rockets shooting at a pentashield and not breaking it? Because that math doesn't add up. An 8x8, even if the pentashields, that math doesn't line up. That math doesn't math, Blade. Let me land real quick so I can formulate my thought here. Alright, we're back on this stupid-ass pentashield debate. So, even if the pentashield per tile does go up, so this one tile would be 3,500, but if it's 2 by 1, it's now 7,000. An 8 by 8... That's 224,000 health that would be on that wall. Because it's 8 by 8. So it's 64 tiles in the square. Correct? It would be 224,000 health. The shoulder-mounted rocket launcher does 827 damage per shot and shoots 827 shots... Or, sorry, 84 shots per minute. 224,000 divided by 800, we'll just say. That's 280 shots. How many people did you say? I mean, that's only 15 shots per person, which is a lot. Like, don't get me wrong. It is a ridiculous amount, and the pentashield bug is what it is. It's definitely a bug. It's not functioning as intended. There's no way. They just need PvP events to encourage PvP if you don't like them. No, psych. PvP events aren't gonna do it, bro. Just to gather the PvP players together, it wouldn't do it, bro. They're not gonna be able to balance PvP in this game, psych. I'm sorry to tell you, they're not. It's never gonna get. They're already giving up. They've already given up on PvP. They've already expanded so far into the deep desert with the PvE zone that it's just the writing's on the wall. They're going to dump PvP in here just like they did in Conan. And it's because they have no idea how to balance it. Let's just be real. Let's just be real. You're using Assault Copter to farm because it has extra storage. You're not using your carry. Oh, there's no Carriocopter. And I'm using... oh, like your transport ornithopter? Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense at all. Nostrovia? But yeah, I get what you're saying. Ironic. You're using your scout to fight, your assault to transport, and your transport to do nothing. Psych is... Let's see. Anybody else in the chat think? Can we get like some? Let me ask. Type 1 in the chat if you think the majority of players are PvE, and type 2 if you think the majority are PvP. Because I would argue, and this is with every single game, and it's the unfortunate reality. And it's like I'm not trying to argue with you because I am a hardcore PvPer at heart. But the fact of the matter is that PvPers in every single game are the minority. They just are. One was what again? PvPers being the majority? I made the things out and I completely forgot what they were. One was PvP, wasn't it? My God, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 you say in that PvP is the max. Or did I get that backwards? Okay, it was PvE. I'm an idiot, bro. I swear I say things sometimes in like 30... Especially I've noticed when I'm live streaming, bro, sometimes we're just talking. And I don't even know, man, you know? It's like, I don't even... It's a weird thing to have happen. It happened earlier when I thought there was a delay. Somebody responded to something, and I said, I don't know. I don't know what you're responding to, bro. It's PvE. You guys are right, and I would agree, anyways. Even Dune, which was pegged as a PvP endgame game, there was never any sort of hidden agenda with Dune Awakening when it came to the fact that the endgame is a PvP-focused endgame loop. It is. It was never a hidden agenda. And yet, what happened? Yet, what happened to the player base? Majority PvE players, bro. And I would say that the majority of the PvE players that the game garnished are the type who just refuse to go anywhere where PvP could possibly take place. Like the scariest kind of PvE players. Well, is Conan Exiles still alive? Like, what's the Steam charts on Conan Exile? Don't do this, ladies and gentlemen. Do not go AFK in dead man mode. This is where you die and you lose all your stuff. Okay, Conan Exiles, for all intents and purposes, is a dead-ass game. It's got 3,000 people playing, but it's not entirely dead. They did advertise it as a PvE on Steam. I would assume that they advertised it as like a PvE/PvP, because the way the PvE was developed in this game, it's literally to me, it feels like it was a side thought. To me, the whole game feels like it's developed around hitting this end game loop of the deep desert that we're currently in. The whole game feels like it was developed to lead you to this point where you would then be partaking in guild versus guild combat. The problem is they have no clue how to balance PvP. Even solo PvP, I would argue, isn't very balanced, let alone any sort of like guild versus guild combat. And it's also nothing like we saw in the trailers with the ground combat and the air combat combined. It's nothing at all like that. So they can't balance the PvP in the game currently, and I've run this train of thought into the ground here. I was going somewhere with it. It started somewhere and ended nowhere, you know? One of those alleyways where you're like, fuck, how'd I get here? Let me see if I can read the chat too. They advertise it as PvP, can't have PvE. Can't have a PvP game when the first 100 hours are PvE. That's a really good point, Stub. I'm just gonna ignore the fact that I lost my train of thought and just continue on here. Why isn't it blown up yet? When does the grandfather worm come? I don't understand. I thought it was like after a specific amount of spice gets harvested. Oh man, see, I've had that. This is surprising to me as well, Plata, for real, because every time on this server I've come to a big one of these, there's been a big fat guild harvesting it, and if I get too close, they send 5 of their attack ornithopters after me. And by attack ornithopters, I of course mean scout ornithopter. They just recently added an online PvP dag to Dune because they were getting a massive refund demand 2 days ago. That's hilarious, bro. That's funny as shit. I would still argue that there was no hidden agenda. I think all of, like, I guess that kind of is weird because I'm more in touch than like your average person. Like I'm covering the game content-wise, so I've got my finger on the pulse more than like your average person. So if you're watching the dev interviews and you're watching the Q&As and you're watching this and that, it's obvious that the game's end game loop is PvP. And what's funny is, even if I was a mega PvE guy and super anti PvP, which I'm not, bro, I wish they had a good PvP system because I love good PvP systems with real risk versus real reward, not this shit that we're dealing with right now. I risk durability to my stuff, and I risk a vehicle fuel cell, and my reward is possibly a couple thousand spice. Okay. What are we doing? Regardless, the PvE also feels like it, like, oh, this is what I was saying. The PvE feels like it was an afterthought. It was developed as an afterthought. The whole game was developed to get you to this end game loop, and this end game loop is balanced poorly. So none of the PvE before this, what just blows my mind, is that the PvE players didn't see this sooner. In the South Haga Basin, you have the same PvE as you have in the Vermilius Gap, as you have in Janub, as you have in the Deep Desert. It's the same everywhere. It's the same everywhere. And it comes to a point where it's like, okay, between the South Haga Basin and the Vermilius Gap, they might get a couple different weapons, but it comes to a point where it's like, in the Eastern Shield Wall, there's no more weapon variety to even be like, oh, we ran into another, different weapon on this one. Different weapon on this one, right? Losing a tier 6 vehicle was... That's no joke. That's way more than 10 hours of work for a solo. Um, the reason why there are so few who want PvP is because the amount of the grind is so high. No one wants to lose PvP. No one, you're. That's a good point, OMC, but that point like carries through. That point carries through on PvE players through every game, bro. I've seen they do the craziest things to avoid risking losing stuff, dude. Like they get so scared of any form of PvP that even if it was no grind at all, they would not want to lose their stuff out there. The PvE players are so strange, bro. It's annoying that they're the majority, dude, but they are. It's just a fact, bro. So you have to cater to both audiences, and the way that you do that is you give, I'm going to say it again, you give PvE players incentive to what? Fight back. If there's no incentive to fight back, PvP is dead. The PvPers are going to get bored of chasing down people for 2,000 spice. What they want is a little bit of fight back. They want that tension. They want that buildup. They don't even risk anything right now, so there's no risk, bro. There's no risk. The only risk is you're stupid in PvP and you got eaten by the sandworm. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good. And the PvE is not good either. And I fucking have so many hours into this game, so it's like I talk so much shit about it, but at the same time I always have to preface it with there's hundreds and hundreds of hours of content in the Haga Basin. Like the Haga Basin, even with the redundant PvE, even with redundant PvE, it works, bro. It works. It works really well. And that's why I think, I don't remember who asked it earlier. It was, I don't remember who asked it earlier, but that's why I do think that long term this game pulls through and ends up staying very successful, is because it's just a little bit of some PvE variety and it's going to be good. Ignore PvP, bro. They can't balance PvP. They have no idea what they're doing. They'd have to fire the whole PvP balance team and then rehire me, basically, you know, or the old school RuneScape team. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I'm right, OMC. Yes, I'm right, and I know. And PvP players, hardcore PvP players, bend over backwards trying to convince themselves that they are in fact the majority, but they're not. They're just not. And it sucks because the PvE players who are the majority are weird, bro. They're weird. I would say that the majority of PvE players, the PvE players are the majority, but the majority of PvE players aren't so scared to walk out into PvP that they never go. Which is why, what do you need to do to facilitate some healthy PvP? Send this to the devs, please. You need to incentivize PvE players to fight back. If they have no reason to fight back, PvP is dead. How do you facilitate that? Easy, bro. Give them the incentive by forcing the PvP player who flagged up to now run the risk of losing something. Hence, the whole name of risk versus reward. If you're a PvP player and you're going out into the deep desert and you're like, oh, if I skull up and I lose my shit, I'd be bummed out because I lost that fight and I lost my shit and now I'm sad. This is the name of the game, brother. You better stop going out there in full tier uniques and maybe you'll start actually building sets out of like the tier 6 Comb Scout armor set, right? So you're not going out there in full ass uniques that you're just going to end up losing. And then, like I said, I even gave the PvP players who skull up the option to save 3 items so they could potentially run out there with 3 unique weapons and still keep those weapons should they skull up and die. The other problem with PvP is that most players don't have enough dexterity on a PC and keyboard. But the PvE players are trash at fighting back. They will lose 99% of the time. That's fine, Lewis. And you're right, they will lose 99% of the time. But it's that 1% chance that will make it to where some of them actually fight back. And we also kind of like moving a little bit further into Psych's mindset of luring people and causing them to flag so they lose their stuff. It's toxic, bro, but it's a form of PvP. Don't get it twisted, bro. Don't get lured. You only get lured once, okay? Your ass only gets lured once. But kind of snowballing off of his thing there, that is going to spawn a bit of an anti-lure, if you will, or an anti-PK. The same thing happens in old school RuneScape, bro, where it's like you kind of look like you're a noob, but it turns out that you actually have like a hidden gear swap on you that's really strong. So they flagged up on you thinking that you're just a humble spice farmer. When boom, 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 you whip out the big guns and bang, 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 you walk away with their armor, bro. I'm talking real risk versus reward, real fun PvP. Not, oh, I lost my durability. I got his spice. And this is not a Dune only problem. This happens to... Why did this thing scoot over? Did I scoot this over? This happens to this happens to all of the PvP games nowadays. And actually, like we were talking about earlier, I think it was Lewis who brought it up. There's only a couple games who have actually really nailed the whole PvP system, and it's RuneScape. For me, is the only one that I have experience with. But they're saying Tibia, and somebody brought up Lineage too. So there are a couple. And you know what? We have Ashes of Creation coming out. Hopefully, Ashes of Creation can actually. Steven seems real serious about keeping risk versus reward being real inside of Ashes, bro. And I'm so game for that, bro. I'm so game. I'm like this close to like trying to get in on that alpha. Yeah, you alt 4 in the deep desert though, Lewis, and guess what happens? You stand there for 5 minutes, so you basically just give up and die. And if you're the if you're that scared, then you gotta move on to another game. Because the game, Dune Awakening, is meant to have a bit of a PvP focus to the end game loop. So the PvEers that are that scared of engaging probably shouldn't be here. But I'm saying if you incentivize them with some actual reward for fighting back, you would actually facilitate more healthy PvP. And if you actually caused some risk to the players who want to go fight, you would even more so facilitate healthy PvP, because they would be losing their shit. So they'd be a little bit more skeptic on what fights they want to take, first off, because as soon as they flag, all their shit's on the line. But also, it would facilitate players fighting other players who are both wanting to PK. Now, they're both flagged, they're both run into each other, and now it's like, game's on. I'm going to get your shit, I'm going to get your shit. PvP, bro, second form. Then you have the luring PvP, where it's like, oh, hey, buddy, you come out here, and if you just press 1 and then left click on this box right here, it'll give you a tier 6 unique schematic. Well, the dumbass presses 1 and then stabs you and flags, right? I don't know what the lure would look like, but it would be hilarious, bro. It'd be hilarious and toxic, dude. So pretty much the same as Arcade. I have no experience with Arcade, unfortunately. But I do know that Steven's looking for more so of like a serious risk versus reward, which I'm excited about. I covered Ashes of Creation for a little bit, like 3 years ago. If no PvP, you're just playing a farm simulator. That's true, Otter, especially in Dune Awakening. Especially in Dune Awakening. Because the PvE inside of Dune Awakening is non-existent. It's not here. It's not here. This lab right here, where is it? There's a stupid lab at. This lab right here is nothing but waves of enemies. And these enemies are all enemies that you've seen before inside of the Haga Basin, except for their health is cranked up to 15 and their damage output is cranked up to 15. And by wave 5, you're dealing with the same enemies that you dealt with in wave 1, except for their health is cranked up to 20 and their damage is cranked up to 20. Why would you farm this endgame PvE, you ask? To get some schematics. Okay, boom, you get the schematics, but what are you getting these schematics for? Well, their original intention was to give you these schematics so you could build up to partake in PvP. We've talked about how unbalanced PvP is and how risk versus reward sucks ass. So as a PvE player, if you're farming this up, what are you farming these tier 6 schematics for? So you can move into another lab and farm more schematics? Yes, it is a farming simulator because there is no endgame PvE. There is none. The PvE in this game literally feels like it was developed as an afterthought. And again, I talk so much shit about this game, but we have hundreds of hours into it. I'm talking from a point of not anger, but hope that some of these major problems that we're talking about now will eventually become and get addressed so that the game actually is a bit better. That's that, because we have, and there is hundreds of hours. Like, we have hundreds of hours put into this game, and there is hundreds of hours of content for you to do inside of the Haga Basin. Their endgame PvP loop was a complete and total flop and not balanced properly and will never be balanced properly. And the endgame PvE is non-existent. So I don't know what exactly happens next. But I'm coming from a place of hope that some of these major problems end up getting addressed. You know what I mean? As a solo, it was a pain. You did that testing station, you swear you got like 10 waves. Dude, it is a pain. I was in here as a solo, and it took me about an hour because I was massively under-geared. I shouldn't have been here. And by the end of it, somebody came in and we got into a fight, and it was a load of fun. Dude, I had fun running around with this guy, but he eventually dunked on me. That's why we spent all stream yesterday finishing out the classes. I went on a bit of a rant there. Let me jump back in the messages here. Ship versus ship combat, wagon transport, escorting, so you pretty much lose resources if you lose the fight. Ship versus ship combat, wagon transport, escorting, so you pretty much lose resources if you lose the fight. Yeah. Yeah, you don't lose gear inside of Ashes, do you? It's a problem. PvP in the edge of Archon more in the deep desert? Not surprised, dude. You could probably still go out and find PvP in Edgeville and old school RuneScape shit. Actually, you probably have to go to PvP World and Grand Exchange because it's pretty dead in that game. They've basically... RuneScape is a game I grew up playing to PK. I only played that game to PK, and my entire life they neglected PvP in that game. Why, you ask? Because in that game and the majority of every single other game, the PvE players are the majority. It's just how it is. They were very secretive about what was going on with the deep desert. If you had told me a week before this game launched that there was in the deep desert 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles, 6, we'll say 5 at least, with practically 0 land in them. Look here too in the Fs. F9 you know has nothing in it. There is no F9, it's bugged. F9 nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, off in the corner you have a lab. Bro, if you'd have told me that there were multiple tiles of the deep desert connected that had nothing but sand in them, I would have said no way. No way are they that dumb. Yeah, here we are. Yeah, here we are. And let's go continue to farm. Because like I said, I thoroughly enjoy this game. I do. Like, as much crap as I can talk about it, it's more so, like I said, from the point of view where it's like, do they even realize the problem that they have made? That's why I'm like, they'll never balance PvP because they don't know what they're doing. They don't know what they're doing. They don't even know what their end game goals for balancing of the PvP are. And it's so blatant. It's gross. I don't know what D2 is. You think this sand pit is still here? When does the grandfather worm show up? Because I was convincing myself it was based off of how much you farmed off of the thing. But now I'm not even entirely sure. Maybe it's based off of noise. And if I came in here quietly enough, obviously, we can suck this whole thing down. I don't know. I don't know. The melee PvP in this game is fun. The 1 versus 1 melee combat is fun, but there's no reward to it. There's no risk to it. There's no... And the risk versus reward is what gets your blood pumping. Like, I don't have fun partaking in PvP to lose durability on my stuff, and that's it. Like, if I'm partaking in PvP, it's because I want to lose my stuff. Or I want to take somebody else's stuff. And I don't know if that's just because I grew up playing, like I said, RuneScape's PvP, which is all about that, bro. That's all RuneScape's PvP is the risk versus reward. So I don't know if it's because I grew up playing RuneScape PvP and not like WoW PvP. Because WoW PvP, what is that? Fighting somebody, going into battlegrounds, fighting somebody in a duel. What is the point of that? What's the point of that, bro? Nah, not it, bro. Not my style. I want your stuff, bro. Will I lure you for your stuff? You better believe it. You better believe... You know we've tapped in on some lures in our day of RuneScape. Diablo 2. I kind of felt like you meant Diablo 2, but I was like... I don't know how... Oh, you know... Maybe the only Diablo I've played was Diablo 4, and we did do a bit of PvP in Diablo 4. And that shit was not balanced, bro. And it was, again, just another one of the PvP systems where it's like... You lose resources... Or you gain resources. Like, I want their gear! I want to make them... I want to smite them, take their most valuable item from them, and make them cry. That's what I play PvP for. Do I want to do that to somebody who's out here harvesting spice? No. I want to go up against another PKer. I want to smite them. I want to take their most valuable item, and I want them to cry. Period, bro. Period. End of story. End of story. What's the risk there? They could smite me. They could take my most valuable item and leave me crying. Boom. That's life, bro. No, I knew you were talking about a prize pool of 50 to 60,000. Just the only experience I have even watching Diablo PvP was in Diablo 4, and it was so bad. So I don't know if it's different with such an older game. You know what I mean? Because like RuneScape 3 PvP is not like old school RuneScape PvP, so don't compare those two things. So I don't know if it's like that type of situation. How can you raid bases? You thought you can destroy other players' bases? Well, discover more. We'd be able to raid a base if we could find a base, but I don't think anybody's ever going to base out in the deep desert ever again. But essentially what happens... I'll explain it. You know, we should go do that. Let's go do that, too. We've done enough spice harvesting. We got a good chunk of spice. We got a good chunk of some spice. Let's go do that. Glad you brought that up. But yeah, discover. So in the deep desert, your base is for 90%, 95% of the time, it's going to be protected by your sub-feet shield that it generates if you have enough power going to your base. But if a storm comes through, the second the storm hits that sector, what happens is your base's shield goes down. And if your base's shield goes down, this does two things. It, A, makes your base raidable. So now I can go and use any weapon and cause damage to your walls and break into your base. But B, it also makes it to where your base takes damage from the storm. So if you build out in the PvP zone and you don't get raided, you still need to go out and repair your base. There was a couple of bases the other day that we were running into that still had loot in them, but were falling apart. And the walls that I had to break down, I just need a couple shots on. And that was because the storm knocks the base's shield and then goes over the base. It's not like the shield is knocked because the storm hits it. It's like as the storm hits the sector, it's so intense that it shuts the shield off on the base and the base takes damage. The best PvP system you've seen is in EVE Online, still going 20 plus years. Rock, paper, scissors system where a defender has a chance to escape or nullifying an attack. I don't know how Eve's combat system works, and I know very little about Eve. So I basically, for the first portion of my gaming life, this is how my gaming life went. We played, we got an Xbox when the Xbox first came out, and so okay, it started off with like PlayStation, Medal of Honor, right? Just like the regular old stuff. But then when we first jumped into computers, it was RuneScape, and then nothing else, bro, for years, dude. Years. And that's because I was out there PKing in RuneScape, bruh. I got videos on RuneScape from like 12 years ago on another channel for me PKing. I'm like 12 years old putting together movies in Windows Movie Maker. Oh man, what a time, bro. Ooh, makes me want to play some good PvP, you know, makes me want to actually have some good risk versus reward happen. Have the best gear behind a boss arena and spawns at predicted times, and the arena is PvP. Otter, I'm missing context here. I see, and can you access their chests? So after you break it, so when the storm hits, the shield goes down, and then I can shoot the wall, boom, 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 and break into the base. From there, the chests are still locked, typically. So I can't get into the chest unless I break the chest. But after you break into a base, you're going to want to break a generator, because if somebody broke into this base, let me see. If somebody broke into this base, they would only need to break one more generator, let's say, to shut off the entire base's power. Once they shut off the entire base's... So, I should have prefaced this with when the storm hits the base, you only have 6 minutes to raid it. That's it. As soon as the base shuts down, you have 6 minutes to raid it. So, if you come in here and you break the power, that means you have unlimited time to raid it. It basically shuts the base's defenses down. If you find the sub-fief and you break the sub-fief, you essentially take over the base, and then you can pull out your building tool, and you no longer need to shoot items. I could pull out my building tool and just delete all of these generators, and just delete all of the chests. And I believe if you break the sub-fief and the chests were locked, they're now just fully opened. PvP would be more incentivized if PvP contrary faction also gave reputation, but against your own faction lost in reputation. That, I think, like, splitting the factions would somewhat help people group up and help each other in PvP in the current system that they have. I think that's a band-aid solution. Yeah, no problem, no problem. Hopefully we're getting ready to go look for a base. Hopefully we can find one. But you're right, Otter. Like, you're right. Adding in areas where, you know, PvP can go and then two PKers can meet each other. Like having a hub where you'll typically find two PKers meeting each other is not a bad idea. But the problem still is that there's no incentive. Right now, currently in the game, if I'm out here, like if I'm going out here to PK, all I'm going to have on me is that I can lose is vehicle fuel cells. Big whoop. So they end up killing me and taking me down. They got my vehicle fuel cells. And that's if, obviously, they don't break my ornithopter. If we can pocket our ornithopter and then all they take is and they kill us, all they take is vehicle fuel cells. Big whoop. It's nothing, dude. So the base can only be destroyed in PvP after the storm takes away the shield. Without the storm, the shield protects the base in PvP. Yes, correct. When the storm hits the sector, the storm doesn't need to hit. If the base is right here, as soon as the storm hits this portion of the sector and it says storm is in the sector, your base's shield is going to go down, which is why I was saying the storm will then sweep across your base and the storm will cause your base damage. But yes, when the shield is down, it'll be down for 6 minutes. You have 6 minutes to get in there and raid. Now, if they get in there and break a generator, enough generators to shut down the power... Oh, we're in a PvP zone. Let's check this. Oh, you know what? I hadn't even thought of. If any... Holy shit, look. Just like this, bro. Look. The base right here. It's got a pentashield as well. We could potentially do a bit of some research. Does this extend to PvP? Holy shit, it does. Oh my god. We just found a... Oh my god. We just found a jackpot of a base, dude. Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I'm freaking out a little bit. Is this where that assault ornithopter was going to? Because he might have so much spice, dude. And he's not technically in the PvP zone. He's just in the PvP zone because of this. Oh. Alright, we're gonna do this real quick. This base is too juicy, bro. I also need to hit up the bathroom and maybe go grab something to eat real quick. Bro, this base is too juicy for me not to scope this out for a little bit. I literally cannot believe we ran into this. I'm just dumbfounded right now. No, Blade. 3,200 defense? No, wait, hold on. That's an easy base to raid. It only has 3,200 defense, 1 slot shield. Did it only have a 1 slot shield? It's 3,500 per slot. Regardless, I need to find a place to, like, camp up so we can be staring at the base, but also hidden. Where was it? I parked pretty far away. I think it's, like, right on the other side here. And now what to do? Wait for the storm? Well, we might wait for a little bit. Oh, my God, he's right next to a PvE zone as well. This guy's a fucking madman. We're going to wait for a little bit. I'm going to come at least make sure that... So what happened last time... This base is definitely not abandoned. I was going to say what happened before was we had a base that was built up that was very similar to... Holy shit, he's not even... What is this? I don't have a scope on my thing anymore. Damn it. Fuck. Dude, those are just regular walls and, like, pillars and stuff. I don't know what we're looking at here, and I don't know... It's entirely possible right when we get up to that base that it's PvE only. So we had a base... Let me explain. Let me get hidden a bit. We had a base... like, right here. Dude, this is all PvP. Like, this is PvP in itself, too. Like, he's not going to be safe at all, actually. I was going to say, because there was a base a little bit closer to the PvE zone, and it's got this weird thing where if you're up in the air, you exit the PvE zone faster than when you're down low. So it would be like I was above the base, and I'd be out of the PvE zone. But when I was, like, at the base's level, I'd be in the PvE zone. It's better to destroy the sub-thief console or the batteries. It depends on which one you find first. So this base looks like it's going to be fully opened up. My God, he has generators on the outside, too. We could maybe just shut it down from the outside. This guy's a fucking idiot, bro. I don't know what's happening. I'm freaking out a little bit here because this is just too juicy of a raid. This just cannot be real, what we've walked into. I've got to run to the bathroom, though. So let me double check the comments here, catch up, and then I'm running to the bathroom. But it's always better to destroy the sub-thief. If you break the sub-thief, you can pull out your building tool and just destroy the entirety of the base. As soon as the sub-thief is gone, you have access to everything. F6 is PvP. You're right, Blade. That's what I was saying. F6 is all PvP. This is full PvP. Not even just because of that. And as we flew past this, I was thinking maybe in the PvE zone, some idiots were stupid enough to build close enough to that where I could raid them even in the PvE zone. So we're going to have to check that as well. Oh, the levels of raiding kicked back up here. I wasn't expecting to actually run into anything here. But that's if they leave it visible. Yes, the sub-thief, correct. And that's why it's like, if you can find the sub-thief, knock it down. If not, knock generators down, which will knock the power down, which will give you ample time to then find the sub-thief. So realistically, it should go, you break into the wall, you break the sub-thief. If you can't do that, you break into the wall, you break the generator, then you break the sub-thief. I panicked last time, and we broke into the wall, broke the generator, and then started breaking chests. It should be boom, boom, boom. You should always be, like, directly trying to work your way to the sub-thief. I don't know what this guy's doing, bro. Who puts these big generators up on the outside of their base? This guy's lost his mind out in the PvP zone. Oh, I'm freaking out, dude. And you know what? We had that assault ornithopter that was back and forth from this place. We might be just getting loaded up with some spice right now, dude. This is gonna be crazy. Hopefully it's a live raid too, because he might be on, bro. Like, I've wanted a live raid so bad. So bad, dude. I was like, up until now, not even properly geared to face a live raid either. But now we are. Let's go into the skills right quick because I don't need the Bindu sprint as much as I probably could get away with slotting in the crippling strike. So we see into X. Your guild likes to shoot 3 or 4 rockets into the generator room and then splash the storage room. Man, guild rating's probably nuts, bro. Guild rating's probably nuts. All right, I'll be right back. Are people really just giving the wingtip? Blade, are you serious? Oh, God. Yeah, because you want to know why, is because they burnt the bridge that they had. They didn't build much of a bridge to begin with, to be honest, between the PvP players, but they burnt the shit out of that bridge when they almost immediately extended into the deep desert. Because why? Because they were getting refunds. Because why? Because the PvEers felt like there was some sort of end game loop that they were missing out on. Which is just not the case. They were not missing out on any end game loop out here. The end game loop is strictly to build up for PvP. That's it. And honestly, if they left the deep desert the way it was, and then with every expansion, say when they came out, because they're talking about coming out with that new planet, right? This isn't always the plan, Marcio? This isn't always the plan, Junior. Typically, what we do is we fly around while we're gathering resources, and we'll scout out several bases. And then whichever base we're closest to when the storm hits is the base we're going to. There are a couple of occasions where we've made some, God, I can't think of the word. Some concessions, I guess. We've made some changes and decided to hang around. Either based off of, like, I think the last time we hung around, it was because the base was all the way out in the I section. And I couldn't go too far from this base and make it back to it before the storm hit it. You know what I mean? So this isn't always the plan, but for a base with these giant if I can break the base, just the materials from those, the duraluminum and shit from those, is worth it. Like, dead ass. We'll take that all day, let alone what else could possibly be in there. Let's actually try and get a peek. Get a little bit closer. Now, if they're here, they're gonna hear me getting up onto this, unfortunately, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. I shouldn't be on the tip either. I'm gonna get spotted by an ornithopter. Dude, this is like for sure where that assault ornithopter was coming in. I can't stay here because if he flies in, we're cooked. Thing is, with a base like this, he could very well have taken all of the spice he just farmed and moved it. He could have very well just taken all of the spice he farmed and moved it, which moved it back to the Haga Basin, which would mean that it's in all likelihood empty on the inside, but like I said, storms. So isn't it annoying to wait for it? They typically pop in every hour, so my experience with storms has been, let me get over to this one. This seems like a better spot. Oh, it's just a worm. I was like, look, there's a storm coming right now. I didn't get a warning for it, though. No, it's just a worm. My experience with storms... Dude, there's, like, no spot for me to hang quietly. They could see me for sure. Let's go back to our other hill. I just wanted to come look on the inside of the base and see who's in there. There's a water cistern, so he might be, like, refining duraluminum. Sorry, he might be refining, the stravidium. This is, like, a perfect hole. He might be refining the stravidium, which would be huge. But like I was saying, he might be taking his stuff back, which would mean that... It's in all likelihood empty, but even just the duraluminum and supplies from those wind traps would be huge. Not even wind traps, sorry, generators. Now, why on Dune can you not attack a shielded base in a PvP zone without storms? Well, they made it that way to prevent constant raiding. It's a 4x4 on top, not too strong. Yeah, it's still 3, 4. Did it have a single door? I didn't see. That's more than 4, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's a 5x4 at least. It's a 5x4 at least, so it's got 20 tiles. If you multiply 20, it's like 60,000 health. We ain't cutting through 60,000 health when he's got regular-ass walls that we can break through, bro. That get out, you know what I mean? Guy's goofy. Also, I could probably, from here, when it breaks, snipe that. I could probably break the generator with a sniper from here and then go raid it. And how do you get into PvP? You understood that it was only with the storm. Didn't they say on the beginning base raids would be no thing? Oh, base raids are very much so a thing. They just involve being hit by the storm. There's just a bit of a method to the madness. But yeah, Marco, there are base raids. I'll show you once the storm hits this thing. I think we're gonna hang here until a storm hit. It's because, like I was saying, the storms come in intervals between 45 minutes and an hour and a half, and it seems to be RNG dependent on when in between it happens. But the fastest I've seen a storm repeat is 45 minutes, and the longest I've seen one repeat is an hour and a half. So I think it randomly picks sometime between then and then. The other thing is the storm doesn't cover the entirety of the it covers most of it, but there are some sectors and sections of the tile of the deep desert that don't get hit when a storm rolls through. You don't know? You was wondering when you got raided the first time? Yeah, so what happens is, as soon as a storm, if you're building in the PvP zone, as soon as a storm enters the sector where your base is at, your base's shield goes down. This does two things. It's going to allow the storm to damage your base, so you'll have to get on and repair your base because of the damage the storm did to it. But it also allows nefarious actors, such as myself, to break into your base. And that's an Atreides wall, actually, which is going to be 8,000 health, but still easily breakable with the pistol. Easy. Easy, bro. And it was a nice open layout base, too. Idiot. Dumb, dude. And, like, I'm so tempted to break one of these first, but it's entirely possible those are a bit of a decoy. And so this is like, this is the problem too. I don't have my SMG on me either, do I? Damn. That thing ripped through generators. I should have brought it. SMG that shot heavy darts just ripped through generators. Like I said, it's entirely possible if I break one of these, the entire base runs out of power. But it's also possible that these are overkill that he's using to overpower his base. And now his base has like a ridiculous amount of power. So I have to break how many walls before I find the sub-fief? I don't know. The base, this base is in PvE, and in PvE you only need the storm to invade. In PvP, I don't need the storm, right? And how this base is in PvP. We're in PvP right now. So all of the bases that are in the PvE section of the deep desert from D and below are entirely safe and cannot be raided. Yeah, Blade, that's definitely something that's got to get adjusted. But like I was saying earlier, it's like, when do you just call a bug a game, a mechanic? You know, when do you change your definition and say, you know what, this is a game mechanic, not a bug? The PvE flagged bases, you can only raid if they literally abandon it. I've even gone into a couple of them that are powered down, as in their power ran out. I can't do anything to them. It's still fully protected. Alright, well, we haven't seen this guy come back, which is interesting, but also disappointing. Yeah, unfortunately, this guy was not smart enough to build his whole base out of pentashields, and even then, he doesn't have his foundation sunk into the ground, so you can work your way around the pentashield exploit if they don't build it proper. They gotta build it. They gotta build it proper. And even then, I can come in. It would just take multiple storms, and it'd be more time. It'd be a waste of time, actually. We're 3 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. I'm just trying to think of when the last storm hit. We were all the way... We hadn't even started farming spice yet. What was that? Oh, it's just a worm. We didn't even start farming spice when the last storm hit. Shit, though. You know what? We went back to the Haga Basin. And we're there for a little while. So we might actually be on a timer here that's longer than I was anticipating. My argument was that it's been a while since the last storm hit. But man, it's entirely possible one hit when we were in the Haga Basin and we're still like 30 minutes off of one hitting. This thing is so juicy though. It's like, damn, do I want to fly around and risk being seen flying into the thing, or do we hang out here in full incognito mode before we roll up on it? You know what I mean? You're not wrong, Marco, but you're also not right. The pentashield health from this pentashield just gets bigger and bigger with each square of the pentashield. So a 10 by 10 square is going to have 350,000 health on it. And as a solo, 350,000 health is not realistic amount of of structure health for me to take down in one raid. And if you build it on ghost walls and ghost foundations that are sunk into the ground, then I have nothing but pentashield that I can attack. Does that make sense? But you have to, like I said, you have to build it proper to where you have ghost foundations that are... I don't know if you can do it with ghost foundations. I don't know. We're going to do some experimenting with this whole pentashield base building system because we got a couple days before the Coriolis. And if we can cheese a base out there, we're definitely gonna. for sure. Man, it's a shame raiding a fellow Atreides member, but it is what it is. Maybe he's like fake Atreides and he's planning on betraying us. Either way, I don't even really care about the Atreides. I picked them because they're green. Some guys told the timer starts tonight for the Coriolis. Yeah, it starts, let me look at the Discord again. It starts in some hours from now, like 4 at this point, I think, 5 maybe. Some guys told yesterday there's a way to now exploit this pentashield thing to very fast, but you don't know how. What do you mean? Oh, to raid it very fast? You need to have a solid wall to clip your copter through the solid wall. What? Yeah, oh, okay. So people have found a way to actually get around the fact that these pentashields have 350,000 health. And see, that might be something that makes the pentashield's health stacking on each other turn from a bug into a game feature, because there's something that you can do to counter it. The scout goes right through the pentashield if the base has a solid wall. I can't even like visualize or conceptualize what you're even saying right now. But typically when I'm watching like a bug or an exploit, I can't explain or what I'm looking at. Worm activity over here is thick. We've got an hour and a half until the server shut down. Man, this guy might have fully left his base here thinking it's okay. I don't know how you're going to leave those on top and not expect some people to come and raid that, bro. Because technically, how much is that? There's some juicy stuff that goes into that. 160 cobalt paste, bro. That's no joke. That's no joke, dude. 320 cobalt paste, we'll take that all day. Let alone the 240 duraluminum. Shoot the generators. The generators are protected by the base right now, or by the subfief. The entire thing is protected by the subfief right now. Shooting the generators would do no damage, but as soon as a storm rolls through here and drops the shield, I could potentially just break the generators from here. How many meters? 171. If the base is up against those rocks, for example, it's pure penta. You can ram your copter into the wall plus shield, and it forces you into the base. Yeah, but once you're in the base, you can kind of wait there and hang there until the storm hits and just insta-generator it. If the base is up against those rocks, for example, and it's a pure penta. Oh, it's got to be a pure penta shield. Oh, you're right. Half price building supplies, Otter. You're right. So those 2 is like 1. Such a good point. Good point. Good call. Good catch. I'd have been disappointed when we found out we only got half the materials from that. Something just happened. Del Perro coming in with the sub over on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. We never know if you're actually here on the live stream or if you're just watching one of the many videos we have out. But either way, we appreciate you. You can kill the fief from the inside. Yeah. I get what you're saying. So if this guy was exploiting with the pentashields and stacking up all of the health, but he was also on this, I could wedge myself in between that and the wall, and eventually it'll push the ornithopter into the base. And then once you're in the base, you can obviously jump out of your ornithopter, bank it, and then hide by the sub-thief or hide by some generators. Oh, I thought that was a person, bro. I was like, it is a live raid! We're alive! Nope, still very much a dead raid. Though it's one I'm incredibly excited about. I didn't think we were going to get any more raids ever again. I thought raiding was dead, let alone something so juicy. Look at this. That's juice right there. Juicy. Oh, I imagine that works as well. Um, at that point, oh shit. Oh, at that point in time, you're kind of at the will of the storm, because you're locked in their base. You're not going to be able to bug back out of the base, so you're kind of at the will of the storm at that point. From the AMA, they are supposed to be adding wildlife and other hostile critters also. Wow, that's actually a step in the right direction. Good on them. Wow, though. Should have been something that was in the game to begin with. Like I keep saying, bro, PvE in this game was literally developed as an afterthought. The entire game leads you to the deep desert PvP loop, which just in itself isn't that great, but that's what the whole game leads you up to. The PvP was developed as a complete and total afterthought. But that being said, there's a lot of that being said, there's a lot of fuck, what are we talking about? Oh, that being said, there's a lot of room for it to grow. Because it's so lackluster right now, even adding something small like animals into the game is big, right? Right? So it's got a lot of room to grow. Steam has a server limit they will allow at launch, so they have to push stuff out in smaller packs. What do you mean? They just missed it to implement good PvE into this game. The deep desert or PvP is not the problem. The PvP is so wildly unbalanced and so poorly put together that I would argue that the PvP is a massive problem. The PvP is not a fun endgame loop, and I think a lot of the big guilds who were going to look at this game as like a competitive game to play backed out very quickly after they got into the deep desert. It was not long after they got here that some of the really big Zergs were like, I'm out. And that's, for me being a solo, bro, I don't give a shit. The Zergs can leave all day. I don't care. Oh, yeah, Blade. But if you look at this is what concerns me about the first DLCs that are coming out. If we take a look at the Steam description for these DLCs, they're all tagged as cosmetic. They're all tagged as cosmetic. So the first three DLCs are all literally specifically tagged as only cosmetic. And then the last DLC kind of talks about maybe having some content with it. So I made a video talking about this. This could be a Steam tagging problem where the Steam tags aren't like accurately reflecting what the whole update's going to look like, but the Steam tags do flag it as cosmetic. So I'm convinced that the first three DLCs are going to be cosmetics in mostly, maybe with a little bit of a side quest. You know what I mean? But the content DLC is for next year or something like that. Then what's the content DLC going to be? It's going to be all PvP. That's what PvE. That's where they'll be swapping. One PvP problem is that there are too many missiles that can be loaded into a Thopter. Limit to like 12 and be heat seeking, huh? Stubaka, you say it's PvE storylines, but I don't think so. The PvE storyline is going to be nothing compared to like any of the PvE storylines that we've had so far. I think it's going to be a little bit of a side PvE storyline that's going to lead you into the ability to get the cosmetics. Like, I'm not, and granted, like, I'm literally going off of what the Steam tags described these as, which I like, as I said, they could be completely misrepresenting aspects of the DLC that's coming out. We'll have to see when the first one drops, but if the first one drops and it's literally a cosmetic DLC or battle pass, if you will, just not a battle pass in the technical sense, just quarterly cosmetics. Quarterly cosmetics that you get for completing quests. That's a fucking battle pass. That is a battle pass. Quarterly cosmetics you can get for completing quests. Battle pass. Battle passes are quarterly cosmetics you can get for completing challenges. The only difference here is, and I see a lot of people pointing it out, is the difference here is that these DLCs aren't time-gated, which a lot of these battle passes that they're coming out with aren't. No, they're not 2 large refineries, Patrick. I wish they were. I wish they were. On the inside of the base, I didn't see any refineries either. There might be some, like, tucked back there. No, those are 2 of the wind turbines. 2 of the generators. I wish they were refineries, man. There was a big water cistern in there, though, so it's entirely possible he's refining some sort of spice in there. These are the multi-directional wind turbines, yeah. It's entirely possible he's refining some sort of spice in there, but if I had to place my bet on it, the water's for refining the stravidium into stravidium fiber. Because transporting a bunch of stravidium mass back to the Haga Basin's a pain in the ass. It's way easier to just turn it into fiber. Why we creeping? Oh, look at this juicy base. What do you mean why we creeping, bro? I'm going to creep all the way up onto this thing and give it a little kiss. Just wait till the storm comes. We'll be creeping hard. Then there's a big spice field. So this is why there's a big spice field. It's not on the map at all. How's it not on the map? I was literally farming the hell out of it. There's a big spice field right here. And when we were farming that spice field earlier, there was an assault ornithopter that took off from the spice field and took off in this direction. I would have never guessed he literally had a base sitting right here. And I'm not even sure this is his base. But if it is, it could be just filled with spice. Spicy. Just remember them being 5 stories tall. The large refineries, let's take a look at these things. Because I'm wondering if you're talking about... Yeah, I just made the medium one. Yeah. The large ones are freaking probably ridiculous, huh? Where's it? Is there no large one? I swear there was... Large spice refineries right here. These things are probably ridiculous, bro. That's a biggin. That is a biggin right there. What level is our character? Good question. 156. The large ore refiner is annoyingly big, and what kind of irritates me the most about it, if you take a look, you see that the large spice refiner isn't the same model as the medium spice refiner, which isn't the same as, well, maybe the small and the medium are the same. But the large is different. Let's take a look at this. You've got the medium ore refinery. So the small and then the medium is just basically just like a bigger version of the small, and then the large is just basically like a bigger version of the medium. It just is almost just like they upsized it and added in a couple wheels in the center. It just doesn't seem like it's that different of an asset. They could have made it look different. And also it's freaking ridiculously big. You cannot break into people's bases in PvE. Period. There's like dozens and dozens and dozens of checks that the game does that prevents you from breaking into a... It's all the same asset? Yeah. It just gets bigger and bigger. Well, as you can see inside of this, if you're technically looking in the middle of it, Where is it? If you're technically looking in the middle of it, there's 2 spinny wheels here, whereas in there's 1 spinny wheel. 1 spinny wheel, 2 spinny wheels. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's the same asset. Can another player see that green? No. They would see the green if I put a sub-fief down right here. So let me show you. So you see how I can see his red because that's where his sub-fief is? He can't even see that I'm doing this. If I placed a sub-fief, though, he would see that a sub-fief got placed right here. So why wait versus raid? So this is the problem that we've run into here. And then I would have bailed had I realized that we left the Haga Basin and probably were going to have to wait longer than I thought. I probably would have just marked it and come back to it. I cannot raid this base until a storm breaks into the sector and shuts the base's shields down. The base... We got people. We have people. Did you guys hear that? Shh, shh, shh. It was an ornithopter that touched down over there. I'm curious. This guy might be... Oh, no, here he goes. He might be just farming. No, no, no. You're good. You're good. I've got... I'll explain the same thing 12 times over. I don't care. He was not thinking the same thing I was. I thought he would touch down... My god, that makes so much noise when it shuts off. Sandstorms drop shields for 6 minutes, otherwise you can't break walls. Yes, correct. That's what I was getting at before I got distracted by whoever the hell is flying around. This might be this guy. We might have a live raid. Like, I am so hopeful that this guy comes and parks right in here. A live raid would be fun, dude. If it's a live raid, I might snipe at it from back here so he has no idea what's going on until his power's already down. So if that is him, that's why I'm trying to stay hidden. I don't want him to see me. It's got to be the element of surprise. We shut his power down, and then we shut him down. You've been in the deep desert for 45 minutes and still no sandstorm? Well, good. Good, 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 good. I'm glad that you were able to rewind and get that figured out, Blade. That means we're now within 45 minutes max of another sandstorm rolling through. Problem is, it could roll through and miss this sector, but I think I would either see it or get a warning anyways. And typically, if it's in a PvP zone, it's going to hit that sector. It's not guaranteed, though. These aren't all-encompassing. I don't know what that is. Fanatic, I don't know what that is. But from my experience, the storms come every, in between 45 minutes and an hour and a half. So the base has a shield. So every base has a shield on it, correct? And even in the PvE zone, I can't raid bases if their shields drop. But since we're in the PvP zone, as soon as his shield drops, I've got 6 minutes to break into his base and either loot what I want and leave, or break the generators to bring down his shield. If I break into his base and then I break enough generators to shut the power of his base off, he'll never get a shield back, and therefore I have much longer than 6 minutes. Also, if I break into his base and then break his sub-fief, I can then pull out my building tool, go into demolish mode, and break anything. It's free game after I open his sub-fief. Also, once you break the sub-fief, you can just go into any chest. If the chests were locked, you can now just go into them. It's an interesting way for the devs to help, and it's like weird how they actually did put a little bit of thought into this to help facilitate building in the deep desert without constantly having to worry about guilds sweeping through and just raiding everything, especially with how easy raiding is. I don't need explosives to raid. I can raid with this pistol right here. Yes, and that's another thing as well. Firebox is 100% right. So if I didn't have 3 of 3 sub-fiefs and I break their sub-fief, you can do kind of like what you do inside of Rust. You take their tool chest, and then you can place your own tool chest, and then you can then go and repair the building and add the locks and add the doors, and then that's your building now. The same thing here. If I break their sub-fief and then I place a sub-fief, I can get the shields back up, I can get the everything back up, and then I can take my sweet time getting everything out of there. Because they won't be able to do anything to get their base back until a storm hits it, right? Because it's now my base. That's toxic, bro. That's toxic, dude. If the owner of the base is in Haga Basin, does he get a notice that his subfief has been destroyed? OMC, that is such a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I haven't been stupid enough to build in the PvP zone. There's really no reason to do it. That's why I feel no remorse raiding people. These guys are idiots, bro. And this guy especially, he just put out here too, because I searched all over. So he put his base out here after the update. So he knows that the safe zone is right here, one tile away from him. He's one tile away from the safe zone, which is why this base may be very empty. Could have just been where he was very quickly storing up some spice, and then he's transporting the spice back, and then yada yada, right? But even those generators right there is going to mean we're walking away with something. So, and the water cistern, oh yeah. Oh, we're taking it, baby. We finally found another base. It's gone. You can see it in comment, but you get no message in front for, but you can look. They should be add this. Did that earlier. Someone got in, took the subfief, and rebuilt the wall, got over 4,000 plastinium and 600 melange. That's a ridiculous amount. And that's so much. It's like I would abandon this subfief that I have so fast. If I found that much loot in a base, I would abandon this subfief so fast, bro. That's so much loot. I'm going to have to make multiple trips. This is my base now. Placed this base to lure you. You know what's funny, OMC, is the raid video that we put out. Somebody jumped in the Mikey jumped in the comments, and he was like, actually, that wasn't a guild or group base. That was my solo base. And at first I was like, oh, right, sure. You know what I mean? But he was responding to like every comment that was talking about it. And then he actually joined up on the stream as well. And he sure was. He's a part of our server, bro. He's on the Dugap server. It was his base. I told my wife, I was like, this guy commented and said I raided his base. And she's like, you think it's true? I said the odds of that being true are literally astronomical. It's not like I'm pulling in like hundreds of thousands of views on each video, so it's not like out of like, what was it, like 6,000 views or something on that raid video, he happened to be one of them. Oh, everybody has the, you're right. Would this tell them? Oh, this tells me what time. Actually, this doesn't tell me what time at all. What the fuck are these numbers? 06:30 at 5:08:52. Yeah, but 5:08 is not match up with my time, bro. What time does it say it is now? 8? So it's 3 hours ago. Comnet. I thought you misspelled comment. This is the Comnet. You're right. Yes, it says your base is being attacked. Yeah, because you can see here, Subfief console regained its shield. So I guess if you're paying attention to the event log, you think it's implemented for such an alert message, but it doesn't work right. That would be actually smart if they made it to where it's like as soon as your base is getting attacked, it's like bing, 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 your base is being attacked. So that way, if you're in the Haga Basin or anywhere in the PvP zone, you're like, oh, the storm hit and some asshole's at my base. That would be smart. It does show up on your screen, but it's buggy. You raided someone as someone was raiding me, and it told me. Really? That is interesting. What did it say? It said, like, somebody's attacking your base. Did it give you, like, the sector as well, or you just... That's the only base that I have in the PvP zone, so... Dude, I'm saying, bro, I want a live raid so bad, dude. I'm hoping that this guy's gonna show up at any point in time and start parking his assault ornithopter here again. That's just me speculating. I'm convinced he was the assault ornithopter who was, because that assault ornithopter picked up and literally came off this direction. I bet he didn't go. He didn't show right back up right away, though, so maybe not. Oh, so it was, the raid was already done when it, see, that's kind of what sucks. Someone has destroyed your sub thief. You better hope that you get there in time, bro. You know, you better hope you get there quick. Because the raid's done at that point in time. By the time you, yeah, to the deep desert, your base shields will already be back up, likely. Yeah, unless they took out your generator's power. If they took out your generator, which is realistically what they would do, is you knock down wall, you knock down generator. You knock down wall, if you see sub-thief, you break that. If you don't see sub-thief, you break generators. Damn. Yeah, the las guns are apparently not working properly. He beat you to it. Yeah, it says sub-thief is destroyed, and it shows the counter. The same thing that happened to me when you lose a vehicle. Damn. They need a remote self-destruction switch for owners who want to spite raiders. OMC. The whole base just blows up. That's too much, bro. That kind of stuff will get you banned on certain servers in Rust, bro. You be despawning the loot, man, while they're raiding you. Is there an assault ornithopter in there? Did you scope it out? We scoped it out. It's empty. There is no assault ornithopter, which is a bit unfortunate. That's big enough to fit an assault ornithopter, though. So it still could be his... It still... That bird keeps tricking me, bro. It still could be his base. If it is his base, unfortunately, what I'm assuming happened is he farmed up spice. He dumped the spice. And then he took the spice back to the Haga Basin. And now he's logged out. Because if he was coming back, you would assume he's back. I'm guessing the base has been emptied. But that's just a guess, dude. The other night when we were raiding, bro, like 3 out of the 4 bases, I said there's probably nothing in here. And then they were freaking stacked with all sorts of stuff that we needed. Like, the first base had, like, 4,000 spice, and I was like, bro, we'll take 4,000 spice all day. All day. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you hit a raid and it's for free, we'll take that. You don't leave resources besides water and bases and power gen? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Blade. 100%. And that's totally true. He could have very well had a... he could have very easily had a spice refiner and just taken it down. You're right. 100%. Oh, God, my back is killing me, bro. I think we saw inside of the base a cistern as well as a chemical refinery. I might be wrong about the chemical refinery. I've got high hopes that he's got stravidium up in there, you know? I could really use some stravidium. We're running low on fibers. Regardless, it's for the thrill of the raid. I wouldn't have fucking waited this long had I known. I forgot that we left the deep desert. My thought process was I haven't seen a storm since before I was farming spice. And that's been like an hour. So I figured we'd be sitting here 15 minutes max. Blade said... How long ago did he say that it's been 45 minutes? I mean, realistically, we should be coming up on one anytime now. But I could also be farming sand instead of just wasting time. 1 hour and 20 minutes since spice farming. Oh, fuck, dude, that sucks. Oh, wait, since spice farming. I haven't left the No, I did leave the desert. This is the problem. So... I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, go get something to drink, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to bounce out of here and just farm up some spice. This is so close to my base and so close to the safe zone and so close to the spice we were farming. We might as well just make that loop while we're waiting on this. Because realistically, 3,000 meters I should be able to make. And with the way this thing lays out in the middle of the deep desert, it's going to be like a 4-minute warning from either side that it comes off of. You know what I mean? So, medium chem is an easy sacrifice. Yeah, no, for sure. And you could just leave that back at your base, realistically, like, without a problem. But that's what you need in order to, like, refine the Stravidium fiber. And the last medium chem refinery we took down had, like, 360 of the fiber in there. Stacked, bro. I'll be right back. Hey, we appreciate you stopping by, Blade. Take it easy. We're 60 minutes off the reset. $60 minutes off of the reset here. Leave a nice little view of what we're gonna raid. I'll be back. Oh, we'll get something, Blade. I can guarantee that. We're gonna walk out of here with 160 cobalt paste. That is for sure. Let's go continue some spice farming, though, shall we? Oh! Why is it so far north? Why is it the second that I fucking decide to make some bunch of noise? Is it gonna hit this sector? I didn't get a warning. It's not! God, this storm was a scam, bro. It's so far up. God, that killed an hour and a half. At least we saw it. At least we saw it, so we can go back to farming. No big deal. After the server resets, too, this didn't happen last time the server reset, but the first couple of times we were playing after the server reset, it was like storm, 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 storm. Ah, yeah, especially if the storm's gonna ride on the I sector. What is that? This isn't even in the map anymore. Half of this is out of the map. Freaking brutal, man. Oh well, I'm glad we saw it, so we know one came through, so the timer's reset. So we're not gonna get another storm before the server's reset. It's total fake storm. We got scammed. Huge scam happening right now. Complete and total devastation. Somebody called the devs and tell them to send a storm over that guy's base. ASAP. Tell him we're sick of waiting. Say, this asshole sat here for 30 minutes at least. And that's where you sent the storm. God, this field is emptied, bro. This field is about all cleaned up. I'm wondering if the field is gonna reset right when the server reset happens. If I had to guess, that guy cleared up and logged off for the night. So that base is probably mostly empty. But again, dude, I've said that before and just been completely and totally wrong. So it's entirely possible that that thing is just still packed. Why is the spice? Dude, I swear I don't know. Okay, I don't know. OMC, I don't know. Who brought it up earlier too? Was it was Arcadian Games. Arcadian brought it up. I don't know, man. I brought it up before he did too. It was my first question we got here. I was like, this is some dirty ass spice, bro. This spice is not so nice. We're gonna have to refine it twice. Also, this field is empty AF, bro. This place has been cleared out. Hold on, because last time we heard a worm over there, bro. He came sliding through here. Oh, look, there he is. There he is, there he is, there he is, there he is, there he is! Nice try, dickhead! Alright, he didn't curve this time. Last time, he literally pulled a 90-degree turn at us. No way. You can read it in the loading screen tooltip. I love that. I actually love that, Marco. I complain about so many games loading screen tooltips being the dumbest things. They're like, so, for example, let me give you a dumb tooltip. I don't think this is on Dune Awakening, but just to keep it in like context of Dune, like some of the stupid stuff you would see is if you're low on health, use a health kit. There's a tooltip of the day for you on the loading screen, like the dumbest of things, bro. I hate it. And I'm always like, man, they could come up with at least, if you're not going to put a tip that's actually a tip, just give me a random fact about the game's development. Just throw something random in there, you know? So that's so good. That is such a good random little thing to put in the tooltip. I absolutely love that. That's so big. We talk a lot of shit about the game, so we ought to give it some credit where credit's due. That's nice. Did I raid that base? Pero. I wish. So the storm that came through hit the I sector. That's the only sector it hit. It's the farthest north I've ever seen a storm hit on the deep desert. So unfortunately, I think it's going to be another hour and a half before a storm hits, and we're currently 60 minutes until the server resets. So I'm hoping... Shh. I hear worm rumblings. Where the hell is that? Where's that thing at? So unfortunately, we're going to have to wait until the reset, but I've had a couple of times where we come back from the reset, and then it's just storm. So hopefully we don't have to wait too long after the reset. Yeah, this is a crazy thing to add in the game. Like, oh, it's an old field, so it turns brown. It's a crazy thing to add. It's a level of detail and development that's cool. It's kill. Do I wish they took a little bit more time to balance the PvP than can make the sand turn brown? Sure. But beggars can't be choosers, can they? I mean, we're at the point where we're getting like shit for sand from this place. Well, I guess it's time to start clearing the middle, because the sides are whack, bro. There's nothing on the sides for you. What's dumb about the PvP is somebody could come in with a scout ornithopter with rockets and just basically instantly kill me. Whereas in the PvP I try to engage with is like I'm jumping out of my ornithopter, I'm taking a snipe at the guy, we're trying to like get up into melee. Nope, just rocket ornithopter, boom boom. Is there higher armor in the soft step boots than the Idaho? Are the Idaho the highest armor? How much armor is on the Idaho? I literally just got those in that quest line. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. We got some more soft step boots. Nice. I think I have the tier 5 soft step boots, so I could at least tell you if those have more armor. I don't know how much armor is on the Idaho, though. I think I have that unique schematic learned, though, so I might be able to tell you, actually. A tip they need to display front and center large is that you can unload directly from sandbikes. You're right. That does need to be put out more large. That's one of those things, Firebox, where it's like, I kind of fall into the trap of like, I have my finger on the pulse of what's going on in the game more than your average person. Because to me, it's like, I've heard the devs talk about this in multiple Q&As. It's like, we knew about this going into the game. But you're right. Any realistic person's not paying that much attention. It's only 100, somewhere around 138, 104 is what you're saying? I see. The Tarl soft step is 118, and that's what I'm using. That's the tier 5. Idaho soft steps 104. I'm guessing the tier 6 has a little bit more armor, but since these are uniques, oh no, the tier 6 would be a unique as well. So I guess the tier 6, but it's probably only like 12 more armor realistically. But I think the soft step boots, I undercut this schematic for so long. It's such a good schematic. I thought when I was farming spice that the only thing that was really attracting the sandworm was me firing the spice harvester. I wasn't aware exactly how much of an effect me walking around to harvest the spice was having, but it was having a big effect. It realistically was. For the Tarl soft step, and no, and I would agree. If Marco, if you're talking about for the upgrade in armor from the tier 5 to the tier 6, there does come a point in time where it's like, that's such a little upgrade that it's probably not worth the plastinium and the spice melange that you need to craft the item. Like they decided to balance the PvE, or they decided to push more PvE, but this game is like built for guilds and specifically guild versus guild PvP. So the guilds have like no reason to grind out PvE gear. Does that make sense? So they're the one. I don't know. Weird situation. Oh. All right, we just moved that mic all around. Let me know if it's got that static coming through. We appreciate you stopping by, Patrick. You take it easy. Have a good rest of your day or night or whatever it is. But yeah, I would argue that any of the schematics... So I would argue duraluminum is realistically like the end game schematics that you should be going for. And then after that, you could be a little bit picky with what you're going to put on. Like I'm doing the pin cushion. I'm doing pin cushion because of the blade mitigation. So I need the pin cushion helmet, and then we'll be all set. Because I could realistically change out a station garb with one of these tier 6 things, but I really like the plus 12 blade mitigation in the 236 armor is just about where I need it, so. And you're not wrong, Marco. So Idaho, with the aluminum, even the difference between aluminum and duraluminum is only like, what, 12? Not that big of a difference. The difference might really come in with like the amount of mitigation to the sandworm noise, but even then, it's not that big of a deal. All right, I'll be right back. Take a look at this. So the Landsrad session has 15 hours and 40 minutes on it. When this 15 hours and 40 minutes ends, is that when the crafting cost reduction gets deleted? Dude, tell me number 4 is not a real guild. Tell me this is a joke, bro. We might be betraying Atreides and bouncing over... betraying Atreides and bouncing over to Harkonnen. Unbelievable. That's gotta be satire, bro, but anymore nowadays, you can't fucking tell. Gentle Penguin. Tarl's a chump compared to Duncan, Idaho. I'm guessing you're talking... I'm guessing these are two people in the lore. I learned yesterday that Duncan is a bit of a badass. But I don't know squat about the lore. I would have never guessed that Tarl was a person. Oh, gosh. Man, next time we pop off in the base, I need to pull up the Discord and take a look at the timing for the Coriolis. It starts in like, what's it, like 15 hours or something like that. And then it ends Tuesday morning. Tuesday morning. Just trying to think of what we're doing with the live stream schedule here, because it's still all scattered. We were meant to be going back to the where's the small one? It's by the flames, the small one with the blueprints, with the schematics. By the flame up front. This is like the only side I've not been able to loot, so let's try and hit this side. You guys smoking crack or something? Like, there's no fucking third one on this thing. Oh, there it is. Sort of trickery is this? This thing's fucking... This is the second time this thing's been empty. It's bugged. It's either been looted or it's bugged. But I'm leaving it. Wasting my time. Well, this is two Atreides guys are feared in their fight abilities in the whole universe. Oh, yeah, okay. Gotcha. It's part of the lore. The Tarl and the Duncan guy. So they're both Atreides. Spice turned brown because it's old, and I don't think it's made a difference in the amount that you collect. I'm still getting just plenty from here. Not bugged. Height just sucks. Press E at the right time when jumping. I'll show you. I'll go pop the... Last time we opened the top one there, it was empty. Like, the top container was just completely empty. I'll go back and try and hit it. Bro. Let me see if this is still empty. It's not. Somebody said you could loot this from the top. Or you could cut it from the top. Oh, I saw stuff. Oh, this is really good game design. No way we got the albatross wings. My god, this thing is stacked. Are these always... Is that always so full? God, is that side always so full? Get out of here, bro. Get back to the base. We just... What is that? Go, 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 go. Not bugged. Man, Vince L coming in. I would not have gone back to that thing. Dude, I was trying so hard to get these albatross wings last night. I'm so excited right now, for real. We rolled the dice 3 times on the frickin' unique chest, and we got pincushion gloves each time. I was like, dude, just give me the wings, you stupid asshole. Should be like, yeah, what was that, dude? I've never seen so much stuff, dude. Mikey was all upset that I took this stuff from him. He got it from the ships. Somebody was right. I didn't realize you could get blueprints from the ships. These are nothing, bro. This is super exciting, though. This is real big. We'll have to look and see. We'll have to look and see how good those are compared to just the regular tier 6. Because the tier 5 albatross almost meet up with the tier 6 regular. Hell yeah, dude. I already crafted 4 tier 6 though, didn't I, back at the base? Damn it all, dude. I gotta delete those. If you recycle the tier 6 wings that you craft, do you get your, That's probably part of the Deep Desert Police Department right there. He's getting ready to go take somebody out. Bad. They don't play around, man. It's always on that side. You get blueprints from the ship every time. That's crazy. Do you get the same blueprints? I'm guessing it rolls between 3. I only just now this week realized that the Deep Desert has its blueprints, like, swap around. So I've already got 2 of these researched, and I'm literally never going to use a sandcrawler, and I still have 2 of these researched. So I'm actually going to put these away because from what I understand, you can sell those on the auction house. So that is what we'll try and do. That was a ridiculous amount of stuff, though. Just make another ornithopter? Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. I made 4 tier 6 regular ornithopter wings because I was swapping out the wings and the engines on this thing before we realized I didn't even have enough spice melange to do that. And I crafted the wings first, and of course the first thing we pull is albatross wings. Probably much worth the time engine too for guys using MK6 laser on buggy. This is for the it's a sandcrawler engine though. If it was a buggy engine, I would take it. If it was a buggy engine, I would take it, that's for sure, because we got a tier 5 buggy engine that I need to put in. I'm really excited about. But you're right, Vince. You're right. You're right. We'll just bank those tier 6 that we have. Save them for another time. This was a sandcrawler engine. It will allow quicker spice harvesting operations. This is probably a big unique to pull. It's probably expensive for the guilds, but I'm not sure. Like the economy on the server I'm on is jacked, bro. I wish if it was a tier 6 buggy, that would have been 2 schematics coming out of that I was really excited about. I got pumped when we found that tier 5 buggy engine. I was like, oh, hell yeah, bro. We found it off stream, and it was like, it was that stream where I even made the tier 5 buggy. Oh my gosh, the sound effect bug, please. You can purchase on other fiefs. You can sell from your sub-fief? Surely not. What do you mean you can purchase on other fiefs? Pincushion recipe is like 8 to 12k right now on your server, multiple copies. It wasn't pincushion legs that we were selling, it was the IX core legs. And honestly, what I think was the big pull from that would have been the sandcrawler engine. But that's more of like something that guilds would want, and realistically, guilds probably already farmed all of the schematics. Oh, Siege. From what I understand, all of the 20 Sieges connect to each other. So when you're in the auction house, selling something in the auction house, you're selling to all 20 of the other Sieges. I almost just called them fiefs. There we go. There's the 30-minute shutdown timer we've been waiting on. We still got time. Very nice. I've got something just happened. I've got at least 15 hours on the 25% reduction in crafting cost. Something just happened. My guess is sub. That's a worm getting ready to come through. We got a random worm coming. Base X coming in with the sub over on YouTube. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel. I never know if you guys are actually here or you're just watching one of the many videos that we have out, but either way, we appreciate you. As a matter of fact, it's only been a couple of times that the person who gets the YouTube subscriber notification is actually here watching the stream. I would say 99 times out of 100 that it's been somebody watching another video, which is fine. It makes sense. What's funny is I had to create a whole nother scene on my OBS software for when I'm recording videos and I'm not live, so that, because there would be a couple times where I'd go to edit a video and then all of a sudden in the middle of the video it would play an alert. It would play an alert and I'm like, bruh, for real? An alert popping off in the middle of my video here. Bot is delayed because you clicked subscribed and then Bass X popped up. I would assume the bot is delayed. So one of the major things that happens on YouTube is every time I shut the stream off, the bot that connects the YouTube and the Twitch chat literally disconnects from the YouTube. So every time I start the stream back up, it reconnects, and any of the subscribers that came in from the time that I shut the stream down to the time that I started the stream back up will then just get notified, like back to back to back to back. You'll have, like, depending on how long in between each stream or like how big of a video I posted in between each stream, sometimes I can spam for like minutes. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's delayed. Unfortunately, but hey, we appreciate you too, Vince, as well. We'll give you a bit of a pseudo notification, huh? What happens if you stay there while the spice explosion happens at field respawn? Oh, spice explosion. I've never seen one of these big fields explode, but we've flown our ornithopter over the top of a couple of the small spice explosions, and I know the small ones don't do anything. I thought I saw another clip of somebody who was in a medium spice field and they got their ornithopter blown up. I'm not 100% sure on that though. And I don't even know what these look like. These fields look like when they explode. But when the server resets, does this field also reset? That's a question I don't know the answer to either. But we're going to be on today to find out, so this is probably what we're going to jump at. Get in the... Okay, he's just rolling on the side. He's just teasing us, bro. He's just chuckling over there. You love the vibe, eh? We appreciate you. I've been loving the vibe. You guys have been wild with the Dune Awakening streams. I think I used that exact word to describe it to my wife the other day. I was like, the vibes have just been really chill on... Is it me or is it getting like hotter and heavier over here? Why is he after me? I wasn't even on the ground for that long. Feels like it's getting hot and heavy over here. At mid-spice fields, etc., you can see the bubbles there when it's about to explode soon. I don't know how the ring spice... I don't know how these spice fields either. I know that in the small spice fields, you see the bubbles and then it eventually explodes. I've camped my ornithopter inside of a small spice field, and then so much going on right now. Literally so much insanity happening. Hey, Vince L coming in. It was delayed, but it was there. It's 2 spice fields that blew up over there. Now I'm freaking out a little bit. I've never been near one of these as they're bubbling. I don't know if they bubble. I don't know. But after the server resets, what we'll do is we'll fly right out here and see if this reset. Because if this just automatically reset, then maybe these don't explode. You know, maybe these just are. And then they reset daily. Because I know that these are in the same spot all week. Whereas in the medium spice fields and the small spice fields, those spawn in random spots. So this might not explode at all. It just might actually just full reset when the server does. Also, this has been a... Man, I wish I was here for more of the week to take advantage of this spice field, because this has been crazy, bro. The easiest spice of my life, dude. You think they have timers and in the same spot all week, but it would be in fact interesting. I'm curious as well. We'll come check out this large spice field when the server resets and see if I hear a worm moving. We'll see what happens when the server resets. I'm hoping some storms pop off on the server reset as well. That'd be huge. I don't know if that was a bug, but I swear for a couple live streams, it was right after the server reset. It would just be storm after storm after storm in the deep desert. Hopefully it just comes in thick with the storms afterwards and it doesn't reset the timer, because we're going to be like right on the cusp of another storm happening when the server resets, unfortunately. Brutal. The guy's base will survive another hour if that's the case. But I'm not leaving until we get it. We're not leaving the... And then by that I mean we're not leaving the deep desert until a storm hits his base. Because I swear... we left the deep desert and a storm swooped over it, so threw off all of our timers. How is his mouth not closed yet? The spice is pretty much done? I'm thinking the same thing, Arcadian. I don't understand how these guys work. Can his mouth just close at random, or will I get a warning that his mouth is going to close? Does it give a warning that his mouth is going to close, or does it just close? Surely the ground, like, starts to rumble or something, right? And I thought that's how it worked as well, Arcadian. I thought for sure that was how it worked, because last time, this is only the second time I've even bothered farming a big spice field. The last time, I swear the more spice I harvested from the field, the more random worms would just be like running around the field. Not technically attacking anyone, they were just moving at random across this field. And then I was like, I'm out of here. Well, normally the spice just disappears and then the ringworm shows up. Gotcha. The ground will start shaking? Okay. Well, that's a relief to know. Well, let's see if we can harvest enough sand from it to get the ground to start shaking here in 20 minutes. But you guys see the spice over there is brown, which apparently means it's old, courtesy of a tooltip pointed out to us via Marco. So I'm not sure exactly. Maybe the update killed the deep desert on this server, dude, because, I mean, typically it was pretty poppin', and those spice fields would get pretty farmed up by guilds. So the fact that we've been able to hit it, and I mean, it was pretty empty when we got there, to be honest. But it was brown, and not fully empty. So I don't know. We did one this morning, F5, and there was so much spice, maybe 60% left in the mouth closed. Maybe people were being too greedy and spamming the compactors. Well, that's what I was wondering too, Arcadian, is maybe, that's what we brought up earlier, is maybe it's a sound thing. And technically, if I go in there and out of there quiet enough, maybe it's like if you draw, because, you know, I'm not calling any of the sandworms because I'm filling up an inventory and then I'm flying in the air and then I'm flying down, resetting it. That's why we're not seeing any sandworms, or rarely any sandworms, come after me. maybe the whole system runs similar to that, and it's like it needs X amount of the small sandworms to actually go across to the thing before it will register a big sandworm needs to come. Damn, we're about out of storage here. Gotta be bugged that mouse done and still has no closed mouth. You think there are some bugs the patch with the ring respawns if they don't get farmed? You think there are some bugs since patch with the ring respawns if they don't get farmed? Oh, so maybe this one sat there and didn't get farmed enough, so it didn't respawn properly, so maybe it's bugged out and that's why the grandfather worm isn't coming right now? Any compactors make it to the large field on your server? It's all sand crawlers and carriers. That's what I'm saying, Brad, and that's why I thought maybe this killed the server. Maybe the update killed the deep desert on this server. Because that's been my experience with these fields as well, is very big guilds carrying sand crawlers, and if I get too close, they send like 6 scout ornithopters to rocket my ass down, put me in my place. And that's happened every time. That's why I said this is only the second time we've even bothered hitting up a big spice field, because they're usually so packed with guilds on this server. I'm starting to think that I need to go see a fucking chiropractor. Starting to think that, oh man, this server's deep desert might have been dead. Yeah, me neither, Marco. Every time I've come to one, I get jumped on. But to be fair, when I get jumped on, it's because I see the guild farming it, and then I go fly around them anyways. Kind of like, what are you doing? And then finally they send 4 scout ornithopters to, like, get rid of him. Get rid of him. We don't know what he's doing here. Your server has an allied Discord force that protects PvE farmers. Maybe that's what the deep desert, maybe that was what the deep desert PvE, or deep desert police department is. From my experience, the deep desert police department absolutely is ruthless, bro. Killed like 8 assaults and 5 scouts today, huh? Damn. Sophia, how are you doing? Over on Twitch. Good to see ya. We just had some sort of notification roll through as well. That has not been updated yet. What was it, bro? I saw it. Was it a Twitch follow? Was that from you, Sophia, over there on Twitch? I heard the notification go off, but the bot did not say anything. Give me a minute here. I'll check Twitch. See if I missed it. If it was you dropping the follow, we appreciate you stopping by. Hope you're doing well. One person can take down your harvester without losing anything, so it's dangerous to trust random people. Oh, for sure, for sure, for sure. I don't blame the guild for taking me out. No, no, no. I'd have done the same thing if I was them. I was definitely shoving my nose into the situation I didn't need to be. Why did that Twitch notification not come through on the bot rigs? Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't. Let me double check, because I'd feel bad if it was, huh? Strange. Sophia, I don't know why the bot Rix is neglected to mention you there, but I'm gonna assume that's what happened and say, oh, welcome, I hope you're doing well. Dude, farming the middle of this is such a pain. Like, I don't know. I guess we hit up the outside ring here, but you get so little from this. You don't get very much from this. This is the side that that worm randomly rolls on as well. It's a bit dangerous. $84? I'm still getting full spice from out here. Man, we are on the edge getting full spice. What was happening earlier? Earlier when we tested this, we were not getting full spice on the edge. I mean, I guess I'm not right on the edge, but still, we are very far off on the edge here. I guess I only got 50 out of that one. What is the Deep Desert Police Department? That's the guild that you don't want to see coming if you see the Harkonnen bugs on your ass. Chances are it's the Deep Desert Police Department, and chances are you're going to lose your ornithopter. Because those guys are dickheads. It's nobody. It's a guild on this server. It's a guild on this server that does not play around, bro. They are very serious. A very serious and organized guild who take no hostages, bro. Proportional to how you space your shots. Yes, that's true, but earlier, so check it out. We'll do some more testing. So that's going to be a full sand spice harvest because you see it didn't hit like an edge. So this is a full harvest. This is going to be 84, right? Yeah, crazy. If I go all the way up here where there's still sand, check it out. Boom. We did this over there, and it did not come back as 84, though that's still a full harvest. 55. So it does get less and less the further out you go. This will work as well. I bet this will be less than 55. I mean, that's a little less obvious that it's a full harvest. 43. So it does, like, get less and less the further that you go out. But there is like a specific line where that happens, and I think we're right at the edge of it here. But from here to the middle is the exact same. I get 84 here, and if I shot one directly in the middle, I would get 84 there. I actually, and like you said, I could get less from the middle if I, say, shot like right here, and it's not a full sand harvest. Also, it looks like it's taking out of that one, but I'm not sure if it is. That was 82, not 84. It's been so empty tonight. I've literally only seen a couple people flying in the air. Which has me slightly concerned with what happened to the population of the deep desert on this server. I'm going to call a worm if I don't reset it. First off, we have a ring spice field that never cleared. I don't know if this is a bug. I mean, it got fully harvested, so that's fair. It's not like it didn't get harvested. There was a lot more than this before we started picking at it, though, so... Damn, we're only getting like 20 apiece out here. See, we might be too far on the edge. I'm not getting shit out here. Place a thumper to test if it draws the big one. I don't have a thumper, unfortunately. I don't have, like, the capacity to craft one either. Also, I'm not leaving the deep desert just in case I miss a storm. We got to be here in case the storm hits because there's a juicy base that we're going to raid over there. the juiciest of bases. But if it is noise that draws the grandfather worm, that could be a problem, because this would lead me to believe that it's possible that this entire sand pit got harvested by nothing but the compactor, meaning no guilds actually bothered bringing a sand crawler out here, which would mean that the guilds have disappeared. I'm not certain, though. We've got, I think the next full week of the deep desert will be a good indicator of what exactly it did to the population of the deep desert, anyways. Because I'm seeing some people report that they're actually seeing more people out in the PvP zone of the deep desert ever since the change. Like, the change has brought some of the PvE players to dip their toes in, and now they're actually going back and forth and doing trips out. That makes sense? I'm kind of experiencing the opposite, though, where it seems to have, like, completely died down the amount of people. Juicy base is, like, right over there. Perfect timing on this inventory, though. We got about 7 minutes. Your friends in the EU clan kind of imploded, and 3 big bases near me decayed this week. 1 base powered down has decaying assault ornithopters and a carrier. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And honestly, the PvE guilds will be right behind them, because when they realize that this end game loop was strictly developed for PvP, and that the PvE inside of this game is about as lackluster as you could possibly get, and there's no real reason to grind out the end game gear just to continue with the PvE that is non-existent, very redundant. I shouldn't say non-existent, but incredibly redundant. It's kind of put this game into a weird state. Is it going to recover from that? Yes, obviously, but they're just going to end up full transitioning to PvE. Watch. PvP is going to be a niche thing that's like relegated to ships, but still is something that you never run into, or rarely run into. Damn, we are like almost literally out of storage here. Your guild, well, on your guild, from 30 dudes to like 2, which you see online on the first 1 to 2 patch days, they were for a short time there, but yeah. What to do together, right? There's only spice farming as the group action, you're right. You're 100% correct. And the PvP has no reward, so really you only have anything to lose going out there and trying to farm spice. So if you go out there as a guild and you try to farm spice with your sandcrawler, you have everything to lose and nothing to gain from fighting back against the PvPers, so... yeah. A lot wrong with this game, but also just ridiculous amounts of potential. I'm excited to see what they end up doing in the future. But if like somebody were to come up to me today and ask, should I jump into Dune Awakening, and they were a PvE player, I would say no. You should not jump into Dune Awakening. You should probably go play Once Human or something else. Speaking of which, Once Human is coming out on July 2nd with a new scenario. We're going to be diving in and experiencing it in full. So that game's PvE is head and shoulders above Dune Awakening, and they're very similar in the genre with the multiplayer survival aspect to it. But yeah, we're real excited to jump into Once Human here in a couple days. They changed the tile distribution in the PvP Deep Desert with richer content then. Oh, if they changed the tile distribution in the PvP. Well, and see, that's the problem too, OMC, and that's why I'm saying next week, after this Coriolis storm, will be a better representation of, I think, what the Deep Desert is going to look like going forward. Because they midweek threw out this patch. And you know what? I didn't realize who pointed it out that they were getting a bunch of refunds. They were getting a bunch of refunds because the game was flagged as PvE, and then the end game was PvP. So they were getting a shitload of refund requests. And so they flagged it as a PvP game and extended the PvE into the deep desert as a bit of like a panic move, because it was a midweek panic move that they did this, and it was just very slapped in there, which is honestly a little bit concerning for the future of development of this game if they're just so willing to backtrack and then slap in band-aid fixes in order to prevent, money loss. We're in trouble here. The problem, OMC, you say richer content. There is no richer content for them to put in this game. What richer content do you want? Do you want them to slap another lab out here? Another lab that's just waves of bullet sponge enemies? How about we then slap out like a shipwreck over here? Like, by richer content, they genuinely need to be coming out with new content. They've got to revamp the PvE in this game and create some sort of like bossing system, even to happen in the labs, dude. And they can do it without breaking lore. It's not that hard. They just didn't try, which is why I'm saying that the PvE portion of this game was a afterthought that was only slapped together to push you to the deep desert PvP endgame loop, which wasn't balanced properly and honestly wasn't going to work long term anyways. It was a weird move to just instant do what this one streamer told them to do. Did they listen to one streamer and do that? What the fuck? We need to start sending them my clips, because if they're listening to streamers, bro, and that was the idea they came up with, I fixed the deep desert. I fixed the deep desert, bro. Easy, dude. Easy. 2 changes, dude. You fucking add the flagging system so the PvPers actually risk something when they decide to flag up, and then you add in a little bit more landmass to facilitate some ground combat. The flagging system would be the biggest and best change that would basically immediately fix PvP. It would force the PvPers to not come out in the absolute best gear, because they would run the risk of losing anything that they flag up on. It would give the PvEers the incentive to fight back. I fixed this in 1 sentence, bro. That's why I'm saying these devs don't care. They don't try. For me, it sounded like a 1-to-1 what this old streamer guy told them back. Oh, okay, gotcha. It just sounded like it. Gotcha. Real dungeons, not this stupid lab thing. Well, that's what I'm saying too, Marco, is that they don't have real dungeons. They don't have a real PvE in this game. It's not. It's just the recycled enemies over and over again. It's not a real PvE system in the game. And I always feel so bad reaming on it, bro, because there's hundreds of hours of content in the Haga Basin which involves dealing with the shitty PvE. And that's a good hundreds of hours. Like, it's not like you're not enjoying your time. So imagine if it was like actually diverse and you had actual bosses and actual big bad enemies and stuff like that. Yeah, there's honestly, OMC, even if the developers took my idea and tried to put it in the game, I guarantee they would do it wrong. And that's just based off of what they've done with the game already. You know what I mean? But I'm a little bit cynical, like I said. And when I'm complaining about the game, I'm well aware that it comes off cynical. And if I take a look at my Steam thing here, I've got rolling into 200 or more hours of this game. So keep that in mind as I'm sitting here talking about it cynically. There is still a very solid foundation here that can be built upon. So exciting things to come, hopefully. Some enemies besides people might help. That's what I'm saying, Shy Bear. Yeah, 100%. And they threw in the ghouls that you fight inside of that Swordmaster quest line. How easy would it have been to just have them populate a couple of the labs with those? And at least then there would have been a little bit of variety. But I'm even talking like, here's an idea. You have the flamethrower guys and you have the minigun guys. Those are your bosses inside of these labs. How about when you get to the end of one, it's a it's the same guy. It's just the flamethrower guy, but he's got a different asset. He's a big dude, maybe looks like he got royal armor on or something. So he's a big looking, you know what I'm saying? Mean looking. No, it's just the same asset guy over and over and over. Oh, is he a sandfly? Is he a argan? No, dude, they just get out, bro. They didn't try at all. I'm telling you. I'm realistic, not cynical. That's true, but sometimes, sometimes those roads cross together. Sometimes those make a crossroads. You know what I mean? There's a million things that they could do to balance the game, and a million things they should have done to balance the game. But I've got no faith that they'll pull off any sort of PvP balance, so I wouldn't hold my breath. Especially when we're missing very simple things such as a deposit all button. So the developers, when they test the game in their in-house testing, what they do is they give themselves the materials that they need. So they're all flying around in tier 6 scout ornithopters and tier 6 assault ornithopters, all just having a good old time, right? They didn't have to work for any of it. They didn't have to deposit water into a cistern, not one single time, because if they did, they would have realized that having to spam click the button to deposit all of your water is bad game design, and they should add in a deposit all button. So because of small things like that really falling short, I've got very little faith. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Ravaging. Once human does have recycled enemies, you're right. But while the servers are down, maybe I can try and pull something up. My days, that's so ridiculous. What was I doing on here last, bro? Lost the plot. Um, my God, whatever I was recording last, I really needed to zoom in on, didn't I? Let's take a look at this. Because you're right, they do have recycled enemies, but we're looking at... Oh, my ads, bro. Get out of here. There's 3 enemies that are behind this ad, okay? Just trust me on that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 15. These are all mini bosses, if you will. When you go into an area, there could be one of these hanging around, like the Rainfall Reaper, which will drop rain on your head, or the Claw Machine, which you have to, or the Glutton, which you have to shoot at the leg, and then you have to shoot at the arm, and then each of these different things, some of them have different mechanics to them, making them little mini bosses. And then we're getting into the actual deviants here, which are the enemies. You got the agents, you got the custom. So yes, do they recycle? Yes, eventually, correct. If you look at the list of PvE for Dune Awakening, it's for humans recycled in different clothing with 4 different weapons that they can be running between. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yes, but at that point, we're comparing apples and oranges. Oh, way solid foundation. Oh, and I never played Conan, but yes, I would say that it's a stronger start than Conan. You're not wrong, Ravaging. And I keep trying to I keep trying to preface that. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey, I sound like I'm pissed off and I hate the game, but I don't. The game's really good. It's got a solid foundation, and it actually has hundreds of hours of content in the Haga Basin. but there are some major problems with it. And Ravaging, they're gonna have to break out of that mindset. And that's not an excuse that I'm willing to accept. Only so far you can go in the Dune universe. They didn't go anywhere near as far as they could go. I forget who it was. Was it Legacy Gaming? I'm probably butchering it, but he brought up that they could have used the spice hallucinations that you run into as some sort of like PvE content. And oh, you only run into those at random, right? But they could have made a dungeon where when you go into the dungeon, the air is so heavy laden with spice that you start to hallucinate. And when you hallucinate, now you get these PvE enemies that you run with. A, we're in the Dune universe still, and B, we're creating more PvE, okay? This is why I'm saying the developers spent no time developing PvE for this game. It was a side thought. It was a side thought meant to push you into the endgame PvP loop, which also wasn't balanced very well. They have the ghouls. I don't know how well these ghouls fit into the Dune universe or the Dune lore, but you have those ghouls that you fight inside of the Swordmaster questline. Literally, there's no reason that you can't have a whole lab or 2 or 3 with those ghouls in it, so they can at least say, hey, it's not just humans that you fight, there's also the ghouls. There's some big mistakes that were made. Huge. Not taking those excuses. And I keep prefacing my complaints with the fact that the game is still really good and has a really good foundation. So it kind of sounds like you're taking what I'm saying and taking it as like I'm bashing on the game when I'm not. Realistically, I'm talking about the game in a hopeful way, and I'm pointing out the major problems with the game that are blatantly obvious and thankfully easily fixable. Honestly, I don't give a shit about the Dune lore. I've told you guys several times, I know nothing about it. So if they started adding in random stuff to make the PvE more fun, wouldn't bother me in the slightest. Oh, let's get cold. I know some people, however, get really held up on that, and which is why I was bringing up there's dozens of ways they could have stayed inside of the Dune lore and implemented some more PvE. But that wasn't their end game goal. It was the PvE was an afterthought. Ravaging, I probably could have predicted that with how you're like glazing the game. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I don't mean that in a mean way, because you're glazing the game for good reasons, because it is a very solid foundation for the game. I keep saying that the Haga Basin is solid, bro. Super solid. Even with the lack of PvE, I had a blast playing the Haga Basin. And I'm still having a blast playing the game, even with the lack of PvE. So now I'm saying, imagine how much further the game could go once the PvE's tightened up. Are they ever going to be able to tighten up the PvP balance? Absolutely not. No. These guys are complete and total. I believe the PvE team is completely and totally incompetent when it comes to balance, and I think that's just blatantly obvious with the fact that Scout Ornithopters came into the game with rocket launchers, bro. That's dumb. No, I got you, and that's why I said glazing was the only word that I could think of, not technically what you were doing. I got you, and I didn't mean it offensively, bro. Don't take it like that. I'm just saying that I could have guessed that you were a Dune fan because of the amount of like leeway that you're willing to give them. Whereas in, like, I don't care about Dune. I care about the gameplay, bro. So, like, when I see problems, I'm going to point them out. And this happens with every game. It does come off as a bit cynical. I think the Deep Desert will become straight PvE eventually and create a new PvP zone. I think so, too. I think the whole game will come straight. It'll transition to PvE because I don't think they know what they're doing when it comes to balancing PvP. If they remove rockets from the Scout Ornithopter, we can talk. Maybe they'll be able to pull PvP out of the gutter. And also, like, I don't remember who I was talking to about it earlier. The melee combat PvP in this game is actually... Oh, this thing's bubbling, bro. Oh, shit, dude. Like, I want to risk the Ornithopter, but at the same time, bro, I'm not risking the Ornithopter, sorry. We've got a raid over here that we need to take care of, so I need this Ornithopter. It do start to bubble, though. So we'll be able to see this thing. I don't know how far away I need to be before so I don't get hit. But we will see this thing pop off. The ground PvP is fun. You're right, Raging. The ground PvP is good. You're 100% correct. It's annoying that it's all melee-based, but the only reason I'm annoyed by that is because when I had originally theory-crafted a build, I was going to make it a ranged-based build, but melee is meta, and ranged has, like... ranged almost, like, has no use case in this game with the way the shields work. But, yeah, ground PvP is really good. That's why if you're talking about them adding more land into the deep desert, that's a must, bro. There's 6 tiles right here connected to each other that are all just sand. I should not be able to look around this many tiles and see just sand, bro. I shouldn't be able to go from G8 all the way down to G4 before I find sand. Or before I find land. That's crazy. Some no ornithopter zones I think would be really nice. And I'm not saying I want a sand bike to be able to drive from one side of the deep desert to another, but there should be chunks of land in every single tile. Even if that land doesn't have tier 6 resources on it, even if it's literally just land, it should be in every tile. Alright. Well, I swore I just heard another ornithopter flying by me. Okay, so it is confirmed that after the servers reset, these things will, they will blow up. This thing looks like it caught a mad rash right now, dude. Gross. What's going to end up happening, I'm assuming, is all of this is going to condense in the middle right before it explodes. Because that's what happens to the medium ones. Also, I'm guessing we should get a storm rolling through soon. Hopefully it hits this sector. Well, if you mix it up, you'll win against only melee or not? You think so? You have to use a weapon that's going to penetrate their shields, otherwise... If they're using melee and they have their shield on, your bullets don't do nothing to them. You better break their power. You better shoot them enough to break their power. Like, I guess there's that. But... I don't care if they're copy and pasted, Marco, for real. To be honest. But the problem is there's 6 tiles between G8... No, sorry, 4 tiles between G8 and G4. 4 tiles of sand connected to each other. 4 tiles of sand. These deep desert maps are supposed to be handcrafted, they said. Oh, somebody said the labs were handcrafted and then the AI procedurally generated the rest of it. It's doing a piss poor job, and they need to get in here and start slapping some land out here. Because I don't even care if it's copy and paste, Marco. I don't care. Copy that. Slap it there, slap it there, slap it there, slap it there, slap. I don't give a shit, bro. It's just like so much sand. It's ridiculous, dude. Oh, here we go. Starting to condense. This thing's about to blow. She gonna pop. No, it's not doing a good job at all. The procedural generation isn't it. Oh, and you're saying the AI be... Damn. She thick, bro. She thick! Yes, every criticism I have of this game, Raging is basically made with the hope that it will get better, right? But when I see a piece of shit on the ground, I'm gonna point it out. You know what I mean? I'm not saying Dune's a piece of shit. I'm saying when I see shit in the game that is a piece of shit, I'm gonna point it out. Because Dune is an excellent game. This is an excellent game. Would I recommend it to anybody, like, in the current state? Probably. If they were, like, really looking to get into their very first multiplayer survival game, I would honestly probably push them towards Once Human. And that I hate that game, too, because that game said they were going to drop... First off, the scenario system in Once Human basically is like a progression reset in a way, which is a bit irritating. And then I didn't even mind that at first because they had said, they were like, oh, it's a progression reset, but we're going to be coming out with new scenarios, so you guys always have something new to do. And then it was like 6 months with no new scenarios, a year with no new scenarios, and now all they're dropping is a bunch of like cosmetic loot crates, bro. So they're like, we got no new scenarios for you, but spend $200 for some cosmetics, will ya? And I'm like, how about you kiss my ass, you stupid game? I'll come back when there's a new scenario. Speaking of which, July 2nd, they're actually finally coming out with some new scenarios. The PvP raid zone actually has me a little bit intrigued as well. And I never liked the PvP in Once Human, bro. It was bad. The hackers just took that game over, bro. It also was just not... Once Human, in my opinion, is a PvE game at heart. So it's not very well balanced for PvP. They come out with some very stupid skins, Raging, you're right. Stupid skins at stupid prices. And it's a stupid NetEase game, so the anti-cheat is non-existent. So many stupid things. But I put so many hours into that game and had such a good time. Same thing with Dune Awakening, bro. So many stupid things. So many. Untold amount of stupidity. But it's a good game. I can get down with it. Solid foundation. Once Human had a solid foundation, and I think they just completely dropped the ball. I don't think they're going to be able to pull that one back. I'm still excited for the new scenario, though, like, honestly. I'm excited to jump in. Well, they need the AI to create more rock landmass. I couldn't agree more. I'm enjoying the game as well. Don't get me wrong. Even the stuff that I'm complaining about, technically, I'm not having a problem with. There was another game that I did this in. People get... when they hear criticism... When they hear somebody criticizing a game, they get so defensive. I'm not saying you, Raging. This is just on average. When somebody criticizes something that you like, it's just obviously going to put you on edge. God, I'm trying to think of what it was, dude. I think it was Once Human. It was Once Human, actually. And the people got so mad at me, dude. I said... Dude, I'm getting on my channel. Hold on. Let me look on my channel. No, not Marathon. Where is it? There it is. Dude, we just glid right all the way back. Huge. These companies have lost passion. Yes, I was telling my wife this, Ravaging. I said it's all portions of the industry, and it's a massive problem. That's my point. The devs never actually played this game. They didn't. They didn't, dude, and you can't convince me otherwise. Because if a dev actually played the game without spawning in resources for them, they would have had to farm water, okay? And when they farmed water, they would have went into this cistern here and had to deposit the water one click at a time. And when they did that, they would have had the light bulb click and they would have said, I'm going to add in a deposit all button, quick and easy, nice little function coding here, nice little UI thing, boom, bing, bang, let's get that slapped out. It never happened because the developers never played the game. Why did the developers never play the game? Because they have no passion for it. They're literally just knocking out a 9-to-5 job. And like I said, this translates to all portions of the industry. These companies pay third-party studios to test their games. The testers are just doing a 9-to-5 job. They're just doing a 9-to-5 job. But this is why the real testing for a game and the real bugs in a game never get found until it's in the player's hands. People who are actually playing the game. Now, the testers have a little bit more leeway than the developers, in my opinion. It's not up to a tester to figure out that you need a deposit all button on the water. Though that should have never made it through any form of testing without being pointed out. But it's not up to the testers to figure that out. The testers have a much shittier job of like doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, trying to figure out what's causing the bug so they can fucking report it. That's irritating. I can easily see how that and why that would turn into a 9-to-5. These developers didn't play the game at all because they have no passion, because they're just doing a 9-to-5. And it's sad. And that's why games are shitty nowadays, or getting progressively worse. Wasn't this the problem at Cyberpunk release? They hired a super cheap testers for the first time, not doing it in-house. And then why aren't they testing in-house? Why aren't developers actually playing their game? Developers play their game in a way where they're spawning in items for themselves, which isn't actually playing the game. So when you actually play the game, you figure out like balance and shit. Like, let's take Schedule 1 for example. Do you guys think that the Schedule 1 developer, singular developer, tested and played his game? I bet he did. I bet he played the shit out of it. I bet that's how he figured out how to balance each system and make each system work in such a way that addicted so many people to playing the game, right? Let's be real. Let's be real. He played his game and he knew the ins and outs of the games, and he probably found some like crazy bugs knowing the ins and outs of the games by actually playing the game. It's that simple, bro. There's no passion in the industry anymore. Not in the big AAA portion of the industry, at least. Do I blame them? No. No. If you were a dev, I would okay the shit out of my game because it would play. You would play. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And typically you would expect that to be the case. You would expect when the very first Halo came out. Like, I bet those oh, fuck, I didn't store my stuff, dude. What a waste. What a waste of a trip, bro. Schedule 1 is already a meme, especially if you compare it to Mind's Eye, which is a high-budget failure of GTA-like. What do you mean Schedule 1 is already a meme? Especially if you compare it to Mind's Eye, which is a high-budget. The point I'm trying to make is the systems in Schedule 1, I never played the game, seem to me, from the outside looking in, to have been set up in a way that works, meaning that you're not running into a weird problem where upgrading your weed into super weed or whatever version of that worked out. I'm not sure exactly how it worked out, how there was like different names or whatever strains. I'm not sure. Um, and how that all kind of like flowed into an ebb and state of you're making money with that. You know what I mean? It just, it worked. The numbers worked. The game flowed proper. Was there any weird stuff in Schedule 1? I have no idea. I didn't play. Was there any like weird problems, like weird shit where it's like the deposit all button should have been here? How'd you miss this, you dumbass? I don't know. I doubt it, but it's possible. It is entirely possible. Nah, you're good. You're good. Even Tyler had blind spots like making beds for employees instead of lockers he fixed later. Oh, see, right. Ink brings up a point. See, that's what I was pointing out too. Is like I don't know for sure how, but like how many of those examples are there? Because this deposit all button is literally just one of the dozens of examples. Oh, I have no storage out here, dude. Shoot. Oh man, dude, we're reverting back to the old storage ways. Oh, it sucks. These hold like nothing. Why are these making noise? Like somebody went through it. Point being, if the developers had passion for the game, they would have discovered stuff like the deposit all feature while playing the game, but they don't have passion, so they're not playing the game because why? They don't care about the game. It's their 9 to 5 job. Which is fine, but you got to have some sort of team that has some sort of passion, you know what I mean? You heard that there's a client-side storage of player info, so the deposit button might get mixed up in that. Client-side storage of player info. That's not the point, OMC. The point is that that should have been caught so early in development. It should have been developed into the. It should have been baked in. You know what I mean? So if they're having, if the reason they can't get it out and it's taking so, I'm not complaining because it's taking so long to get out. Because if they're like having problems, it doesn't verify properly, whatever checks needs to be done or whatever, the function doesn't work properly because of this, that, or the other. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is if a developer played this game, they should have been able to bake this shit into the system because they would have known nobody wants. If I have 8 of these, I literally have to smash this button, like I swear, 160 times. It's ridiculous. It used to not. I used to not be that irritated by it, but once you're starting to put in hundreds of thousands of water, and dude, it's so irritating. Snag some iron, make some better chests. I should, but that would require putting down a refinery, and then it's like 6 steps later, and here we are. You know, it's like, man, whatever. I can hold 1,600 per. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. Well, there are companies which specialize for testing things that can make sense, but not fire some cheap ass dudes. Yeah, the problem, like hiring testers, like I was saying, those guys are not gaming. When you're a tester, you're not gaming, dude. Here's what a tester's job is, bro. And this has got to be so shitty. This would kill gaming for me. Being a tester would make me not want to game anymore. Here's what a tester is doing. because let's say there's a bug going on where you deposit and you're not getting the same out extraction wise. He's like, why is that going on? And then he swaps over to this one. He's like, maybe it's just the medium water cistern. So he puts a small water cistern down. Oh, it's happening here too. Okay, shit. All right, let's try the large. Is it happening on those too? Okay. Okay, let me dig into the code a little bit and see. And all this is he's got this like sidebar of like action code that's being drawn on while he's trying to. That's gotta be such a terrible job, dude. It's gotta be such a terrible job. It's like, oh man, dude, if you get up next to a rock, we've got this bug, we need you to figure out why it happens. If you get up too close to a rock and you swing your melee weapon, your sword gets stuck in the rock. And so they're just like sitting here fucking swinging at a rock all day trying to figure out why it's getting stuck in a rock. You know, I might be oversimplifying it a bit, dude, but I think the point rings true that those guys are not gaming, dude. They are testing. And so the fact that they treat it like a 9-to-5 job makes sense. But a developer developing a game, I feel like should be at least passionate about the game, even though we've come to a point in time in the industry where it's like these people are working for studios. So it's like they entered the studio passionate about developing Halo, and now they're developing Marathon. You know what I mean? Oh, bass, bass, whatever it's called. I called bass for I want to say until I was like 14 years old. It's spelt bass. I was a fisher, not a baserman. Okay. Anyways, I'm so glad you pointed that out. I'm so glad you pointed that out because there's another one. I told you guys the deposit all button wasn't the only thing that was just so clearly missed by the development team because they don't give a shit, bro. Literally, your graphics setting defaulted to the wrong upscaler from Intel while you have an AMD, almost destroyed your GPU because they never bothered to add a bit of code. Brilliant, bro. Brilliant, dude. That's more on like the technical side of things, but it still goes to show you the level of care that they're putting into it, which is not much. Even board games in the 70s and 80s had lousy game design and certainly poor play testers. Don't you dare start making fun of that one Hi-Ho Cheerio, okay? Excellent game. I don't know when it came out. Clearly got play tested to hammer out all of the bugs of Hi-Ho Cheerio. All right, OMC, let's get that straight. For the World of Warcraft Classic, there was guys running 8 hours a day through doors for testing if the character's model fit. I'm saying, Marco, I'm saying. So turning that and having that transition into, all right, gotta go put my 9-to-5 in playing this stupid game, that makes sense. And so I feel like a lot of times nowadays, especially in games that require you to grind to get resources, a lot of devs lays out and they just spawn themselves in the resources, and that leads to so many balancing problems, dude. Like no deposit all button, and like it just leads to so many balancing problems. It's crazy. Whereas if they would have just actually did the grind, they would have realized, oh, this is a problem. I think AMD works fine if you're gaming. So I used to run an AMD GPU. We're actually still on AMD CPU. I need to upgrade, but AMD, perfectly fine if all you're doing is gaming with it. If you're going to record your game and turn it into a video, AMD is going to screw you over so hardcore, it's disgusting. So yeah, if you're gonna like try and make content in any way, shape, or form, or record your content, AMD is gonna struggle, and that's because their encoder on their GPU, they don't have like a GPU baked in encoder like Nvidia does. But if you're just gaming, I never had a problem with my AMD GPU just gaming. It ran smooth as can be. I hit record and it started. The record, everything looked fine. It would just come out patchy and blocky. Yeah, that bug is more on, like, the technical side, though, which is just more so a testament to, like, the level of skill that they're hiring and working with, you know what I'm saying? More than it is, like, a show of how much care or testing that they put into it. Finally farming up some nice purple fresh sand. We don't have to pick up that brown nasty sand anymore. I'm a big NVIDIA fan as well, and that's mainly because we, like I said, obviously be making content. I didn't realize it was AMD for the longest time, dude. It just sucked. So I actually quit live streaming for a while because I had the AMD GPU, and I just could not get the quality up to par. And what would happen is the stream would get these artifacts, it would get these blocks on it, and it just sucked so bad because you never noticed the blocks on my end. You would only notice it on the video's end. So if I hit record and I'm looking at my OBS like preview, it looks crystal clear. But then when I go to actually play the video back and edit it, it's like blocky. And I just remember playing Apex Legends and I'd be like, oh, dude, we got a killer clip that I'm going to go grab and turn into a short. And then I go to grab the clip, bro, and it's just so low quality. I'm like, oh, dude. It was brutal. AMD has encoders, and there's even a branch of OBS that you can use them. Not the AMD GPU I had. So AMD might have recently come out with encoders, but I can still promise you they're nowhere near up to scratch. You go on any Reddit forum talking about AMD GPUs and recording video, and you're gonna get people laughing at you. You're going to say, I've got quality problems with my recording and I'm using AMD. And the response will be, you're using AMD. That's not a quality problem. That is just how it will be. That is the quality you're going to get. Oh, God. Yeah, see, I didn't even upgrade my GPU. I side graded my GPU to NVIDIA. And it knocked out those blocks. We can't pump out like the highest. We can't pump out no 4K resolution on this thing, obviously, but my goodness, if I go back to a live stream to grab some clips, I can grab the clips and I can work with them. They are feasible. Or you can place another sub-fief down and you basically take over the whole base. Kurt Anthony has got to be like hours behind in the live stream right now, heading into the chat. Kurt, yes, absolutely. If you end up catching up to this, yes, I see your chat. I read your chat. I got you. Yes, 100%. I have 3 of 3 sub-fiefs right now, unfortunately, so I would have to abandon one. But let's say I break into this base and it just has like 10,000 plastinium ingots, right? Oh, bro, I will abandon this base so fast because I'm going to need to take that base over, repair that base so I can then use it as like a back and forth, taking out the ingots. Because it would take me so many trips to grab the ingots, bring them back, grab them, bring them back, grab them, bring them back, that I might as well just take the base over. Get in, break the sub-feast, and take the whole base? 100%. I'm still not 100% certain that you're live on the stream, but you're 100% correct. I think it's a live chat replay too, so if he's not live on the stream, I think he's watching the chat that was from back then. So he's gonna really feel like he's live on the stream until he figures it out, bro. I'm so sorry, Kurt. Kurt! Oh my goodness gracious, we whiffed that one. Alright, we're in. We made it in. OMC, he's not gonna catch that unless he stays for long enough to catch that. That'd be so funny if your message an hour from now when he reads it is like what makes him realize, because he won't. I believe this is how the live chat replay works. I don't think he'll see that message until he's at this point in the live stream. And if he makes it to that point, he'll already hear me responding to him and and, and talking about him. So good. We could both be wrong, and Kurt could just be like chilling. He's just chilling. He's in the live. He's just like, hey, thought we were base rating, bro. It's also entirely possible that, like I said, I'll say a lot of things and then I'll start a train of thought and then move on and then forget that I even started a train of thought. So it's entirely possible. Chat is up to date. So he's reading these chats. Oh, okay, gotcha. I know the live chat replay must literally be in the replay of the live stream then. Sometimes you can delay the... Oh, wait. When leading a large team towards a big goal, launching a product on time often means you'll spot some issues you can fix and others you can't. Sometimes you can delay the launch. Stress problem size you have to trigger triage and focus to biggest issues. I would argue that the biggest cause of that, though, Inc., you're not wrong in what you're saying, but the biggest cause of that is the people in the large team don't give a shit about the game that they're developing. It's the lack of care. That should have been nabbed as it was being developed, right? The deposit all button should have been nabbed as it was being developed. But the person who developed that into the game got tasked with depositing or with crafting the function system for the depositing the water into your cisterns, and he just didn't even care enough to think that, oh, somebody might have 10 liter johns that they need to deposit into this cistern, so I'll add in a deposit all function. But you're not wrong in saying that there's always going to be a little something here, a little something there. There's a lot of something all over the place messed up and missing that are very small details that from hindsight and from the outside looking in, you know, hindsight's always 20/20, and it's always easy to look from the outside in, seem like they are fairly simple things that should have taken place. For example, Homeboy almost getting his AMD GPU fried because they didn't add in a proper piece of code. You know what I mean? I'm not here to I'm not here to take that excuse. I'm not falling on the side of developers care anymore. I'm not. They're running a 9 to 5. They maybe cared when they joined the development studio and they were developing the game that they cared about. But the teams are too big, and then you're right. It's the upper management. The upper management puts the wrong people in the wrong places, causing a lack of passion from the developers and the... Did I not do a reset? Also, how are we full already? Did I forget to dump my ornithopter again? That's twice in like an hour that we've forgotten to dump this ornithopter. Oh, look, dude, I don't care about the developers' feelings, and if it hurts their feelings to hear somebody say that they don't care about the game that they developed when things are... I'm just not here to play those games, dude. Things are missing. The game's missing pretty core functions. That, to me, is a huge, huge problem, and that's mainly caused by a lack of care. It's not exclusive to Funcom. No, it's not. No. Why do you think I'm saying it's exclusive to Funcom? Dude, it's every big team's group of developers is probably made up of 70% of them that treat that entire job as a 9 to 5 rather than a passion project. And when you have developers treating their projects as a 9 to 5 and not as a passion project, you end up with shit slipping through the cracks. Those are facts, bro. It's just all facts. It's not exclusive to Funcom. And that still leaves 30% of the developers that do care about the game, so it is a little bit unfair to lump them all together, but I'm not here to be fair. And honestly, I think I am being fair with the fact that I do preface all of my complaints with the fact that they're not so much complaints as they are hopes for things to get better in the future, right? Like, I am complaining about all of this with the hope that the game is built up on solid enough of a foundation that these are simple enough things to change. Nothing that I've been complaining about fundamentally breaks the way this game works, aside from perhaps the deep desert, right? This is a bit of a situation they need to handle, but nothing that I'm talking about breaks the game on a fundamental level, and it's all fairly easy to fix. So I say it and complain about it with the hopes that it can and should easily get better. I'm not holding my breath on PvP, though. I don't think that they could have... I don't think they've got... Whatever team that's balancing the PvP, bro, literally could give two shits, bro. They don't... I don't know what they're doing, bro. They did the weirdest things. The craziest of decisions, dude. I think the team should be canned that balanced the PvP, to be honest. The whole endgame loop is supposed to be PvP focused, so whatever team they had balancing this endgame loop, which is not balanced at all, gone. Especially because the game's going to shift to PvE, so... We don't really need you anymore, do we? Bummer, bro. Bummer, dude. Maybe go find a company with a project that you're passionate about, would be my advice. How do I get the thermo cooler thingies? Easy, easy. Thermoelectric coolers you could buy on the auction house, but I've heard that they're going for crazy amounts on every server. They're being sold for over 1,000 each on my server. But you get those inside of the deep desert PvE zone. No, Marco, see, that's one of those things where it's like, that was a choice. That was a development choice that they made, so I'm not holding that against them. Right? It is a bit weird, but that was a development choice that they made to help combat Zergs and Zerging. I've got no problem with a team making a development choice and having that choice not pan out. Like, I'm not holding the deep desert not panning out against them, aside from the fact that PvP is not balanced, which is absurd. Absurd, bro. Your game's endgame loop is supposed to be PvP focused, and PvP so quickly devolved into scout ornithopters with rocket launchers. They should be ashamed of themselves, dude. They should be ashamed that they let that fly into the game, dude. Just sad levels of mistakes being made in certain areas. God, it makes me so cynical. I agree, but I'm just saying I'm not holding creative choices against them. I'm holding like development problems against them, like real things that this is a problem that happened because they neglected to address it. And like who was that? Like Ink was saying, that's not necessarily fair to do either, because these guys can't be expected to find and curb every single little piece and bit and bob. There it is. There's the hole I was looking for. Little bit and bob that's wrong with the game, right? You can't expect the developers to find everything. But when very like obvious things are just not proper, bro, it just... How many lines do you need to connect before you have a connecting line? I don't know how that saying goes. Conan had the same issues, ups and downs, and just bought Ever over time, players will always find a way to break things. It's not about breaking things. Breaking things is fine, and having players break things is fine. Is general. I am generalizing it. You're not wrong. I am generalizing it. I do the same thing with boomers, bro. I generalize all boomers into one category. And actually I throw Gen X into that category as well, but that's not the point. I do generalize, and that is slightly unfair. Um, that being said, though, if, like I said, 70% of the developers don't give a shit about the game and it's clearly not a passion project for them, and 30% of them do care about the game, what is the general? The general is the 70%. So I'm generalizing the general. You know what I'm saying? No, you're good. Conan got better over time, yeah. Oh, bot ever over time. No, I got you. Got better over time. Yeah, Conan had the same issues, and what's funny is this is why I think the PvP team. So let's look at this. I'm glad you brought up Conan. The PvP team. Let's I never played Conan, so correct me if I'm wrong. From what I've heard, Conan Exiles started out as a PvP focused game and quickly shifted the narrative over to PvE. What are we having happen in Dune Awakening? It's only been full launch for a few weeks now, and they're almost immediately shifting big shifts over to PvE. So I can practically promise you that PvP will be an afterthought within a year. This leads me to the point I'm trying to make. If the team that developed PvP for Conan Exiles is the same team that developed PvP for Dune Awakening, what needs to happen to that team? What needs to happen to that team? Gone. Gone, bro. Even if it was upper management that caused the problems, bro, the team caused the problems as well. So they've got to get the axe, dude. Sorry. Sorry, bro. And like these big development studios have got to start axing people who don't produce, who don't perform. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, and I'm just speaking, I have no insider access. I have no industry knowledge, just speaking from the outside looking in. I'm guessing there's a lot of people phoning it in inside of these big development studios. There's a lot of people phoning it in, and it's obvious with what sort of problems get pumped out in these games. And it is unfortunate that because of the people phoning it in, the people who actually do care and turn these things into passion projects kind of have their work critiqued unfairly because it wasn't given the proper treatment that it deserved. You know what I mean? So, but like I keep saying though, every complaint that I keep bringing up about Dune Awakening is literally just something that I think could be better on top of the hundreds of hours of content that you already have. Like the game is jam-packed with content, even with the lack of PvE, even with the bugs, bugs, honestly, in these multiplayer survival games kind of gives them some charm. But even with the bugs, even with the lack of PvE, even with the no end game loop to like look forward to, the content inside of the Haga Basin is really good. So imagine if it had some real PvP, and imagine if the developers were 70% looking at it passion project and 30% of it phoning it in. Imagine how much different of a game we'd be looking at. Is kind of the point that I'm trying to get at with the complaints that I'm making. So take it for what you will. We're gonna hang out here for a minute. I have a feeling a storm's gonna slide through any time now. We'll have to see. But we're gonna hang here for a minute. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. You don't remember it launching as a PvP, rather a survival game more so? Yeah, but survival games all at that point in time were Rust kind of PvP, weren't they? You think it was the same? Dune started as PvP and the PvP guys cried? Yeah. Yes. Correct. I don't know what the PvE was like in Conan, if the PvE was any better than in Dune, but Dune, the PvE is so redundant, dude. And that's the problem, too. When we start talking about these things, I'm not going to just sit here and be like, it's okay. No, it's not okay. The PvE in this game is fucking redundant, and it's a problem. It's a big, big problem that needs to be addressed. The PvP was a afterthought of development in this game to get people into the endgame PvP loop, which seems to be like an afterthought of development with how poorly it's balanced. Sure. I mean, look, Ink, you seem to be like a glass half full type of guy. You know what I mean? And I like to hang in the glass half full type area as well, but I'm a realist, bro. And I like whoever brought that up earlier is I'm not being cynical, I'm being realistic. And I think that's true. I used to when I was working at Walmart, um I used to have somebody I worked with, they were like, "Would you they were like, "You complain about everything." And I said, "No, I don't." I said, "No, I don't." I said, "I complain about the things that are not working properly." And then I listed off like three different things that I was complaining about. And I was like, "Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me when I'm lying, bro." I was like, "I'm not complaining. I'm telling you how it is." Okay. So it's kind of where I sit. And it does come off pretty cynical. But I agree. It can only get better from here. It can only get better from here. There's so redundant PvE, and the PvP is in a weird state. It can only get better from here, thankfully. And it's in a good spot. With all the problems and complaints I have, it's in a good spot. And for $60 it is, and when it goes on sale, $30 or 40, whatever, you get a shitload of content. Hundreds of hours of content. Good, nice, solid survival grind. It's good. It's good. Imagine what it could have been. Imagine what it could have been had we had a 70-30 split of people who care versus people who don't. But it's not that anymore, and it's not that in any studio. I would say the 70 is me being generous as well. It's probably more so like 85% of the developers are phoning it in, and 15% of them treat it as a passion project. Marco, they did this crazy patch because apparently there was a mass group of people asking for refunds because the game was tagged. This took me off guard here. So they retagged the game in Steam as PvP, where apparently before it was tagged as PvE, and because it was tagged as PvE and the end game was PvP, so many people were asking for refunds. So what they ended up doing was they hit the panic button, they rebranded it on Steam with the PvP tag on it, and then they extended the deep desert. I think that's why this all happened so rapidly. It definitely did push people to visit the deep desert, Inc. I'd agree with you. Not in a healthy way. I already fixed the deep desert. I fixed the PvP. I fixed everything. The developers just didn't listen. I fixed it. I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick though, and if you're curious, I will explain again how we can get the deep desert to work and bring the PvE players in and keep the PvP players happy and because I'm a genius, and I stole an idea from another game, and that's how you're supposed to do game development. So I'll be right back. In my opinion, Marco, you kind of are griefing because there is no reason to partake in PvP in this game. The reward is so little. It's dumb. and you're risking nothing, which is even stupider, bro. There's nothing more boring than jumping into PvP and fighting somebody and having a risk of losing. If I got into PvP right now, you want to know what I would lose? This one item. This one singular item would be what they get. They get one half-emptied large fuel cell. That's all. That is all. They might get my bandages. That's all. GG's them. This is their reward, and this is my risk. So the PvE in this game right now literally only facilitates griefing to receive any sort of reward. Damper. Yeah. I don't disagree with you. The Deep Desert has been... It has had this weird effect where the PvEers... And what's funny about that is there's literally only one lab in the Deep Desert PvE zone. So the PvEers got the Deep Desert extended. And there's only one lab out here this week that they can complete. So, but it worked. You're right. It's had this weird effect happen where they've decided to come out here, and since they're out here, they're a little less scared to venture a little further out to get the stuff. You're not wrong. It has caused that. The PvP is still a problem in the fact it's no risk, no reward, aside from the fact that your only reward is if you go and you grief somebody who's farming. Hey, if they're flying with an inventory and you pirate them, hey. But I agree. Yeah, but I agree with them still. That's griefing, bro. That's not the type of PvP I like. When I play RuneScape, bro, I don't go out and I don't attack the people who are fishing darkfish, dude. Stupid. I go out there and I look for somebody else who's got some gear that I want so I can take their gear. And that's how you fix the PvP in this game. That's how you fix the PvE in the Deep Desert of this game as well. Such an easy system, bro. You just add in a very simple flagging system, we'll call it, because that's the more universal term. I'm a RuneScape player, so I would call it a sculling system. You come out into the Deep Desert, you're unskulled. When you're unskulled, you keep all of your gear, but you lose all of your resources. If I attack somebody, I become skulled. Once I'm skulled, I lose all of my gear, but 3 items that I can choose. So here's what I would have to do in order to mitigate my losses. I wouldn't come out here in full unique armor. I instead would come out here in a full comb scout armor set. And then I would have 3 unique weapons that I protected should I die, right? So this would add incentive to the PvE player to fight back, because if they fought back, they could technically be walking out with a full suit of tier 6 armor and potentially any weapons or whatever that I didn't have protected, right? I could still go and grief the PvEer who's farming resources if I wanted to, but realistically, this would facilitate and help make healthier the player versus player combat where both players are willing participants, right? Because if I'm skulled and this guy's skulled, now both of our gear's on the line and we've got reward to fight for. Boom, fixed. Boom, fixed. You give the way you fix it is you give PvEers incentive to fight back. It's that simple. It's that simple. I've created a way that gives them incentive, but there's probably many things that you could do to give them incentive, but that's what you need to do. You need to give the PvE players incentive to fight back. And that's it. It's like literally that simple, bro. It's honestly that simple. I have no incentive to PvP, and I have no incentive to fight back against somebody who wants to PvP. Therefore, why would you PvP? You know what I mean? They will make good tweaks, bad tweaks, but the informed by analytics that they see on the back end, that's sure. And then I'll tell you what'll happen. It's going to swap over to a PvE game, because we talked about this earlier. PvE players are always the majority, period. Period, end of story, unless you're playing a game that's like strictly all PvP all the time, like Rust, for example. Even Rust has its offshoots of the roleplay community on the community servers and shit, but it's nowhere near as big as whatever. They need more ground PvP, Robert, you're right. Hopefully they do start to add in some more land to the deep desert to facilitate more ground PvP, because right now it's kind of hard to get into ground PvP. That's the one form of PvP that's fun in this game, is the ground combat. The player versus player ground combat. That is fun. But you want to know, there's no reward to it. There's no risk to it, and there's no reward to it. You lose durability. That's your risk. It's like the PvPers want their fucking hands held, bro. It's like they want to be PvPers, but they're scared to lose their shit. No, dude, no. You chicken shit bastards. PvP is meant to be to lose your shit, bro. The fuck? What are we doing? These chicken shits grow up playing World of Warcraft, where it's a little friendly slap on the butt duels and shit. No. I want your gear, brother. I'm gonna smite your ass. Take your +1. That's the reward I want to PK. I don't want to go fight somebody farming sand. Stupid. I don't want to fight back against somebody breaking my ornithopter to get their fuel cell. That's stupid. Yeah, PvP in Albion where you drop your gear too. They don't want to ever touch it. They're scared. Yeah, you know what's funny is the PvPers don't want to touch that shit either, because they're just as scared as the PvEers. They act all high and mighty, like, oh, we ain't scared. Yeah, right, dude. Y'all are just as chicken shit as the PvEers. The second the PvPers start to lose their gear, they are not happy. Fucking crybabies. Some guy tried smashing me with his Thopter today while you were farming titanium. You told him to get out and 1v1 me. He proceeded to try and smash me for 20 minutes. Did they fix the duping in the game? I have no idea, QQ. I don't even know how they were duping, to be honest. I didn't know that was happening. They're never going to go off full PvP. Or PvE, you're right. Because they want to bully, not PvP. I agree. I agree with you, Ink. Because they're, yeah, they're griefers. And that's why I'm saying Marco's right. When those people complain that you're griefing, I mean, you kind of are, in a sense. But it's not your fault, because the game's PvP is literally meant to be griefed PvP. That's what the game's PvP is. It's griefed PvP. Why? Because the only reward that you could possibly get is some poor soul's resources. I think a sculling system would make it to where the PvE players would have at least a little bit of incentive to fight back, because if there's a possibility that they could turn the fight around, they could walk out of there with some gear, and they still wouldn't be at risk of losing their gear. They're just at risk of losing their resources. So right now, if I'm sitting here and some asshole comes and attacks me, I can put my shit in my ornithopter and try and run and survive, or I can turn around and try and fight him, because if I kill him, I get his stuff. But if he kills me, he gets my spice, which in all reality he's probably going to get anyways. In the PvE in this game is unfortunately as redundant as it could possibly be. Thankfully that's fixable though, you know? You can easily fix the redundancy by adding in some variety. Yeah, the game is designed like that, and that's the problem. I'm saying the game is designed for PvP pussies, is how I would call them. Chicken shit PvP players. They're the type of PvP players who only like to fight against unwilling participants, and who only like to fight when there's no actual risk of losing their gear. I bet you the PvP players would be complaining if it was full loot all the time. You'd even have there's no hardcore PvP players, bro. Like, that's what I'm a little bit worried about Ashes with, but I think they cut out the full loot portion of theirs, and they're just making it resources as well. which is lame, bro. Lame. Can we get a game with some real PvP like RuneScape or Tibia or Lineage? Though I'm not sure how Tibia and Lineage are, but in our talks today, that's what everybody else. It should be a choice, but it should be a choice that could be forced upon you. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody wants to come out here and grief people, they should fully be able to come out here and grief people. They should just be at risk of losing their shit because of it, because they've skulled up. But right now, they can come out and grief people because that's the only form of PvP that they'll actually get rewarded for doing. And if the PvEer fights back, he's going to get a vehicle fuel cell. No, that's why I'm saying it shouldn't be a choice. You should be able to be forced into PvP. I'm not arguing for that. Also, I don't care about the whole Dune lore behind how their game functions or any of that. We've established that, bro. They could put in giraffes and gorillas into the game. I don't give a shit. It'd be variety at least. I don't agree with you, OMC. I don't agree at all. I think I don't agree, especially with the point control based. Actually, the faction limited PvP might actually work. If it were like literally Atreides versus Harkonnen out here, that might actually work. I do not agree with the full PvP at the being. I don't agree with the only PvP being that you can find is at the places with the control points. I think that I think sanctioning PvP to just like that small of an area inside of what is meant to be like a PvP zone is just not good. It's not going to facilitate. It's not going to even facilitate PvP. Like it'll just be like the shipwrecks are inside of the Haga Basin PvP list. So I don't think that would work. Fighting over the POIs. The faction-based PvP would be a way to get the PvE players a little off edge, a little less scared. What's crazy is these PvE players are at risk of losing nothing. They lose nothing but the resources that they gather while they're out there. So I don't understand the whole scare. And then the PvPers, I don't understand the whole shtick in wanting to go out there and PvP in the first place. When in reality, it's going to take you longer to find that PvP fight than it would to take you to farm the resources that you're going to get from that. Which is why I'm saying the full loot PvP has to be enabled, at least optionally, via the person who attacks. Being skulled. Like, you get flagged, you're going to lose all of your items except for 3. And I only say except for 3 so it's not super hardcore, because I know these chicken shit PvPers, the second they lose all of their items, they back out of PvP. Little chickens, bro. Little babies. Little baby PvPers. They have no idea what it's like. They lose time. That's what they're scared of. Yeah, that's what's funny, Ink, though, is because they don't lose that much time. Like, realistically, 10, 15 minutes. You know what'll really cut you back on time in this game? That freaking sandworm, bro. If that sandworm rolls through and catches you, there's a time sink right there. That's another thing I feel like the PvEers don't understand. And maybe that's why this update is actually going to be good. Because, like, man, I forget the name. Like, that one person was saying that it's actually brought people out here to dip their toes into the deep desert. Is the fact that you basically never run into PvP out here. It's practically non-existent. And that might be server specific, but I've got the Deep Desert Police Department on this server, and I'm telling you guys, these guys are freaking ruthless, dude. I think they quit. But they are ruthless, man. I genuinely think they quit. But these guys don't play around. They're out here all the time in the deep desert, absolutely just farming people. And that's a good point as well, Marco. Is somebody in my comments on my YouTube chat or one of my YouTube videos brought up the fact that you know, it wouldn't be so bad if they didn't break your ornithopter, which is hours and hours of grinding. And I said, if it's taking you hours and hours to farm up enough duraluminum to make a tier 5 Ornithopter, you're playing the game wrong. But they could have potentially been talking about a tier 6 Ornithopter. And if they were talking about a tier 6 Ornithopter, that is hours and hours of grinding. Dead ass. It was a baby step in a direction, Ink. I will give you that. It was a baby step in a direction. The direction it was in was the PvE direction. So, unfortunately, it was a baby step away from any sort of like PvP balance, which I'm not convinced that they could pull off anyways, which is why I'm saying the game just needs to go full PvE, but it can't. Because if the game goes full PvE right now, it's done for, because there is no PvE. It's redundant, bro. That's why I'm saying these people, these PvE players who felt like they were missing out on some sort of like magical PvE that was happening out here in the deep desert that wasn't happening in the Haga Basin, are in for a bit of a rude awakening when they come out here and experience some of the PvE, because it's not that fun. It's wings and engine, huh? You don't even need the generator. I'm glad you brought that up, Marco, because we were in the process of upgrading this thing before we came out here because I didn't have enough melange. We should have enough spice to make the melange we need at this point in time, but we are not going out of this deep desert until a storm hits and I can raid that base. Why do they want to progress to the MK6 materials, though, Ink? So they can craft the MK6 gear? What are they wanting to craft the MK6 gear for, Ink? Because there's nothing to craft the MK6 gear for other than PvP. That's what the MK6 gear is for. It's PvP. That's why I'm saying all of the PvE in the Haga Basin was a afterthought of development to get people to the deep desert, because this was supposed to be the game's loop. Why would they want to farm tier 6? So they can fight the tier 6 enemies? The tier 6 enemies are the same as the tier 5 enemies. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not like it's not like all of a sudden there's a magical tier 6 raid that you need the tier 6 gear for. That's my confusion. Why do they want to get that gear? Because currently, as it stands, the only reason you need that gear is for PvP. Right, personal accomplishment as an example. You're right. You're right. And a lot of the PvE players who are like hardcore PvE get off on that kind of stuff. No, you're right. You're not wrong. And it's like a completionist style thing. And also like a progression thing as well. It's a bit of a progression thing as well. It's like, hey, I want to progress to the end game gear. You're not letting me do that. I'm not a huge fan of that. My argument is there's no reason to progress to the end game gear because there is no end game. You know what I'm saying? So why do you want to progress to tier 6? There is no end game. And again, this is a complaint that should get nipped in the butt the more variety that they add to the PvE, the more raids that they put in, the more bosses that they manage to come out with, whatever it might be. That argument does kind of like fall short eventually. Achieve something notable. Yeah. No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't conflate that to their real lives, because I think you could argue these stupid ass toxic baby PvPers who want to go out here and lose nothing yet take resources and grief people are realistically probably the ones who are struggling in real life. You know what I'm saying? Them probably be the ones who are struggling in real life, bro. Let's be real. If they were some real men and they were out here actually risking their gear, we could talk about it then, right? But there's some chicken baby PvPers out here who just want to go grief people and take their resources because that's all they can do, because the PvP in this game wasn't thought through or balanced at all. It's a weird situation we're in. A lot of room to grow for the game. It'll be an interesting and exciting 6 months to a year to see exactly if the game is going to be able to kind of like land in a decent spot. It's not in a bad spot right now, but it could be better. You want a harvester as a solo? It makes no sense, but you want it. What's wrong with that? No, I got you. You're not wrong. What do you need to craft the harvester? I wanted to make a harvester too. I wanted to make a harvester just to go harvest sand in the Haga Basin, a sand crawler. So you'd have to come out into the deep desert to do some farming, bro. I don't, you know. Like for me, it's like I don't get the whole scaredness of the PvE players, so I can't get on that level of I don't want to take one step into the PvP zone lest I lose the progress, but I never make the progress unless I step into the zone, but I don't want to step into the zone. Oh, whatever shall I do, Johnny? You know what I'm saying? I can't get into that mindset. I also can't get into the mindset of I'm gonna go out into the PvP zone and fight somebody farming spice, and if he kills me, he's gonna get my fuel cell. But a lot of people can't get into the mind zone of I'm gonna go raid this guy's base and take all of his shit. So, and I'm in that mind zone, bro. I get down on that. I agree, Ink, and I think that's how it goes for everybody. Alicia, I don't know if she's here or not, but she last night jumped into the deep desert and did some farming. I didn't see how I didn't get to ask her how it all ended up and how it went, but I think that was her first time out in the deep desert actually doing some farming, and I'm sure it went fine. If she got into some fights, you know, they're not that hard to escape from. As long as your ornithopter storage isn't full, you should typically be able to put that thing away. And they're in fear of losing their one and only ornithopter. Look, but if I'm not saying bud to you, I'm saying bud to them. I'm like, look, bud, if you've got one ornithopter and you're coming out here to get tier 6 gear and you're crying that you can't transition from your singular ornithopter to tier 6 gear, bro, get your shit together. I crafted 4 of these ornithopters, okay? 4 tier 5 ornithopters, and I just did that for shits and giggles, okay? We did that for funsies. And we're down to 2, and I didn't lose any of them to a PvP. Actually, we lost one of them to PvPers in the deep desert, but I did that as an experiment to see if the storage would stay on or if I would be able to respawn at the vehicle or anything like that. No, they broke that thing down all the way. It was gone forever. That was the one we lost, and we lost it because I lost it intentionally. So it's like, dude, PvP. And I swear, the only PvP I get into is shoving my nose into it. Why? There's no reward for PvP. PvP players have no reason to do anything but go and grief people, which is unhealthy. It's an unhealthy PvP. Brutal, but true. That's why I'm saying I'm not holding my breath. I've got zero faith that they'll ever balance PvP in this game. What's going to happen, it's going to do exactly what Conan Exiles did. And I'm not 100% sure if this is accurate, but it's what I keep hearing, is the PvP is going to become an afterthought, a bit of a side quest, a side thing that you can partake in if you want, but there's no real reason to. I think in Conan, you actually drop gear, so Conan, there's more of a reason to. But regardless, it's going to become an afterthought, and then PvE is going to be the game moving forward. So it is what it is. I like the game even with the redundant PvE. So if the PvE swaps out of being redundant and they start expanding even more and more and more on the PvE, I don't even care if they dump the PvP, because the PvP ain't it, bro. It ain't it. I need the reward of taking other people's gear. Maybe that's why I get down on raiding, is because I can actually get in there and take their shit. And I don't know why, but I want their stuff. Same thing in RuneScape, bro. We're out there. I'm smiting your +1. It's mine. My +1 now. Holy crap, OMC. So the community itself made some chicken rules where they went into a area, but there's also full PvP areas. Just added raids and dungeons. I'm confused. I don't think PvE servers would work. I think if they're gonna add in PvE servers and split the player base, they might as well just give up on their PvP goals entirely. Honestly, they should just give up on their PvP goals entirely anyways, because there's no reward for PvP right now. There's not. Even a big guild versus guild battle, both guilds I think would be coming out a loser in the situation, at least resource-wise. I'm not sure what progress you're talking about, Ink. I just want my PvP to mean something. I want it to be real. I want it to be really... I cannot believe we haven't hit a storm yet. I'm like... Oh, it was a sandworm. I thought it was a storm. You think they need to fix the game? Breaking bugs first, like repair bug, pentashield bug, duping bug? Gosh, you're so right. You're so right. And that's kind of what I was pointing out earlier, bro. I was like, look, these devs, this is not a passion project for them. This is a 9 to 5 for them. And this screen right here is the #1 example why. There's zero reason a deposit all water button shouldn't have been baked into this system. The only reason it's not is because the developers who made this system are treating it like a 9 to 5, bro. They never got in and played the game and thought to themselves, if somebody has more than 1 leaderjon that they want to deposit, they're going to have to click this 150 times, and that's not fun. It's a simple thought. It's a simple thought that you run through the first time that you have to click that thing more than 20 times. Oh, me looting their stuff is my progress. Me looting their stuff is my reward. You know what I mean? Because I can't go fight in PvP to take their gear and use that as a reward. So what's the only way I can go and take somebody's stuff? Well, I can raid their base. So I can take their stuff and that's my reward. So that's like the PvP fun that you get out of it. You know? I think that's kind of the way I look at it. But you're not wrong. We do progress in that as well. There is full loop PvP if you get the lands rad decree, but how many servers do you think are going to vote on that? Because I know for a fact my server's chicken shit, and they ain't going to vote on it, bro. They're little baby chickens, little baby chicken girly girls, and they said no thank you to that. Whoa, did you see that in our inventory? It says 115,000 Solari. Why the hell do I have 100? Is this in the bank Solari right here? Because I put in a sale offer, I think 100 of the thermonuclear cooler, whatever the hell those are. Them might have sold already. Nice. It'll never be up. It'll never be up. We've had the ability to vote on that, and it didn't even get one single vote. That's what I thought too. That's what I thought too, Sobi. But I don't have 115,000 in my inventory. And I'm certain I don't have 115,000 sitting in one of these chests. So that has to be coming from the bank. If they didn't expect players to transfer a mass amount of water, I think that argument doesn't hold for me, because they expected players to transfer water from a leaderjon into this. And look how many slots are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So there's already 10 slots here. So this UI tells me that they knew that there was a possibility that somebody would have 10 leaderjons on them and want to deposit them all. This screen right here tells me that thought should have crossed their mind. And if it didn't cross their mind because they're looking at this like a 9 to 5 job and not a passion project, which is the whole point I'm getting at. How could they not expect that? Playtesting is one thing. It shouldn't have made it past that feature shouldn't have made it past the playtesting that the content creators and the people, the closed playtesting that went on. The playtesters who actually, like the third-party playtesters, I don't really hold it against them so much, because those guys, A, have a terrible 9 to 5 job. That's got to be so terrible. And then B, you know, they're looking for like intricate bugs and then how to recreate that bug so it can be fixed. Not so much like gameplay mechanics. But you're right, that should have never made it through the whole closed testing phase that they had. It should have been in already. That's what I said. And that's why I'm saying if these developers were actually developing the game like it was a passion project and not a 9-to-5 job, that would have been in the game immediately. It wouldn't have not made it into the game because they would have caught it because it would have been something that they did themselves. You could extract water out of the death still when nothing was in it? No way. Man, we missed out on so much easy water. Did they fix that bug? Because I'll go fill up millions of water real quick. I ain't fucking playing, bro. Water's been a pain. Damn it. Dang it. It's bugs like that. That you can blame the playtesters on. Just fixed last week? Gross, dude. Oh, man. We're gonna hang by this guy's base for a little bit. I mean, it has got to be coming up. I think maybe the storms are less frequent right early in the morning. I swear before, when the servers would reset, storms would come constantly. Now it seems like they're less frequent. It's also potential one just decided to pass by and not hit this sector. Like we had that one pass by in the I sector. Yeah, I keep hearing about these pentabase shields. Them in themselves are an exploit. So exploiting to get in, yeah, the whole thing's kind of lame. That needs to be addressed and fixed. That's definitely a bug, and that's something that the playtesters should have been able to figure out. That's another thing that you can blame on the playtesters. Same with the whole extracting water out of the death still. That should have been picked up by the third-party company is what I'm saying, not the content creator. The content creator playtesters should have Ooh, is somebody farming over there? The content creator playtesters should have for sure noticed the water thing, but I don't remember who brought it up. Somebody was saying that there's a problem with the deposit all button because it's like a client side something or other. So there's some sort of like mix up and like miscommunication that's making it to where like a deposit all button for some reason is not possible, or like they have to create a workaround for it. But I think, like you said, it should have been baked into the game from the beginning. That's a bank for Solari. Good. Well, it's good to know that those thermonuclear things sold. We got 115,000 in the bag. Huge. I should be able to buy the rest of the Atreides cosmetics with that. At least the house cosmetics. I couldn't figure out where to buy Harkonnen house cosmetics. The military power regulators are selling good for you. What's crazy is these nuclear coolers come out of the PvE that you find in the safe zone of the deep desert. So it's like, I don't understand why those are selling so good on the auction house when A, there's only a few things that need them, and B, you can get them fairly easily. If you're Atreides, you buy Harkonnen in Arrakeen. Ah, okay. Yeah, because I was doing a bunch of quests in Harko, or whatever that stupid town is, the ugly town that's all dark. And I tried talking to that base vendor, and they were like, we don't talk to Atreides around here. I was like, I guess you don't want double the money for your cosmetics then, dickhead. But okay, that's in Arrakeen. Good. Ink, I mean, you can make as many excuses for the problems in the game as you want. It doesn't change the fact that there are problems in the game. You know what I mean? And I'm not disagreeing with you in the sense of, I'm not sitting here complaining saying game bad game. That's not what I'm saying at all. If it was a bad game, I wouldn't be playing it. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is bad stuff in game equal bad stuff in game, and that's just them just facts. Bug equal bug, and that's facts, bro. Like, I don't care if it's working properly in most aspects, but not in that aspect, that still means it's not working in that aspect. That's what's crazy, too. Don't these people realize that there's a huge safe zone in the deep desert even before they expanded it? I'm very confused what these PvE players are doing. But I should check the percentage out. I'd be curious to see, now that you bring it up, what the percentage is. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. This is another portion. How the fuck did this make it through any portion of testing, bro? The last ship, that part was literally sunk in the ground. On the last ship, that part was sunk in the ground, and I still had to jump spam to get to it, bro. Still had to jump spam to get to it. How? How? How did that make it through? Why? None of the developers tested the damn shit. None of them. None of the developers. I want a poll. I want a poll made, and I want... That actually, I actually just, like, my butthole puckered up there a lot. That was insane. What is he doing, bro? What is he doing? Actually, settle down, pal. I was not expecting the whole worm to just pop out there. I want a poll sent out to all of the developers, and I want to know. I want them to answer truthfully. How many of them even cut open one single ship? Damn, I was trying to park the ornithopter close to it. Holy shit. There's so much in this. A ridiculous amount of stuff. What's crazy is we got 3 schematics out of the last one, but 1 out of this one. That's crazy, bro. It's weird. To be fair, you didn't know the first area was safe until you went there. Doesn't it really tell you from what you remembered? Oh, you're right. This is another situation where it's like, I'm looking at the game, and I'm expecting people to have the amount of information that I have about the game. I'm expecting them to have, like, watched developer Q&As and for some reason have their finger on the pulse, when in reality that's just not the way most people, so they know deep desert PvP. They're probably assuming PvP right when you get in. That's a good point. Oh, there's been a couple times we've been getting glitched around before the worm's coming to get us. Thankfully, we've always managed to work out of it. But yeah, when we get glitch killed to the worm, I'll be pretty upset. I'm not saying it's a problem that a crash adapts to the environment. I'm saying that that loot container in the ship right there is a pain in the ass to loot. And I pointed out the fact that even when it was sunk in the ground last time, I still had to jump in the air and time pressing E at the very perfect time to get into the container. That's not smart game design, bro. Move it down. If we're in a situation where 9 times out of 10 you can loot that thing without having to jump in the air, and the one ship that we just hit is the 1 out of 10 where you do have to jump in the air because of the way it landed on the environment, that's one thing, bro. But I bet that's not the case, dude. I bet you have to jump and time that thing for the majority of the ways that ship lands. That's bad design. That happens when developers don't actually play their game. Like, if I was going to run a studio, a development studio, it would absolutely be mandatory that I would say, like, Fridays would be game day, bro, and you have to spend all 8 hours of your day fucking grinding. No spawning in, no nothing. This is your character from the start, and you're going to grind. And when we do a big server reset, you're going to reset the grind. Every Friday is your 8-hour grind day. I couldn't hit E when I was climbing at the same time, Josh. I was trying to do that. And I wouldn't say butthurt. And to be fair, the ink I said ink was glazing earlier, and now you're calling him butthurt. I don't think either of those are like proper definitions of what he's doing. He's just simply looking at things from the glass half full perspective. I think Ink's very well aware of the problems in the game. He's more contextualizing the problems as around not being like the biggest deal, because they're not. They're not the biggest of deals. They are still problems. They are still problems, though. Storm Rider Boost Module MK6. Very nice. Actually, we'll learn that one. Yeah, but that's what I was pointing out, Josh, is the previous ship we had was landed on flat land, and that container was probably as close to the ground as it could get, and I still had to jump in the air and time it. That's not right, bro. That's not proper, dude. You cannot tell me that that's functioning properly. The devs said to themselves, okay, this is a little bit high in the air. We got to jump up and smash E at the perfect time in order to loot it. That's how we wanted it. Leave it. No, what happened is the devs slapped it on that side of the ship and they said, that's good. They never tested it, bro. They never played it. I'm convinced, dude, that you... I bet if you did a poll, 80% of the devs haven't played past 20 hours of this game. Ink is very neutral. He is very neutral. But he's like a glass half full type guy who's pointing out... He's pointing out the positives of the negatives. Does that make sense? And it's a good thing, too, because there are positives in each of the negatives that I'm talking about, which is why at the end of every rant of me bitching, I point out that there's hundreds of really good content in the Haga Basin, even with the redundancy that the PvE is. PvE is so redundant, dude, ridiculously redundant, and there's still hundreds of hours worth of good content inside of the Haga Basin. You'd say 10%? Oh, 10 hours. 10 hours. Right. 20 hours was a bit of a stretch. Look, I'm trying to be a little bit generous here, and not generalize. Or since I am generalizing, I'm trying to generalize on the positive side of things, right? Rather than generalizing things like to the worst extent. Since we are generalizing, I'm kind of like rounding up, if you will. You honestly assumed it was done like that to make you use the boosters and aggro the worm? Josh, and that's an excellent point. That is such a good point. And it could possibly be built that way. You're right. That could actually be intentional. And if it is intentional, then I retract my complaint. Because like we were saying earlier, I think it was... I'm going to have to scroll back here a minute. Marco brought something up. I forget what it was. But Marco brought something up that was... Oh, he brought up how you cannot see the... you can't see your friendly guild members' names above their head. And I said, I'm not going to, like, bash on them for that. And first off, because I'm solo, so I don't give a shit. I want anything to anti-Zerg at all. But second off, because that was a development choice that they made. That was an actual choice that they decided to make. So I'm not really going to bash them on choices that they decide to make for development, because that's not what I'm complaining about. So if that is up in the air, so you have to like jump and fly, and that like causes the worm to come and give you less time there, that actually, you know, cool. I can ride with that. You can see party members, but not guild members. And that's how they anti-Zerg. It's like, so you can see a party of 4, I think. You can have 3 other people in your party, so you can see each other, but you can't see all of your guildmates. I think that's what he was talking about. And that was a game design choice that the developers made, and I'm not gonna bash on them for that. It was not a game design choice to not put a deposit all button. It was not a game design choice to mess up with the technical aspect of things and forget a piece of code to make sure you're not going to fry AMD GPUs with the wrong resolution, whatever the shit was happening with whoever it was happening with. There's been a lot of people in chat today, by the way. You guys are freaking insane, so I'm having a hard time keeping up with the names here. Typically when I'm reaching back to like reference what somebody else said, I can remember who it was. The ships are still frustrating, though, especially the distance to the cut array or the angle on the roof. Oh, so that's another thing with these cut arrays that's really weird. And I don't know if there's much that they could have done to fix this. Oh, why did that pop off, huh? Let's see if this worm flies out of the ground, too, and it's just something that happens when it headbutts the ship. Oh, where did it even go? That was, like, definitely a fly at somebody. Oh, no. Okay, I was not aware that that's how they eat the ship. Hey, Sobi coming in with the follow over on Twitch. We appreciate you being here. Welcome. Oh, yeah, I was going back to the cut array. This thing, so it's really weird. If I'm, like, aiming... See if I could get it to work. It's only, like, specific angles where it happens. If I'm, like, on a rock... If I'm up looking down, sometimes it'll shoot just straight horizontal, bro. It's, like, not shooting where I'm aiming. It's shooting where my guy's holding the gun. So if my guy doesn't aim the gun down with me, it's just going to shoot straight forward. It only happens in specific things. And honestly, I don't know if there's anything they could have done to fix it, but there's just another example of something weird. That's like the least of the concerns, though, because that does cause some points of frustration, though. If you scan a rock and, like, it's up on the top and you're trying to shoot the top, you end up shooting over it, and then, like, I don't know, it's weird. A lot of funny clips of worms popping out of the ground and even flying. Yeah, we just had that worm when we were flying over that ship. It, like, headbutt the thing. Hey! On subversion instead of elections. Oh, my goodness. Disregard? Oh, disregard that. Disregard that. Coming in with the follow. That capital D in the middle just completely threw off that word for me. I started a new word at the D. Disregard that. Disregard that. It's a at 5v5 fights at the ground, you can't see who is your mate. Only your mouse will make a green point. Oh, really? Oh, geez. So when people do real PvP on the ground, it always ends up fights on the ground. You can't see your guy. So even when you're on a ground in a party with people, you don't see their name. You only see their name above their ornithopter. Is that what you're saying? But if you hover over them, it's green. Oh, dude, that does seem like more of a bug and less of a game design thing. Then that does sound like a bug. It seems like the names should be over top of your head even when you're out of your ship. Yeah, that does seem like a game bug. Oh, God. Tell me they never tested ground combat without telling me they never tested ground combat, bro. And then they show us this crazy trailer with all this ground combat happening in this big, giant guild versus guild war, which is just not even a scenario that you can realistically work yourself into in this game. But, okay. OMC, you're right. If you do know what your party's wearing, and if you guys coordinate in some way, shape, or form, you should be good to go. It's kind of like wearing a team cape in old school RuneScape. Yeah, you're not wrong. I'll be right back. Oh, that's what I was gonna bring up too, Marco. I was like, that could easily lead to people disguising themselves as like a popular guilds thing. But you can like put swatch. You can recolor your gear. So if you all like wore the same swatch, you should be able to color coordinate enough. There's ways around it. There is. That's why I wasn't really greatly like dogging on them for making that choice. But if the names aren't going up over top of your head when you're out of your ship, that seems like a bug. Because you can make the same argument with the ornithopters, and you can color code the ornithopters so that way you know whose is whose. Not even just like the swatches, like the Harkonnen and the Atreides, but like genuinely, like you could put some weird color scheme on yours and make sure everybody in your guild has that weird color scheme, and so that way you would know, right? So it should definitely be over top of your name. It should be over top of your character as well when you're outside, or outside of your ornithopter. Bro, I cannot believe a storm hasn't happened. I'm like almost convinced. I'm almost convinced one rolled through. What time is it? It's 5:52. There's no fucking way. It's been 2 hours. Is today spring forward? Did I lose an hour of my life? What resources are in the deep desert? Can you get aluminum? Yeah, there's a lot of aluminum out here. I wouldn't come out here to farm aluminum. The resources you're looking to get out here is spice. And then when it comes to like ingots for ores or ores for ingots, you need the stravidium mass and then the titanium. But those are the resources out here. But aside from that, everything else is out here. Copper, iron, aluminum, carbon, basalt. That's true, but what's it take to actually customize this? Yeah, nothing. So if they were wearing those colors, I could easily swap to that. Ooh, I didn't know I had a fancy variant. Wow. Oh, that's gonna help us blend in, okay. What about my helmet? I can't do my helmet. Ooh. Oh my goodness, where do we even get this? What is this, bro? Yes, please. My God. What an upgrade. This old man just turned badass. Ooh, that's a little too bright, isn't it? What is going on, dude? Sardukar helmet. That gives me no answer as to what or where this thing came from. I don't know what the Sardukar is. Oh my God, my ponytail is broken, bro. Where'd my ponytail go? I just have a nub on my head now. I want more than a nub. Oh, the ponytail's on my back. It's just not on my head. This is the kind of stuff. These are the kind of bugs that are fun. Oh, there it is. There it is. We got it back. We got it back. Are there erythrite crystals in the deep desert? No. Not that I'm aware of. That's the one thing you won't find out here. I'm glad you asked that. It's from the deluxe edition? Oh, okay. Cool, cool, cool. I'm glad you brought that up. Because otherwise I would have had no freaking idea. Like the repair bug is such an easy thing. Can't believe they didn't catch it. If you delete a box with items in it and then pick up the items up and log out for 30 seconds, everything is repaired. I wouldn't say that's an easy one to catch, Sobe. I wouldn't say that. But I would say that is definitely something that the third-party bug testers should have caught. That's a third-party catch right there that should have happened. Knife Work coming in with the sub. Hey, we appreciate you being here. You know, with the YouTube subs, we never know if you're here or if you're just watching another video. But either way, I appreciate you. You love that you could disguise yourself and infiltrate as a solo by swapping looks. No, I think that's a really good gameplay mechanic as well. Yeah, you definitely got to watch out for them identifying while in Discord. You're right. And out here in the oh, we lost our hair again. If we have our sword out for too long, it chops the top of our ponytail off. Like I said, out here in the deep desert, this deep desert police department is ruthless, bro. They are insane. They will attack you on sight, and they will destroy everything that you have. And they are Harkonnen, so they ride around in the bugs. And I've seen a lot of people who aren't police, deep desert police department, now swapping to bugs to try and kind of like blend in. The duping one is the same from Conan. Seriously, huh? What was? Oh, I don't want to bring it up. I don't think they fixed the duping. Don't even bring that up. But that's crazy, bro. That's fucking crazy, man. Duping in these games is bad. Yeah. Don't. Duping in these types of games is bad. Bad. That's like bannable bad. Like on it, and you should catch a ban for that, to be real. Sandstorm's not being friendly. Yeah, bro. No, so we haven't stayed here the whole time, IMDb. We actually went and spent like an hour and a half farming this. I've got so much spice in my base now. It's freaking ridiculous, dude. It's actually insane. But yeah, we came back to creep for a little bit just because I'm running out of storage and I'm getting sick and bored of farming spice. I'm realistically probably going to start doing some titanium, but I'd have to go a lot further than this base to do titanium. I don't want to do that. Did I get the large refinery yet? No, we do not have the large refinery yet. I hear that's basically the end. 950? No, not even close, dude. Shit, no. Hell no. Fucking 900. I don't think I'll ever put that down. Why would I use 900? That is insane. Selling spice melange for spice sand. Ooh, smart. It's half for the deep desert. That's a good point. That's a good point. We do need to start making like our forward operating base a little bit more like massively functional. Maybe that's what we'll try and do in this upcoming deep desert switch here. Unfortunately, we've got Once Human coming up on Wednesday. So about 12 hours from now, the Coriolis starts. And then so Tuesday morning, the Coriolis will wipe the deep desert. So we'll be able to hang out here Tuesday morning and get set up. Wednesday, we're going to be jumping over to Once Human to play that for a while. And I'm not sure what that is going to transition into. I don't know how much we're going to play that game. Because Once Human has kind of already burnt my bridge, and I've not got the highest of hopes for being drawn back into the game enough. But they've done some things since I left that might make it like a bit better with the way the scenarios at the end turn into like a permanent server type thing. I don't know. We'll see what happens. 50 spice sand per one melange, huh? Do you mean 5 spice sand per one melange? Or because you have to do it in bulk, it's 50. So you do 500. That's so crazy. With my medium refinery currently, and because currently we're on the 25% lands rad decree. So crafting costs are reduced by 25%. It's 10,000 to start. So it cost me 563 spice. So if I use the small spice maker, it costs me on a regular day. Well, now I need to do some math. That cannot be the case. Oh, I divided by 10, not 100. Thank you. I'm like, I did something wrong here. So you get twice the amount on the large. So, but check it out, because we're in the land rad decree with the 25% reduced cost, I'm only paying 5.6 spice per melange, because it costs me 563 to get it started. So after today, it'll go up to 750. Atreides never wins. This is the first time Harkonnen won on this server. And they came through and cleaned up. Can I explain this screen? This screen is the Landsrad screen. It's the weekly competition between the two factions, and it's kind of dumb. Essentially, this will be blanked out, and none of these tiles will even be revealed. Each of these tiles is a different challenge. For example, this one is deliver Regis Jabal spit darts, which, if I'm not mistaken, is the tier 6 of spit darts. So each of these tiles is a challenge. However, at the very beginning of the week, none of these challenges are revealed. So you don't know what the challenge is for each tile. And then as the days of the week go by, a couple tiles unlock, you know what they are. A couple tiles unlock, you know what they are. I don't know what the hell, if it's RNG or what tiles unlocked, or if they get to, you pay 300 spice sand, you bribe the house, you can see the quest. Okay, so big guilds can pay melange to see these quests earlier. So that's how these guys were able to knock out 4 in a row. Other than that, every like 24 hours, 2 of them are revealed randomly. And I think it's 2 are revealed randomly to Atreides, and then 2 separate ones are revealed randomly to Harkonnen, but I'm not 100% sure on that. How do you complete them? So, from what I understand, it even tells you. You deliver this to your Landsrad quartermaster at your faction's fortress in the Haga Basin. So if you're Atreides, you go over to the Atreides fortress, and it's actually just north of the Atreides fortress is where you turn the stuff in. Hey, appreciate you stopping by, Ink. You take it easy. Appreciate you stopping by. I'm always willing to engage with some dialogue, whether we agree or not. I appreciate you being level-headed, because sometimes when I start to disagree with people, they get all upset and butthurt, but you were not that. So I appreciate you being here. Appreciate you stopping by. So you complete it by turning in the items. You need to get 70,000 points. You get 1,300 per spit dart, so you'd have to turn in 54, 55 spit darts. That's a good point. Sobi brings up excellent points. You do need to be in a guild, and then you need to align that guild to a faction. You can do this solo. So I'm in the Old Man Jenkins Guild. Faction aligned to Atreides. One of 32 members. Old, lonely man, and my name is Jenkins. Though it's not really. Imagine if it was. I'd have to be like 75 or older to be named Jenkins, I'm pretty sure. So, oh god, yeah, Sobi's so right. This screen is overwhelming and confusing. It's ridiculous. I don't even have fun doing this. But you can see here at the very bottom of this, there's a personal contribution number. If I contributed 14,000 points, I would receive a House Vernius Still Suit Armor Swatch. This is guild wide. So if your guild contributed 14,000 points, you all get that. Is the align auto? No. No, but I believe in your guild screen when you create a guild, you can align it. I don't think you have to go anywhere. I think you do that all right here. It's not automatic though. You can align from the guild screen. Yeah, that's what I figured. And then after you align, you can just partake in the lands rat. If you're playing solo, realistically, you're not going to be able to contribute that much. You might be able to contribute to things like kill scavengers, or, I mean, honestly, you could do the spit darts too if you could manage to freaking craft enough of them. But what's happening is, like Sobi said, these guilds are able to pay the house 300 spice sand or spice melange. Yes, dude, they need to do that, Sobi. So after it gets completed, people should still be able to contribute. Currently, as it stands, as soon as this is completed, your personal contribution is done. So as a solo, it's completely not worth doing because you're just not going to be able to hit the 14,000 to get the max reward. But they 100% should do that. So if as a solo you could go through and knock these out and get the rewards if you wanted. The easy ones are instant gone for sure. And what's unfortunate also is in the current system with the way once it's completed, the solo can't contribute, is guilds can use 300 spice melange to unlock the requirements for that task early, or unlock the what the task is early, which gives them a head start on the solos. So not only can they complete it and lock the solo out of getting any contribution, but they can also unlock and see the task early. Yep. Yup. Ends up being like an insta complete because they saw it early. The big guilds know exactly what to hoard, and then the reset comes and they just buy and open close instantly. It's true. You're right, Marco. Hopefully, like Sobi was saying, they do need to make it to where this is another thing. This is another bit of the game development where it's like, how you guys? How did this not get caught? The whole system is dumb. The whole bingo board system is dumb. The way the shit's revealed is dumb. Everything's dumb about it. But this in particular is just super dumb. Oh, a guild completed it, so you can't contribute and get the rewards anymore. They're not thinking about the solos as they're developing this at all, right? They're not thinking about the solos at all. Because they're not thinking at all, bro. Because they're treating it like a 9-to-5 job. It's brutal. The POIs in the deep desert suck. They do. They do need to add more labs out here. I wouldn't complain if they didn't add more labs and they just added more land. What's the rat box meta? Is that where you just hide there and you sit there until it respawns? I'm not here for those kind of arguments, Marco. Ink would love that argument. Ink would eat that argument up. And he would be like, the devs are going to iterate on it. And he's right. He's right. But I'm not here for that argument, bro. This is the system that they delivered to us, so this is the system that they're going to get feedback on. And it's bad. They just camp the boxes till respawn, yeah. Sit there all day. Yeah, whether they sit there or log out, log in, log out, log in, yeah. When we were doing one of the shipwrecks here and we showed up to the shipwreck and it was looted, I was like, dude, what the hell? And then we sat there and I was like, oh my god, somebody could just sit here and farm this over and over. And I was like, somebody might actually log in and try and loot this thing. Sad. Somebody's definitely farming that sand over there. I think we're getting ready to go farm some of that sand over there, actually, too, because I don't know what's going on with the storms, but they ain't coming through, man. I can't believe we found this base, but now we can't have a storm. Storm's just not going to hit. Oh. No, because I'll explain when I get back. I'll be right back. Let me know if that mic, I just twisted this cord up. Let me know if the mic's got that static thing going on. The answer to that is no, at least not for the ship that I was in. Hang on, this thing's too low. At least not for the ship I was in. Because there was a purple bracelet in that ship that opened up a door which led you directly to the outside. There might be some ships, like there might be some where that is actually the case. You end up trapped inside, bro. You got like 14 schematics on you, but you can't get out. You're just basically waiting for somebody else to come open the door, and now you got to fight them, fight your way out. Great. This is unreasonable. I just want in the base. Oh, fucking no way, dude. Tell me it's not happening again. That's in the sector. Why didn't I get a warning? Showtime, baby. It's a showtime, baby. Come on now. Let's get you somewhere sheltered. Is this sheltered? Oh, man. You're gonna let me tuck right up. Oh. No! Oh, come on, dude. Okay. Sheltered? Perfect. Sheltered? Let's take a quick look on the inside. Okay, it's all opened up, so it doesn't matter what wall I break. We can break this one. This will lead me to generators. Alright. Finally is right. Unbelievable, dude. I didn't get a warning that it's going to hit this sector, though. But it's for sure going to hit this sector. So surely it's going to shut it down. Hiding underneath is a trap. He set it up as a trap, bro. I know. I was so worried there for a second that we actually got stuck. I was like, I'm going to have to break through the floor here. I don't know what the floor's health is. I think all of the Atreides and all of the Harkonnen building has the same health, which is 8,000. It's not going to shut it down, bro. It's like this storm isn't counting. It's like it's such on the edge right here, it's not gonna fucking shut it down. Oh, unreal, dude. Shielded still. How sad is that? It's hitting it, bro. I knew because we didn't get the warning, dude. I knew it, man. Oh my gosh, bro. That's ridiculous. This guy's so lucky, dude. In reality, what's pissing me off about this stupid idiot just has those up on top. And, oh my god, he does have a refinery and an ore thing in here. I need in this base, bro. I need in this base right now. I need in this base like hours ago, dude. Get back here, Storm. Turn around. That's an hour, bro. This is an hour of wasted time at least. Don't, Ferris, because this is a thought that was running through my head. I was like, what if this guy's 1,000,000 IQ and the storms come further south? Oh my god, I fat fingered this again. The storms come further south. I wish I could just cancel the effect, so I just shut it off. Like, okay, I fat fingered it. I just actually don't want the effect, so let me shut it off. So the storms roll through the middle as well. Like earlier, we had a storm hit up. It was smack dab in the middle. But I was thinking the same thing. I was like, what if this guy's put this base here in like 1,000,000 IQ play? Because the storms clip this edge, but don't shut the base down. And then when they're in the south side, they clip this edge, but they don't shut the base down. I swear if that's the case, we found our first truly unraidable base because the shields will just never drop. There's the assault ornithopter. He's coming back. No, that's not. That's the scout ornithopter. Oh, I have to see if he's coming back, bro. This would have been a live raid. I'm so fucking pissed off, dude. Oh, shit. Did I bite off more than I can chew here? I'm, like, real close. We're real close to the zone. So if he starts attacking, we should be able to clear. Don't turn on me, dickhead. That's a friendly wave! I just wanted to see if you're going to your base. He had to be going. Oh, did he come to see if he can hit that, maybe? Do the storms move? They do. They do. Some of them do. Like, dude, I swear, there's no way he's going to be safe. That's why I didn't even bring it up as a possibility, because I just am thinking in my head there's no way that he's going to be safe. That to me looks like an assault ornithopter. Oh, it is. It's 3 and 3. That's the guy, bro. I don't think that's a perfect base location, IMDb, because, yeah, I don't think that's the perfect base location. I don't think that's how it's going to end up working for him. I need to use the rocket meta to get into the bases, so the rocket does 800 damage per shot and shoots more shots per minute than my Cope pistol. So yeah, that outputs about 3 times the damage. Oh, to shoot at other ships. I'm not, you know, the ship combat. The PvP in this game, like I said, it's not good, bro. It's not good. There's no reason to partake in it. What am I going to get? Some spice off of that guy? Bro, you get so much more spice per hour just mining it. So what am I going to get? Realistically. Like, the real loot comes from raiding bases, for real. And I wish it came from PvP. It'd be great if it came from PvP, but it don't. Actually, let's put this back into the chest here, and let's clear my biggins. So much for a clear. It's a nice little spot that we slapped up. I was going to put a base right here, but as you can see, some asshole put a sub-fief right here and then proceeded to not even build a base. Like, what is it? What is that, bro? It would be one up, but we had an asshole fly in here before us. We rich? No, we broke boys, bro. We broke boys. If he is close to the edge of the map, it might be a glitch spot. Close to the edge of the safe zone or close to the edge of the map? Wait. Oh, yeah. Hop out of your heli and pocket your heli with the rocket and then shoot him with the rocket. It's just the reward is none. Like, what do I get if I break his rocket? Whatever's in his storage, what could possibly be in his storage? If he's riding an assault ornithopter, I mean, that's pretty true. He could have like 7,000 spice in an assault ornithopter. I wouldn't say a glitch spot. I think he's just gotten incredibly lucky. So the storm that happened 2 hours ago literally only hit the I section. It's the highest north storm I've ever seen in this game. And then that storm was in the section, but oh, it just creeped past his base. He got so lucky, dude. He got lucky is what that was. And that assault ornithopter, I'm thinking maybe was that guy and he was coming to check. But he like parked at a base right there. It was either that guy and he was coming to see if he could do the raid, or it was that guy. Shh. What is that? Is this a spice hallucination? I hate these things, bro. The crazy amount of ambience they add with that, I'm genuinely freaked out right now. That genuinely freaked me out. It changed like the whole feel of what I had going on right now. And the amount of ambience that they added with the sound effects and the visual right there, it just pisses me off because they could have done so much more with the PvE in this game. Like, how crazy would it... Oh, shit, bro. Big lag. Right at the... Oh, okay, we're good, we're good. I'm like, right at the end, dude, for real? Imagine if you jumped into a lab, and like I was saying earlier, the lab has just got spice in the air. So it basically forces these hallucinations on you. And now you have to fight them. So it's not like you can just spawn in PvE anywhere in the game by being hallucinating on spice. But it's like there's certain areas where they use the spice hallucinations to create PvE that you need to fight. That's simple, dude. You remember your first illusion where you were in Haga and some 1,000 meters in height, big animals just walked past you? Yeah, I remember my first one as well. I was flying up on, I believe, a little itty-bitty medium spice field, and there was giant people, giant purple people there that were like you said, they were 1,000 meters and they were giant, dude. And I was freaking out, bro. I was like, what is that? I thought something was happening, bro. I thought somebody summoned something. I didn't know what was happening. It was a hallucination. And that level of ambience that they clearly show that they can bring to the game, it's like, why didn't they bring that to more aspects of the game? Fuck. A big ball that they dropped there. It is definitely I feel like everybody's first time was probably a bit jarring. That music there, though, freaked me out, dude. Last time, I don't think there was any music involved with it, so the music and the sound freaked me out. And then just a piece of air looked like it had heat waves going through it. That was another one where it's like, damn, bro. They can add so much ambience to the game that gives it like honestly, it changed the whole feel. I think we're gonna... So, when did that happen? We'll say that storm happened at 6:15. We're gonna, I think, try and get all of our spice back to the Haga Basin. So I might repair my assault ornithopter and go grab the spice with that. And then we're gonna... Perfect timing to get here. No, shittiest timing to get here, bro. I was gonna say, because we're gonna need to farm up some spice. Or no, sorry, some water. Because I want to get all of the spice melange getting cooked up while it's cheaper than normal. Because right now we have the 25% reduced crafting cost still. I was like, I'm not usually this far from my base. It's 900 meters. I'm going the wrong way. Nailed it. Surely I'll run out of water eventually, but it looks like we're pretty good for now. Oh, shit. I didn't know it could break entirely. I fucking lost an entire assault ornithopter by leaving it up here. It's gone, bro. Damn it. Well. I could make another one. I just literally don't know if I want to rip. Yeah, big rips on that. I didn't realize it would break entirely. I thought it would just break down to fully broken and I could repair it. But no, that thing's gone. It disappeared. Full gone. I could craft another one. I don't think it'll be worth it. I know. But we left him outside anyways. Hot damn. Just don't think it'd be worth wasting all the duraluminum just to craft one. Let's make a couple more trips of this, call it good. As long as we're back out in the deep desert before 7:15, we shouldn't... I mean, 7. We'll say 7, just in case it's an early storm. As long as we're back in the deep desert by 7, we shouldn't miss the next one. If this next storm misses it, though, we're gonna have to fucking call it. We're gonna have to call it and say, you know what, this base is just unraidable. It's unbeatable. The unbeatable base. The base that could not be beat. Was it stolen or in another vehicle device? So you can't store the assault ornithopter in a vehicle device. Was it stolen? I mean, that's entirely possible. Can your ornithopters break to a point where somebody can then come and grab it? I don't know. I didn't know that they could break to a point where they disappeared, and I'm assuming that's what happened. It takes a bit, but after some time, they just disappear. Is the laser gun good for raiding? The las gun or the cutter ray? The las gun, I think, currently is the best weapon to use for raiding. There's a bit of a setup that goes behind it. But I haven't looked too much into it because from what I understand, the las gun is not working as intended. Meaning it's doing more damage to bases than it should, so it'll eventually receive a nerf. So I've kind of been avoiding using that just because I'm expecting it to get nerfed. That and my cope pistol, I haven't run into a situation where that hasn't pulled through. So I should have grabbed the freaking heavy dart SMG so I can shoot down the generators. That seems to do faster than the cope. But that could just be me, like, giving myself some confirmation bias or some, like, placebo effect. The assault ornithopter. If I took it with me, I wouldn't have gone out into the deep desert with it because that thing is dreadfully slow. Oh, right. Is it risky to take it with you? I don't know anything about the, You need a pit stop? Yeah, my wings are low. The wings are low. I should have... She looks abandoned. Oh, it ain't abandoned. What the hell is... What is this? Like, surely this is breaking, right? No? What is this, bro? Am I playing in full screen or full screen windowed for streaming? Probably windowed mode. Probably full screen window if I had to guess. I don't know for certain, but if I had to guess. Normally you don't lose. Sure, but maybe you get eaten and then how do you get the laser back? You never seen it drop? Where's this laser even come from? Like, everybody talks about the las gun. That's another reason why I haven't used it, because I don't know where it comes from. I'm like, I don't know where it comes from. I don't want to look up how to get it, and it's probably going to get reworked anyways, so. No problem, cream. Typically, I always put my games in windowed full screen mode. It makes it easier to tab out. It makes it to where if I tab out, the volume doesn't shut off. If I was in full screen, I believe the volume would be cutting in and out every time I tabbed out. Your reward is later for the laser? Oh, so I mean, like, that's why you're saying... What's the las gun for? Is it like a cutter ray? I don't even know what it is. It's from the quest in the Haga Basin where you have to put the MK6 laser in. It's a mission reward. So it's not meant to mine things. I just crafted an MK6 laser, but I don't want to give it up yet. We're not rolling in that much plastanium, and I don't really need a laser gun. A las gun. Oh, you can get the recipe in the deep desert? I'm assuming it's a unique schematic then. That's not it. That's a flamethrower. That's a Vulcan. Hmm. Yeah, they brought up the las gun, and what was the other one? There was another gun type that they brought up. They're also going to be adding in the duraluminum version of the rocket launcher. So this rocket launcher here, my God, the timing on that was beautiful, wasn't it? This rocket launcher here is going to have a duraluminum version of it. They're adding that in to help hopefully facilitate ground to air combat, but with the way a scout ornithopter can just rocket you and kill you from the ground with ease, I don't see that being that much of a game changer. Damn, do I have a fuel cell? Because that's more important than repairing these wings. Yeah, we still have 50% on the wings. They're fine. I agree. The amount of plastanium for the... right, as a solo, you'll never... Well, not never, but getting to a rocket's going to take a lot longer. Yeah, duraluminum rocket will be nice. What siege are you playing on? Well, thankfully, it doesn't matter what siege I'm playing on. It's the server which makes a difference. And we are on the Do Gap server. The gap that is Do. In my server, there's this guy build his base enclosed in one titanium rock. Oh, and he enclosed one titanium rock? He built it in the PvE zone, I'm guessing? Oh my God, that's smart actually, though. That's smart, though. God, that's really smart. That's a good one, bro. You just... Is that what this guy did right here? This is a weird base. But no, that's like for a buggy. It's a weird base. Maybe he enclosed a rock, too. Just show me. No, just a fuel cell. That sounds like a meta strategy. That guy was thinking way above everybody else. Look, there's a nice titanium ore right there I could have encompassed. I could have been mining a free titanium every time we hit up our base and had free instant storage. What? Griefing the one titanium ore? Because the PvE zone spots never have much more than one titanium anyways. That doesn't sound like griefing. That sounds like a smart guy. 150 per node. Wow. 150 titanium per node? That's crazy. Did we get that tier 6 buggy ray? I don't think we did. I think we only got the tier 5. Damn. Damn it all. You're not wrong, Marco, but people be doing what people will do, you know what I mean? You're not wrong. But yeah, the whole reason they opened up the extra area and extra space inside of the deep desert was to give these PvE players the sense of the ability to go get some tier 6 materials. And then you're telling me that people are just gonna build over top of them? Yeah, he's saying Marco's saying if he trapped the titanium inside of the PvE zone, he was calling it griefing. I said it's less griefing and more a clever use of game mechanics. And then Marco brought up how if everybody built like that, then there would be one titanium for everybody out here. You know what I mean? A bit of a weird situation to be in. But yeah, if you're building out in the middle of the map, free game. If Azure Fang's flight school is supposed to be something to do with the Dune lore, man, that's just gonna go right above my head. I don't know anything to do with the Dune lore. Problem is, though, like, all of these rocks in the PvE zone, they don't have, like, a high abundance of titanium or stravidium. So realistically, you're only looking at, if you decide to build a base around one, then you're only blocking one. You know what I mean? Yes, yes, yes. Deeper in, right. We were talking about the guy who built up the base around the one ore. Ugh, yeah, the second you go into the PvP zone, there's a tier 6 ore all over the place. And it just gets thicker and thicker. Marco's pissed off because of the guy building in the safe zone, covering up the titanium, and there's already not enough titanium to go around. I get the complaint, but also I think that is hilarious. It's a clever use of the whole system that they have going on. And if I, in the next deep desert cycle, run into a safe zone with more than one ore in it, oh, we're blocking that son of a gun off. You know we are. I don't think it comes to that. I think that's just a person being weird with his ore. Just like is this another abandoned base? What's happening? Just like inside of the Haga Basin, you have people blocking off dew fields. It's just people being weird. Especially because with dew fields, you're not fighting for the field at all. Man, let the confusion sink in here. I'm not sure at all what's going on. He surely has enough generators to run this place. It seems like maybe he just had to go get some resources for his pentashields. I have no idea. The rock's just sitting there for a week because he quit. I blocked off a rock and then I just quit playing. Shit, I never grabbed the medium fuel cell. The Coriolis storm starts up in, I believe... Oh, I should get on Discord and check to be for sure, but it's like 11 hours or something. It's wipe day, correct. It's not until, it's like another 24 hours, less than, like 22 hours until the storm actually wipes. Or until the place actually wipes. Sorry, 21 hours. It's just a guess, too. I should look at the Discord. It is wipe day, though, yes. We are about to hit the wipe day. Go to exit the game and it tells you. God, somebody else brought that up. 21 hours. So I was right. Yeah, nailed it. My timing was perfect. Lure me in there and then turn on his pentashield. Yeah, that would have been good if he was just waiting. I was thinking that as I was looking at the bottom and saw all the generators. I was like, this feels like a trap. This place is powered up just fine. Oh, it's wipe day. So, oh, he's probably dismantling the base. That's a good point that you're bringing up, too. That could be another reason why yesterday when we were, no, the day before, I think when we were, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday we did a bit of a sweep of the deep desert and didn't find any bases. And it could very well have to do with A, the fact that the PvE zone got moved so far up, and B, that we're so close to the wipe. The shockwave destroys everything nearby. That's a lie, bro. I've been right on top of the spice blooms when they happen. Yeah, you already deconstructed that thing. I've got at least 12 more hours of 25% reduced crafting cost. Your storm comes in 6 hours, though. Oh, yeah, you definitely got to get it out. See, since I got 20 hours, that's what I was saying. I've got 12 hours of reduced crafting costs, so I'm trying to... Oh. We got the bug. Oh, we back. We walk in. Nice try. Actually, how much fuel is in there? 14? Oh, I don't want to risk it. That's a bit risky. How did you get that skin? This is apparently, I just now found out, it's something to do with the pre-order. I forget which edition I pre-ordered. It was one of the pre-order editions. The middle one, I think? I don't know. I didn't go high. I didn't go with the high end. We're cheap, and I don't give a shit about cosmetics. But yeah, the helmet at least came from the pre-order. I just now noticed it today as well. Ultimate Edition, 0 chance it was Ultimate Edition. I didn't get the Ultimate Edition. Unless the Ultimate Edition is the middle edition. We got the middle edition, let's call it that. Oh, it's the middle one at least. I did the middle one for early access. That's the only reason I picked up the... even more than the standard, right? Because typically I'll just pick up standard. Early access always gets me, though. Those sick bastards, they tempt me. They tempt me with the early access. It works so good. Oh, yeah, you get it from Deluxe. Yeah, because everything... You get... Okay, I don't know which one is which, bro. So you can get it from the high tier because the high tier gets everything from the middle tier and below. I got the middle tier. So you can get it from the middle tier because I know for a fact I did not get the high tier. Oh, yeah. Oh, I need my fuel here. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying, Marco. Especially if you were excited about the game. I could see if you were, like, a bit skeptic about the game, let the game ride for 5 days and see what people's thoughts are. But... there was enough... there was enough of the playtest that happened, you should already know. Let's fly. I think that we're gonna go stay in the deep desert now. We need to make sure that we're there when the next storm happens, because there's no... Seriously? There's no way that the base lucks out 3 times in a row. Surely the 3rd time is the charm, and the storm is gonna catch him. And we're gonna at least walk out there with the resources for the refinery and the resources for the directional wind turbines. I just don't know if the deluxe is middle, right? Oh my gosh, dude. I need to go get my drink. Hold up. Let's fly. Deluxe is mid, ultimate top. That's what I thought. No. Upgrading from what? Why would you upgrade? If you're asking, like, if you should upgrade from standard to deluxe just for the skins, you're barking up the wrong tree, dude. I don't care about cosmetics in games, honestly. It was the early access that got me to pre-order. So my answer to that question is no, absolutely not. Just for cosmetics? No, you're crazy. You're crazy, bro. But I'm, like, you know, I got a bit of an old, it's like an old man mindset. Ugh. Especially considering the fact that there's going to be like a DLC coming out soon eventually, no? It includes 4 DLCs. That's a good point. That's a good point. I was going to say, I was just getting ready to bring up the DLCs will bring cosmetics with them as well. That actually is probably a decent selling point. I don't know what they're going to sell the DLCs for. So what would you pay to upgrade versus what would you pay if you bought all 4 of the DLCs? I don't know. You would assume the DLCs are going to be like, what? They'd have to be like $3 a piece, $2.50. They'd have to be $2.50 a piece in order to, like, make it not worth it. Okay, Marco, love it. You're so right. You're right. And this is what I brought up in the video. I made a video talking about this and it made people so mad, bro. People get so defensive when you counter what their, like, preset beliefs are. It's insane. But the devs came out. Oh, my plata, you missed nothing but this. We farmed up a bunch of sand, and this storm has passed over this base twice now, barely missing it. The first time a storm hit only the eye section of the deep desert. I've never seen a storm so high in my life. And then the second storm literally missed the base by inches. Inches. So we're waiting for the 3rd time to be the charm and that base shield to go down so we can take that thing down. The video I made, though, I was talking about how the devs, are acting all high and mighty because this game isn't going to have a battle pass system. And then they talk about how instead of a battle pass system, they're going to do a DLC and then an expansion. They're going to do DLCs and then an expansion. And then when you go to the Steam page to look at what the DLCs are going to be, you find out that the DLCs are going to be quarterly cosmetics. Quarterly cosmetics that you earn based off of quests sounds like the exact definition of a battle pass. I might be crazy, but that sounds like a battle pass to me, okay? Don't sell me an onion and tell me it's a lemon, dickhead. You know what I mean? And people got so mad. They were like, it's not a battle pass because it's not limited time. And I'm like, there are several games out nowadays that drop battle passes that aren't limited time. Are you calling those? It's exactly like a battle pass because it is a battle pass. And that's why I said it's funny that the devs are getting all high and mighty, even though they're just dropping a battle pass, a quarterly battle pass, followed by an expansion. The difference that could be, or the thing that could make this different is the potential that it's cheaper than a battle pass. If they sell it for $5 per DLC and it is truly just one skin in a quest line, that kind of is different than a battle pass, because a battle pass insinuates like a lot of what is happening here. Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought it was a bunch of sand left over. Fly, man, fly. There you go. We're gonna be friendly with each other, huh? I want some spice. They sound like battle passes to me. Well, the battle pass you have to reach. Okay, right. Right, Marco, right. So people, all right, I'm just gonna leave this guy. I don't need. Actually, no, fuck that. I need some spice. Did that guy leave? Oh, he gone. Oh no, he ain't. We're gonna be able to farm together in peace. Let's find out. I stay over here, you stay over there. Leave me alone. I'm too tired to be fucking around right now. I swear if this guy pops off a snipe at me, I'm gonna freak out. You're right. You're right. Oh, and that's what a lot of people were bringing up. And they were using tiny little differences between what they're doing with this DLC system and battle passes to basically say that it's not a battle pass. And I just don't think that's fair. I think that you're right. It's not specifically and technically a battle pass, and that wasn't the argument I was making. I was making the argument that it's practically a battle pass. You know? But you're right. Like a lot of the battle passes, you don't reach the end, you're not gonna walk out of there with all of the cosmetics. Whereas in these DLCs, it sounds like you purchase it and you get the cosmetics. Yes, correct. Is that still do I still consider that a version of a battle pass? Yes, and I'm pretty sure in the video I made, I even kept specifically saying, like, look, I'm not saying it's a battle pass 1-to-1, but this is most definitely a version of a battle pass. All right, buddy, you're calling a lot of worms here. Stupid asshole. You don't need to call all the worms here, but you can avoid worms by doing just a little bit of flying. Damn, balls of steel. How did he know it wasn't going to come his way? No, I don't get it either. I don't get it either, Omaplata. And people are weird, man. It's not so much like they're defending the developers. They're defending their own personal beliefs. Like I was saying, people get so instantly offended when you say something that challenges their beliefs. Like, really, they get offended. So if they believe the devs and they believe that this isn't a battle pass system and they believe this is a step in the right direction, and then I come in and I say, what are you, dumb? This is just a battle pass system. They're, of course, going to defend it. That only makes sense. It's only human nature. But it is so strange. It is so strange. What's also funny is, I swear, if you, like, criticize something, people come out of the woodworks to argue with you. It's like, I never get this many comments on my videos ever, bro, but because it's like a point of contention and something that they can argue about, dude, they come out of the woodworks. Or if you pronounce something wrong. Bro, if you pronounce something wrong, it's the funniest reaction, bro. It's the best way to farm engagement. I almost did it in the Dune Awakening video that I made after we were talking about it, and I was like, you know what would piss people off in Dune is if I called it melange. I was like, you guys need to get some spice melange for your tier 6 upgrades. Bro, people would be freaking out in the comments, dude. I'd get so many comments of people's. Why? Because they just can't help it, dude. It's a human nature. And the same thing goes for quote unquote like defending greedy devs. It's more so, they're more so defending their beliefs. And I agree with you, Marco. These studios earn their money when they have happy gamers. That's where they earn the most money. If you hear the music, it comes for you, apparently. Oh. I have my music shut off to avoid any sort of, like, YouTube's crazy copyright system. Because YouTube will auto-flag fricking anything, bro. I could lip sing a Britney Spears song and I'd be getting an auto copyright. Do you wear soft step boots? I wear these soft step boots all the time. But yes, I do wear them when Spice. They're game changers out here. And because I wear them when I'm using Spice and they're decent armor, I just wear them all the time. I believe they also give me blade mitigation, which is what I'm after anyways. Oh, that's a good point too, Marco. Yeah, come out of the woodworks and they're sitting in the Haga Basin, just kind of like twiddling their thumbs, mining some iron ore. Yes, it's such a good point. And actually, you're right. That happens a lot too. I remember specifically Asmongold. I remember him talking about this. This happened to him with New World, where he pointed out all of the problems. And it wasn't just him, but there was him and a lot of people pointing out all of the problems with the end game of New World, and I remember him getting a boatload of hate over it. It's because these people who defend something come out of the woodworks, and they're so fervent, and they're just so offended that you would challenge their beliefs that, it's crazy, bro. It's wild. It's wild. How did you get wounded? How are we wounded? Where did it say wounded? Oh, this little bit of my health bar? I don't know. It's a good question. Did we raid that base yet? Kurt Anthony, no. That base has lucked out twice in a row. One storm came through, and it was in the I section. In the I section only. I've never seen a storm so high up in my life. And then the second storm that just came through maybe 45 minutes ago. Oh, it was inches away from the base. The storm looked like it hit the base. It just didn't shut the base's shields down. I was gutted. Absolutely devastated. So not yet. We're rolling the dice one more time, waiting for a storm to roll through, and surely it's got to be it. You saw the storm in Section I? Man, What? Who puts a storm in Section I? There's not even land in Section I. There's nothing it's doing out there. I know these things spawn randomly and are going in whatever. Hey, we appreciate you being here. And yeah, no, we haven't hit it yet. It's been unfortunate. But surely it's coming soon. Surely it's coming soon. The next storm has to hit it. If the next storm has to hit it, we might convince ourselves that this guy placed his base in the one spot of the map that never gets hit by a storm. New World Endgame was horrendous. It was, Omoplata. And what's funny is everybody who was bitching at Asmongold had to turn around and say, turns out you were right. The endgame is shit, bro. Yes, dude. They can't understand why people are talking bad about a game that they super enjoy at the moment, not knowing what they'll soon face. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, that's exact. And that's what I thought was funny about them expanding the PvE zone or the safe zone of the deep desert. There's no extra PvE for these guys. These PvE players that are so desperate to get out here and do the PvE are gonna be so sad. And also, there's not enough titanium on these safe zone islands, I think, to justify how long it's gonna take them to farm up the fucking resources they need to craft the amount of plastinium that they need. So realistically, they're gonna have to go to the deep desert anyways. Or to the PvP. Job of a fix that I think they pushed out because people were refunding the game because they mislabeled the game on Steam. Can you fly above the storm in the Ornithopter? No. No, you cannot, Ghost Dog, unfortunately. I swear we might be dealing with somebody who has way too many hours in this game and just knows exactly where in the deep desert a storm will never hit. But the problem with that is a storm has to hit there. There's no way that section F6 is just completely immune from the storm. There's no way, like, the bottom corner of F6 is immune. There's just no way. It's just not possible. Especially if it was possible, this would have already been figured out by multiple people, and I'd assume that that base would have been there since day one. It would have been there all week. Oh! Wow. I'm a flamingo! Oh my goodness. Who's that one guy? I'm the captain of the beer commercial now. They call me Captain Beer Commercial. What's the shit? Captain Morgan's. That's it. I'm the captain. I'll be right back. I played a decent amount of New World. I backed out pretty early, though. The captain. I don't always drink, but when I drink, it's Dos Equis. Let's just start mixing the beer commercials together. I never really got into New World. I don't know why. Captain Morgan ad in Dune. Yeah, it totally is, isn't it? I don't know why I didn't get into New World. I'm a huge MMO fan, too. And with that being such a big release, I don't remember what it was, dude. I don't remember. I think it was the servers. The way the servers are weird. I wish more MMOs would run the way RuneScape runs. And I'm super biased with RuneScape, both with how I would set up the PvP system in games and also how I would set up the server system. I wish more games would run this way, where it's 2,000 of an identical world, and you can hop between all 2,000 of those worlds and have all of your shit in every world. It's probably so confusing what I'm saying right now if you've never played RuneScape. But in RuneScape, it's an MMO where there's 2,000 different worlds. And whether I'm on World 1 or I'm on World 2,000, my bank and all of my stuff and all of my progression is the same. I can go over to the green dragons on World 1, and if the green... Oh, shit! It's go time, baby! It's go time! I could go over to the green dragons in World 1, and if there's somebody there and it's full, I can hop to World 2. Oh, the green dragons on World 2 are full also? Okay, well, Let me hop over to World 3. Okay, I found a world of some green dragons. Brilliant. I'm playing the same game with all of the same people. We're on different worlds. You know what I'm saying? And then you just have like a player cap per world. New World had some decent endgame dungeons and raids, but they were just too slow with releasing content, and the balancing was horrible. I did hear that...
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, baby, come on now. We got the warning this time, too, so you know it's going to smash this area. He's done for. The one problem we got to watch out for is this guy going back and forth. I don't think he's going back and forth to this, but he might. We might have a live raid on our hands here. Let's see. I think I did the same thing as you, Marco. I think I did the same thing as you. Where I played the beta, and I only played for, like, a max of a little bit, right? I did not play that much. And then when it came to the full launch, I just wasn't interested. I played for a bit, but just wasn't that interested, which is so weird, because typically I get really, really down with, like, the theory crafting and the speed run planning and, like, the game planning, dude. I get really down with that stuff. Like, you guys will see if you're watching, like, the channel when RuneScape Leagues is starting to come out, or even RuneScape 3 Leagues, once we start to get more information about that.
Sector weather alert.
2 minutes. I have to piss so bad, dude. I have to piss like crazy, dude. Even on World of Warcraft, though, there was separate servers the whole time, wasn't there? So if you joined on, let's say you joined on server X when you started playing World of Warcraft, but your buddy started playing on server Y, your progress wasn't carried over between servers. You could maybe do like a server transfer or something, right? But your progress wasn't just naturally transferred between servers. I fucking did it again! I just keep fat fingering it. I gotta change that to another button, like the minus sign over here or something. Freaking insane. You're right, WoW kind of did separate via, like, faction and race, right? Page down button? Yeah, somebody told me to change it to this squiggly line button. And I still fat finger this thing. It's ridiculous. Where's page down? Oh, I should change it to page down. I'll never hit that. If I fat finger page down, it was on purpose. Showtime.
Sector weather alert. A
Showtime, baby.
Storm is approaching.
Watch this space shield will go down any second now. Are we sheltered? Yeah, we are. It's gonna dead center hit us here. Sometimes it takes a minute. Should never take this long. There it goes. Showtime. Here we go. Finally. I couldn't agree with you more, Kurt. Finally. Should probably have my shield on just in case we get jumped on. I actually did want to test this out. Hopefully this is enough to take the whole system offline, because if it's not, we're kind of fucked. I could have looked for the... Oh, the sub-thief is right there. Come on. I should have broke this first. I didn't see it. Come on. This sniper kills it, bro. No, you don't. You don't need rockets or a las gun. All you need is a gun. Piece of cake. Yeah, baby. That's what we need. There we go. Nothing in the storage like I thought. This place got cleared. Actually, while we're here... But that's fine. I had a feeling the place was going to be cleared, but I wanted these anyways, the materials. Ooh, bunch of lubricant too. I didn't even think about that. Okay, I don't know why those dropped on the ground all stacked like that. Let's do a quick check here for any hidden loot. We're gonna take the cisterns too, don't worry. Just checking for any... That's a floor. Oh, that's a floor because that's the ground out there. Right. Just checking for any hidden loot. Okay. All right. Sweet. As anticipated, it wasn't fully stacked with stuff, especially considering that the Coriolis is on its way, but we didn't walk out of there with nothing, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and get gliding and take a quick look. See? They'd be a little bit more mad if they left all their spice here, but I'm assuming it was the assault ornithopter we saw hours ago, and I'm assuming he transported all this stuff back. I mean, obviously he did. It's not an MK6 sniper. This is an MK5, I believe. But even the Cope pistol, it does enough damage. You're not wrong, though. The rocket launcher would do it faster. It's so easy to raid, Omoplata. I'm glad you're able to see that. It's if you're not raiding in Dune Awakening, you need to be, bro. Start putting pins in your brain where these bases are that are raidable, and then as storms fly by, go and raid them. You don't need to camp at the thing like we were doing at first, bro. You just put a pin in it and you come back to it if you're around it. That's what I said. That's what I said last week, Ferris. I said, you know what? We're just helping these people move their stuff out of the deep desert for them. You know? If anything, we're providing a service. And also, I can now craft a chest. I can get rid of these chests, and I can put another big boy chest down. So we're moving on up. Moving on up. Oh, that's in my backpack. So. Big. I wish you could stack these on top of each other. I don't see why they don't let you. Nice. That's me walking away with the leftovers. That's my payment. Yeah. Hey, it's not a bad payment. How did you know the base was damageable? So when the storm gets into the sector, typically it'll not too long after the storm gets in the sector, you'll... Oh, that'll happen. Why the fuck did that happen? I mean, we still have time. I'm not sure what just happened there. That'll happen though. You'll see the blue on you'll see the blue shield kind of go and power down. I think you hear it too. Bro, I'm telling you, Marco, raiding is the most fun I've had in this game. It's the most. If you're stupid enough to build in the PvP zone, your ass is gonna get raided. So I wouldn't do that. Not on the Dugap server, because no, I'm looking. No, I'm looking. I'm pinning down bases, and if it looks juicy enough, my ass will wait. I will sit there and wait. Especially because, like, yesterday, we were all the way out in the I section. And it's like, I can't go back to my base and then expect to make it all the way back here. It was a big Harkonnen spot, too, that looked like a guild was setting up, bro. So I was like, we gotta wait, bro. I gotta wait. It's a flicker. You're right. It's not a full power down. You're right. It doesn't look quite as, like, drastic as it did when it was coming up. It is just like a blue flicker, and it makes a power down noise. And that's how you know. Typically, it happens before the storm hits it, but if you rewind it in the video, you see the blue. If you rewind it in the live stream, you see the blue come down on the shield wall or on the base, and that's your signal. But if you're ever not certain, you can always pull out your tool and swap over to repair, and when you do that, you can see what the health is at. So typically, that's why I checked the wall's health before I started the raid, so I can make sure that I'm doing damage. It's any storm. I think all of the storms inside of the deep desert are tier 3. But it's any storm. I don't know if they're all tier 3, but any storm in the deep desert will knock your shield down. Just give me a second. I was not paying attention to chat when I was raiding. Three-shot burst with the... It's not 360. I wish it was 360 damage. It's only like 220 because it's only the tier 5, unfortunately. The las gun I would pull out, but that's not working properly, Cream. So the devs have said that that's not working properly, and they're planning on reworking that in some way, shape, or form. But I was surprised that we even found a raid in the first place. Like, I'm shocked that there was a base to take down out there. Next week will be, I feel like, the best testament as to what it's going to look like raiding from here on in the future of Dune Awakening, because right now we're literally 20 hours away from the Coriolis, so everybody's clearing their stuff out of the deep desert anyways. So that's why I was surprised it was even out there. And let alone, and now that you can base up out here in Sector E and be completely fine, like, now that you can be based in Sector E and be completely fine, what's the purpose of basing in Section H? I don't think there is much of one. So I'm worried that next week there's going to be no bases out there. But maybe I'm wrong, because that guy put his base up today. So obviously some people still see purpose in it. And I will raid their asses. How long is the storm going for? So, the Coriolis storm? Michael? Mikkel? Anti-Michael? He's not Michael, he's Mikkel. Are you talking about the Coriolis storm, or are you talking about the storm that deactivates the bases? I'm going to assume you said yes to the Coriolis. Because that was the first question I asked. And that it runs for... Fuck, that's such a good question. Let me get on the Discord, dude. I don't know. I think it runs for a day. But it doesn't actually start picking up. Just give me a second. So North America, the Coriolis storm starts in 11 hours and ends in 21 hours. So from the start of the storm to the end of the storm is 10 hours. For the first 9 of those 10 hours, basically nothing is happening. For the first 9 of the 10 hours, basically nothing is happening. But there's like wind going on the outside. The last hour of the Coriolis storm, that's when lightning starts to hit. And that's when it starts to pick up in intensity. So it's about a 10-hour storm. And after the 10-hour storm, the whole place wipes. Something that's worth noting is the second that the Coriolis starts in the deep desert, all of the base's shields in the deep deserts are taken down. They don't need to be hit by the storm anymore. And I don't know if that is going to affect the way raiding in PvE works. Like, so technically, let me, well, technically, in 20 hours and 30 minutes, oh, that's when it reaches its apex. So in 10 hours, when the storm starts, 11 hours when the storm starts, that base's shield is going to go down. This base's shield is going to go down. That one's going to go down. I think that the checks that are in place to prevent these bases from getting raided are the same that are in the Haga Basin. So it's going to be impossible to raid these people. But their shields are going to go down. And any shield that's in the PvP zone is going to go down. And you don't need to wait on a storm. So anybody who's dumb enough to still be in the deep desert, once the Coriolis starts, it's free game. Free game on raiding their base. So, just FYI on that. But I think we're going to have to craft a freaking assault ornithopter. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to make a ridiculous amount of trips. An unreasonable amount of trips back. And I think before I craft the assault ornithopter, I'm going to finish out the assault ornithopter. Nope, no problem. No problem, Mikkel. Mikkel? Michael? When do I start to dismantle my base? It depends on what I've got going on with my in real life schedule. Like if I was busy all day, if I was like, so if I was busy, if I was going to be busy in 10 hours, which realistically I'll probably be asleep, I'm just making sure that I'll just make sure that I do it before the Coriolis starts. Stop being unreasonable and craft the assault. You know, I'm just salty that I lost my assault because I was stupid and left it out in the open. So I'm going to have to, we're going to be, let's fill this thing up. I'm going to be finishing my Ornithopter Bay and closing it off before I make a Scout Ornithopter so that next time it doesn't break, so that I have a safe place to put it. But yeah, if so, I'll probably be asleep in shorter than 10 hours. So I'll be sure to just knock my base down before then. But with my whole theory about how these PvE bases are going to work once they lose power, I might try to like power through and see if I can start taking some people's shit right when the Coriolis hits. Because believe me, I am not above taking everything from that base and that base and that base, dude. And that base and that base. I will clear this whole deep desert and take it all back to my base. I promise you. I'm not above it. It's toxic, it's dirty, and I will get so down in the mud, dude. Trust me. I don't think oh man, we had to craft up that extra storage because we didn't have enough ores to make a big in storage, so I can't wait to break those little ones down. Those are so terrible. That would be the best moment to grieve people when they all carry their things away. Do you have a technique to shoot all snipers' shots in one shot? I wasn't shooting them all in one shot. It's a burst sniper rifle, so it comes with nine rounds, and it shoots 3 at a time. Typically people are going to have their stuff cleared out of the deep desert way before the Coriolis even starts, which is why I'm surprised that base was still sitting there and that guy didn't come. That guy must clearly not care about any of the side materials that were in that base because he was fully anticipating losing it. No. We're on Dugap public server. Yeah. So it's shooting 3 bullets at a time. I think that rapidly increased the damage it was doing to that wall, to be honest. Have I done any raids today? Who's watching when you were searching that base? Oh, you just missed the raid, Del Perro. Thankfully, we've got the YouTube stream set up to where you can rewind it. So if you rewind to just about, I don't know, 10 minutes or so, you'll see us knocking out the raid on that. Let's try and hit him. You got lucky this time. You're lucky I wasn't of my full volition. Otherwise, I would have hit you, bud. We'd have stopped him in his tracks, give him a nice headbutt. Yeah, just about 10 minutes ago, we knocked that raid out. I won't spoil all the fancy loot we got out of there. But yeah, we did manage to get that raid knocked out. We'll see what happens next week when it comes to people building out in the deep desert. And it'll definitely be interesting to see if the Pentashield thing starts to get abused on this server. Man, you got the MK6 burst sniper? Damn, dude. If it genuinely... So with this burst sniper, it's a little bit weird. So it says it does 271 damage per shot. Does that literally mean that each bullet coming out of it is doing 271 damage? Because my cope does 300 damage per shot, and it feels like when I'm attacking the PvE, it feels like I'm killing them with the cope faster than with the triple shot rifle. This could be because if I hit them in the head, only 1 bullet is landing because it shoots out horizontal. There's just so many variables, I just don't know. If each bullet is literally 200 and something damage, that means I'm putting out like 750 damage per shot on a wall, which is more than double what the cope puts out. And if it's... I thought it was all 3 bullets is 271 as well. I thought the same. I did. But when we were shooting the stuff in that base with the sniper, it felt like it was going way faster than with the pistol. And that could have had everything to do with the fact that its reload speed and rounds per minute, I'm pretty sure, is way faster. But if on the off chance it is 271 per bullet, which I think we're all right in saying there's no way it can be. But if it is, that would make the tier 6 sniper stronger than the rocket launcher. That would make the fucking tier 5 sniper stronger than the rocket launcher against a base, actually. Because you're looking at 250, 750 per shot, and you could do 3 shots basically back to back to back, boom, boom, boom. That's way faster. There's no way it's that much. It's got to be 270 for all 3 bullets. It must have just been the speed at which I could shoot the bullets that made it feel like I was burning through faster. It also poisons, so maybe this game's coding is so weird, and there's so many weird things that happen in this game, so this shouldn't be the way it happens, but it's entirely possible that it is. This sniper does poison damage, so it's possible that for some reason the wall was picking up and taking that poison damage just as extra damage. It should not be how it works, but so many other things. I actually like the item variety and kind of like... I like the uniqueness that they add to some of the schematics where it's like, oh, the Mendex rifle shoots like slightly explosive bullets, which I don't know if actually makes that big of a difference, but when you shoot the bullet, you can actually see that it is exploding. And that's cool, bro. Like, I'm like, okay, that's cool. I don't know if that's genuinely causing any sort of like difference damage-wise, but that's at least cool. The skill tree passives are weird. I agree with you on the skill tree passives. They're a bit strange, and they're just in weird spots, it feels like. It just kind of feels like they're slapped into weird spots. It's definitely the passives that's weird. Like pistol damage on the Mentat, that's not... The only reason that's there is because the trooper gets... Because the trooper gets rifle damage somewhere, or heavy weapon damage, and this person gets X damage. So it's just like they swap it around. It's weird. It is definitely weird. Some of it fits, though, like the poison capsules, and I really like these, like, top bars. Some of it works really well, and some of it is just kind of like filler, for sure, and it's, like, weird the way it works, because you would think all of the melee upgrades would come from the Swordmaster build, but you get some melee upgrades in the Bene Gesserit build. It's, like, weird. No. Kurt, no, you didn't hear that right. I was speculating because it felt like the sniper was broke through that wall way faster than my cope would have. But check it out, and I think that has everything to do with the rate of fire. So the sniper does only 30 damage less than the cope, and its rate of fire is 1/3 more than. So I'm pumping out way more DPS with this, if that makes sense. I just said that the game's got a lot of weird mechanics and a lot of weird coding that doesn't work properly, so it is entirely possible that a wall would pick up on the extra poison damage and just eat it to the face, is what I was saying. The top skills are weird, I'll give you that, but they're also kind of like cool. Litany against fear. Boosted damage mitigation and stagger resistance. So if I unlocked this, I could slot this into my Q ability, and so instead of Shigawire and Claw Along, if I was getting like beat up, I could use Litany against fear, and I would have boosted damage mitigation and stagger resistance for a little while. So it's like, I get you, they're weird, but there's some cool ones here. Like, I saw the Mentat. I saw somebody messing around with this. This is like a drone that you could fly around. Man, that's cool. It's cool. I think I've seen a couple of those thumbnails to those videos. I haven't clicked on them yet. I haven't clicked on them yet because I'm like, bro, I don't even want to begin to wrap my head around that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even want to begin. And if you're saying the math is weird and turns out weird, dude, that would just frustrate me even more, for real. But yeah, that guy, whoever's out there, like diving deep into these abilities, I've seen those videos. Definitely be worth checking out. I would imagine being able to hunt sandworms in the future, though. I mean, like, why would they allow us to challenge a sandworm? Honestly, I don't know anything about the Dune lore, so I don't know if these sandworms are supposed to be, like, unkillable. Like, with the way you have that sandworm over there that they trapped in the lightning, and that's the only way that they got it to die, I don't know. If they allow you to hunt sandworms, that, and it's supposed to be, like, in the lore that sandworms are unkillable, that, to me, is, like, breaking the lore in a way that's not acceptable. But stretching the lore to make spice hallucinations somehow fightable, perfectly acceptable. Adding those ghouls into extra labs, I don't even know where those come from in the lore. Freaking slot them in. Sandworm riding, is that in the lore? So like anything to mess with the sandworms, kind of, I think would be a bit of a contract breach with the lore. You know what I'm saying? And I'm very loose with the lore, and I know nothing about it, and I care nothing about it. So if I'm saying that's pushing it too far, the lore hounds are gonna freak out. Yeah, but there's enough worms where you can kill a couple of them and be able to breathe. You sound like the tree people. Don't chop the tree down or we can't breathe anymore. I think we'll be fine if we lose a worm or two. My problem is I don't think that they're meant to be killable by any, like, regular means. Like, they had to trap that thing in electricity to kill it. Ah, see, Pat saying that in the old RTS games you could kill them. It just took like 20 tanks. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful how pure gaming could be back in the day and how little the devs cared about pleasing the lore hounds, and they just made the game. And it was like, if you like it, you like it. If you don't fucking play it. Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful. Oh, this is what I came back here for. Before we make the assault ornithopter, the Fremen ride the worms, huh? Ooh, it'll be interesting when they release the Fremen faction, I believe, is what's coming next. This is going to be our assault ornithopter bay up here. So I'm going to put up walls, and then the pentashield probably on the side and on the top. Maybe not the top. Top looks kind of lame. But we're going to build out the assault ornithopter bay, then the assault ornithopter, and then transfer all of our stuff. But I've got some things I need to take care of today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be ending the stream here. Tomorrow when we come back, it's going to be the beginning of the new Coriolis, the beginning of the next week inside of the deep desert. And I think what we're going to be doing is either setting up some sort of pentashield exploit base inside of the deep desert, and or fully setting up like a functioning base in the deep desert where we can put function to the base because the building costs are halved. So we can build the large spice refinery and stuff like that, perhaps. But yeah, I've got some things I need to take care of. We're going to end the stream here. I appreciate everybody stopping by. It was an absolutely insane stream today. Honestly, more people than I could even shout out. It's insane. But we got Michael, Pio coming in at the very end, telling us about the Fremen. Pat coming in at the end. Stoner Gaming. Evil Boxman. How's the rating going? I missed your chat, Evil. I'm so sorry. I cannot believe I missed your chat. The rating is slow and steady. We got a base down. And we got the base down eventually. But only one. It was the only one we seen. Oma Plata, appreciate you being here. Kurt Anthony, you're an absolute legend. Who else we got? Cream was here for a little bit. Ferris, Social. Maybe we can hit everybody. Let's just keep on scrolling. OMC videos. How'd I almost forget about you, OMC? Where else? AO3 was here for a bit. IMDB. 8, not to be confused with IMDb. We have base up in here. It was a crazy stream. I appreciate you guys. The sport's been wild. We're gonna continue pumping out the live streams, and we're gonna be swapping between games. It's not just gonna be just Dune. Speaking of which, June 2nd, Once Human. It's another multiplayer survival game, except for the PvE in that game is wild, head and shoulders above Dune. I'm excited to be jumping into that, and then we'll be coming back to Dune, of course, because this is lots of fun. And then yeah, sport's been crazy. We appreciate you guys. And tomorrow we'll be going live, figuring out what we're going to do inside of the deep desert for the next week. But other than that, I hope you guys all have an amazing day.